All right, there we go. It worked like a charm. So
Okay,
you are
cool.
now live streaming, and this isn't your first rodeo. So I'm sure you recall, you just leave the live stream running throughout the breaks. You'll put up this placeholder that you have on here. Perfect.
Got it.
And then at the end of the day, when you close the Zoom session, the stream will automatically end, and it'll be available on YouTube.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Tommy.
You're very welcome. Have a good
Great.
day.
Okay, you too. Thanks. Bye. Good morning, Michael. Michael Benedict, how are you?
Good. My nicest blue shirt I wore for your review.
I know. I was thought about putting my suit jacket on.
Sorry?
I thought about putting my suit jacket on, but just out of habit, you know. No pants though, as always. Or,
Oh yeah, you don't want to know what I'm.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, how are you doing? You good?
Good, fine.
Good.
I'm looking forward to this. I planned to, study the program, and that, but my morning just filled up with ridiculous things. So
That's what I figured. This is why I did not just send you a program. So it's okay. I'm pretty good at talking through it. So it'll be fine. Just need to get Google Earth up real quick. So, and I think Nicole and Brian Bedrosian should be joining us. Here we go.
okay. Let me go get my iPad so in case I
Yeah,
need
that's fine. Go
to
for it. Yep.
We can't look too anxious about it.
Oh, okay. So maybe later.
Because it means we're desperate to sell,
So
which
later,
we aren't, by the way.
Good morning, Brian. How are you? Michael, I muted you when you stepped away.
Good morning, all.
Brian, how are you? Good to see you.
Wonderful. Good to see you as well.
Oh, good, good.
bye.
Yeah, glad to be here.
Leaving the room, house.
Good. So we should have one more reviewer lined up. We'll give her a couple of minutes if you want to grab a glass of water or anything like that. How have you been?
Doing great. Yourself?
Good, good. I'm perpetually slumped over a computer these days, though, it seems. No, not 100%. I'm doing a lot of work on the TV show right now, which is cool. So that gets me walking around.
That's pretty awesome. What's the TV show?
It's the Walking Dead spinoff, the Fear the Walking Dead.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Working on a bunch of crazy sets on that thing. Pretty cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
Where is that at?
They have a large studio set up out near the airport, out over that way. It's a large warehouse space. It used to be in the middle of nowhere, but now there's like stuff popping up all around it.
Yeah.
No, but it's a vast space. There's a sound stage and a gigantic shop, and no, it's good. It's good. I've worked for several seasons on that now.
Can you bring visitors to see it?
Can I what?
Can you
No,
bring
it's super high security, and apparently there's a following. So I can show you my work, but I have to do it on a breakout room, and I can't share the current stuff. But no, it's.
It'd be nice to see the set, to see the process.
No, I'll show you some if you can go to a breakout room. And meanwhile, we'll give Nicole another minute or two. Let me see, find some stuff here.
So Brian, I see you have an old TV in your background.
What is that?
That is that's the black and white TV that my father purchased when he went to college.
Oh wow!
Some time ago, and it was the TV that I watched most of my TV on as a kid. And I don't know, I thought it was a beautiful thing and just kind of held on to it. I took it to college too. Actually, it's the only TV I had with me at University of Illinois for.
That's cool. You turn it on. Do you still get the old shows?
I wish I did.
Pretty cool.
It does still work. I mean, the last time I don't have a digital converter for it, so there's no signal it can pick up anymore. But I've often talked about hooking up a Apple TV to it just to see.
Funny.
Let my kids see what black and white TV actually looks like.
I think it'd be great. It probably has like 220 lines.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
I often lament that slightly blurrier version of the world. It seems like
on the 3 channels, or 3.5 if you count PBS.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see. What do we think? Michael, how long should we give Nicole?
I'd say another 23 seconds.
Okay, another 22 seconds. Da, 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 da. Yeah, if you want to come over to this room, I'll show you some of my work. There we go, I'm muted. I've only done it about 1,000 times this semester. Okay, here we go. So if Nicole joins us, I will bring her up to speed, but we'll get going. We have 4 projects to look at this morning, so we have like a 20 to 25 minute or so process on that. This is second year design, second semester. So these guys are pretty early on in their education. The agenda that we're given for the studio is housing on a larger scale. This is the first time I've taught the studio. I haven't taught it verbatim, so it was a bit of an experiment for me. I've kind of thrown them off the deep end of the pool on this one. So it's a very large project on a very large site with more issues than they can effectively like completely sort out in a semester. Honestly, it's equivalent to what they'd have in a team project for advanced design. And they have to work at different scales to sort it out. Given that, we've talked a little bit about the process and how to have an idea and how to chew on it at different scales as such. I'm going to share screen and just talk you through the program a little bit. This is Google Earth, and this is the University of Texas, which you might recall from
University of Texas.
you used to go outdoors. I don't know if you happen to be there right now. This is the West Campus neighborhood is this kind of mutant exploding phenomenon that's happening right now. And this is completely obsolete because all of this stuff has been all of this stuff has been turned into this basically, including, I think very significantly, Tri-Towers, which was a pretty high density existing project, which got torn down to be replaced by another one of these things. So the whole neighborhood is exploding in terms of a new urbanism. And we spent several weeks at the beginning of the semester analyzing this and really talking about how a lot of it is not really very successful. There's a lot of things it's not really creating a wonderful sense of new urbanity or whatnot. I think if we were to describe it disparagingly, we would say it's a ghetto for wealthy white undergraduates in a way, because that's kind of how it's all, with a sort of a Eastern European Cold War aesthetic that gets developed here. It's like, my goodness, you want to have the interior unit on that? So there's a lot of terrible things, I think, going on out there. For the purpose of the program, we gave them this swath of space to work with. And the location of the site, we gave them this entire, beg your pardon, area to the west of campus at the transition between West Campus neighborhood here, Shoal Creek down at the bottom, about a 30 to 40 foot grade change along 24th Street, the option of not including 25th Street if they didn't want to, and the assumption that everything here would be bulldozed, including this 30,000 square foot building. The tennis courts can go if they get replaced with a similar amenity. So there's a significant amount of real estate in terms of landscape to deal with in this entire area. Some people have not, dealt with the area to the south, and that's okay. Which means that their project is about 50% landscape, and many of them, I'm not a landscape instructor, I'm not a landscape architect, but a lot of them have to deal with how do you treat the earth or carve the earth or shape the earth or create that as an amenity to the neighborhood as a whole, and something which has a dialogue with their project. So some students have dealt with that more directly and more successfully or not successfully than others. Others have dealt with their project itself on the inside. For program, we've given them married student housing or family housing. So instead of having the program, which is typical over here, which is a single individual or maybe shared up with a couple of roommates, these are for people which they're married as graduate students typically, or they may have children or something which requires them to have more of a humane living environment. We've also challenged them to take this notion of nature or green space and to infuse it into the project in some way, or they're beginning to think about it in some way. For program, we very simply took a strip about this long, added it up at 4 stories and multiplied to get a number of units to work with, and then actually put a kink in it, like we added about 20%, so they couldn't necessarily do it as a straight bar, and came up with a program that was about 300 units plus a couple of hundred cars and some assumption for circulation, which puts the program up around 26 to 30,000 square feet. So it is a massive project. Let me clear that out. It's a massive project in terms of its scope and scale. Because it's housing, they are required to consider, sorry, let me stop sharing. There we go, go back to this. They're required to consider organization of the project. So what's its massing and how does it sit relative to nature? How might you circulate within this thing? How do you lay out a unit so that it is viable and has connection to sunlight? How do you get to that unit? How much space do you need outside as a reasonable sort of thing? And starting to factor in those things. So the scale of the unit is one consideration that they had to work at. Like, how do I really start to move rooms around in a way that might begin to work? How do I assemble them in a way which might allow them to be organized? How do I have an attitude about the massing and the site and their dialogue relative to each other in a way that's not just problem solving? How do I begin to treat the nature as something which is integrated with my project or not integrated with my project in some way? And how do I deal with this like 40-foot sloping slide? So they're not working in teams, they're working as individuals. And like I said, I've very much thrown them off into the deep end of the pool on this one to start to work on these things, to begin to test these issues and sort out when to shift from one project and move to another one. Shift from one scale and move to a different scale to begin to.
Did they look at precedents?
We looked at precedents. We looked at a lot of different precedents. One precedent we did look at very closely was the VM house by Big. Are you familiar with that? So there's two projects that are right next to each other in Copenhagen, and there's I'm sure they can talk about this. I'll just kind of set them up. I just want to show them to you very, very quickly. Part of the setup.
I probably know the project, but I don't remember the names of those things.
Yeah, I'm sure that you do. Share a screen. They are these two. This is the V house.
Oh yeah, sure.
Which deals with the horrible balcony problem as we describe it. So if you want to give a balcony to each unit, how do you do it without like destroying your unit in some way? They did this by just adding them as these absurd spikes. And the other project, full screen. The other project is this one, which is M house. Yeah, that's V-shaped and that's M-shaped. The thing that are interesting about this for housing that's worth looking at is that the V house, these are double height units, the second floor of which connects to both ends. Circulation enters on one floor and then either goes up, or they flip it so that the floor below you enter at the top and then go down. The M house has one layer of circulation every 3 floors, which is interesting. And they have about 40 different types of units that are put together like a puzzle. So when they start to look at the organization of the project and how they might deal with this issue of getting a humane and viable amount of sunlight and view and connection to the outdoors and how you get to it, these are two incredibly useful projects to begin to look at, to understand in some detail. So
what about the third project, the mountains?
the mountain house is another one that we looked at, which is quite interesting. Each unit has a glass wall so that this little piece of space, which has a blue thing in it right here, feels like it's part of your interior unit, and you get it's under construction, I see, and you get a garden that goes with your space at the same time, which means your section drives the idea. And then you have this like bizarre puzzle of how parking somehow fills in the gap that's underneath in a kind of and with its own bizarre program. So we look very closely at those as two projects to help figure out the puzzle aspect of how you put the whole thing together. And then we talked about, the problem of, there are many rabbit holes to disappear in along the semester. Like you could spend the whole semester doing unit layout. You could spend the whole semester doing a puzzle putting together, or just like, hey, how do you do studying landscape and precedent? So it's been deliberately a juggling act, and none of the students are expected to have solved all of it, but all of them are supposed to have some kind of an articulate.
And did the whole year level do this? The whole
They did it well. There's different pedagogical approaches. Some people are using more of I think Ross is doing very, very beautiful, interesting work, but it's more directed to design engine, Unreal or Unity as an engine plugged in to create algorithms with different options. So most of these, we'll talk about process and how where the students are at the end, but I'm going to just remind the students to keep this journey that you've been on present in your presentation. Like, which of those multiple images did you focus on, and which do you think are most successful, and which do you want input on in terms of how you might improve or resolve those things? Okay, so yeah, everyone's doing housing at this level. There's very different approaches, and mine's probably the most radical in terms of requiring them to have their own responsibility about approach, I might say, I think. Okay, does that sound okay?
Yep, let's do it.
Okay, great. So we have Amber, Shreeswal, Anna, and Fernando, and I'll keep an eye on the clock, but Amber, if you don't mind going first, and the work is all up on Box if you want to open it up there. I've had them keep the files pretty low if you want to open that on a second monitor, or we will let the students just present in the sequence here. Yeah. I personally like to have it up on Box so I can like cycle through and go back and forth, but leave that up to you guys. Okay, Amber, if you'd like to pick up from where I left off and jump in.
Okay, perfect. Let me start sharing here. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for being here. So my project, there we go. Basically, as mentioned, it's married student housing, and it's kind of a transitional space between the overcrowded, rapidly growing West Campus neighborhood, and then a transition into the landscape of Shoal Creek. And it has a change in grade on the site, so that's both a challenge and an opportunity. And in my project specifically, there's a strong north-south structural element, which provides organizational reason and also circulation to the project. And so as precedents, I looked at MFO Park and Parc de la Villette, which is site inspiration, and then MFO Park was inspiration for the linear structural element in my project. So starting out very early, I started with these very narrow units and then just kind of shifted them around so that it wasn't just one like flat wall. There was more depth to it. And then also drawing green from Shoal Creek up into the project. So here's just some screenshots from my Rhino model, which kind of give you an idea of the space. So I can flip through these here. From this side, you see more of the linear structure, but there's also a level of transparency. So even from the West Campus side of the project, you can see through to the green on the other side. And then I also eliminated units a little bit sporadically throughout the project to give it more transparency and porosity. So it's not just a big overwhelming wall. You can kind of see that more here. So it kind of just really draws you through the space instead of creating a wall blocking everything. In the site plan, you can see how I approached the landscape, which was to implement these very large curved elements, which are, it's kind of in contrast to the straight edge of the organizational plan of the housing part of it. It also helped to tackle the slope challenge by having different levels going at different slopes. And then also it's broken up with trees, so it's not just one big open lawn. It's a little bit more broken up, but it's still open. It's generally open for use, not specifically programmed. Typical floor plans. So my units are all 2 stories. So they all have a set of stairs going from the living space up into a bedroom space. And with the program of married student housing, I thought it was important to have a large open space, just kind of for like a family dinner type of situation. And then each unit also has a balcony, so they have experience with the outdoors as well. And then in relation to the site, you can kind of see here where everyone has their own balcony and they can look out onto the green. In section, so underneath would be parking, which I didn't tackle as far as development. So I just kind of inserted a parking garage. So that's kind of the idea there, but it's not developed. And then you can see more how the site goes down towards Lamar. It starts high and then slopes downward. And then it can be used at different levels. For the structural element, this is kind of how I imagined it to be experienced. I kind of just stitched together some images over my line work. And it's a very green, very much immersed in nature space. So it provides circulation, but also there's a constant understanding of being in nature. And then here's just the overview again. And that's all.
You have elevators.
What's that?
You have elevators.
No, I didn't. So the way I have it right now, in the linear element, the circulation has stairs and then it goes to a bridge for, I can go back to here. So there's stairs where each individual bridge is accessible and then you would enter the unit that way.
So are the stairs along the, in this drawing, the bottom or south side of the drawing, are they in that bay that doesn't have any units
Yes.
sliding through it?
Here. So they're not drawn out here, but this is where they would be. And then you reach your bridge and then go into your unit.
Are the stairs common to the entire community, or are they individual per unit?
It's a little bit of both. So I think similar to the way MFO Park is laid out, there's stairs that go up varying degrees of heights. So for example, here, maybe it just goes up one level and then further down, there's one that kind of goes up 3 and takes up the whole width of the space. That wasn't fully developed.
And do I have views from the, say, the back, if I would call it the back of my unit, the circulation side of my unit, do I have views out towards West Campus from there? Or is the intent that I'm fully screened by this green wall?
So there's no windows. I guess we can go to, no one has windows on this end.
Why?
What's that?
Why?
Why not?
Why
Because I
build that
wanted the-
beautiful green wall and then not have a single window that looks at it?
I wanted the emphasis on the views to be out towards Shoal Creek. So there's windows on every side except the one with the door. So you enter your unit and then you're kind of gestured or suggested towards Shoal Creek.
Well, it's what you wanted, but doesn't mean that what you wanted was a good thing. I imagine that when you're out on some of those terraces, you can look between the units back at your green wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
The linear structural element, it looks from this image like a majority of the boxes are actually in front of it, entirely cantilevered off the face of it. Is that accurate, or is there another line of screen wall that they're involved in as well?
So there's 2 pieces, like this line and this line are the width of, or sorry, this line and this line are the width of the stairs, which is about 20 feet for the circulation part. And then there's another linear element that's right here, which is just kind of like an extra green screen wall. That one it's not involved in the circulation.
Can you pop back to one of the renders of the Shoal Creek side?
So they're kind of stacked on top of each other, not necessarily cantilevered from this structure. I guess when I say structure, I mean it's more of a steel scaffolding piece than structure for the building itself.
I mean, I think generally what you're proposing is it's a pretty interesting and handsome design as far as the building is concerned and how they relate to to the circulation node and how they kind of push and pull themselves back and forth between the more private areas and push out towards the views, it feels like they want to be more integrated into that screen. Like the circulation space, my sense is that I would like to see some of these units punch through both sides and the circulation somehow woven up in between these various units, so that the interaction inside the what we'd call, I guess, the building on the inside of your screen isn't quite so delineated between circulation and building. I think the language of this side really suggests that it's much more of a weaving, that these, living spaces, and maybe you don't want some of the, say, you might make an argument that a bedroom doesn't want to pierce through the backside and have that view, but perhaps a living unit does. And I think providing that additional opportunity for light and air in these spaces would be key. And I'd like to see them interact more on both sides.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is one semester's work, right? One project.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, from that point of view, I think I would have asked for much more worked out, like everywhere. Like I do think you need structure here. This would just simply collapse under its own weight. It's way, way too fragile. I think the whole thing is rather fragile and it's like in a world without gravity. Terraces without handrails.
Have you seen any of the work of Sana, Michael?
Sure.
Speaking of world without gravity.
Yes, but guess what? There is gravity and there are columns. And the green street at the back, I think, had a lot of potential. But I think you're not solving it, but quote unquote solving it in a kind of a system way. Right? It's like, okay, I have a system that's a framework, and the system's going to grow green on it, and there's going to be a system of stairs, and there's going to be a system of blocks. It's like a system solution, but it's actually not an actual solution. Like you'd give this to the architect, and you'd say, okay, make this a building, put elevators in it, really arrange the stairs. Let's check that the views work out. Let's be in there. Let's count the number of units I can get on this piece of land relative to the amount that a regular developer would do. Like, MVRDV and OMA and Big and all these guys, they're clever like a fox. They do the numbers. And they do try to get more units than the next guy onto the same piece of land, and they exploit every little bit of legal setback, height restriction, land cover. They're really like unbelievably commercial in a sense. And what's amazing about those pragmatics firms is that they flout architectural sort of decency conventions, with the spiky.
Sorry, please elaborate on that, Michael. What do you mean?
Well, they do try to find unusual form, but the unusual form is usually a extreme response to pragmatics. It's like you would take this amount of land and you say, all right, if we cut it up for developers, we could get this much on it. But if you do it our way, you can get more on it. And I feel like you've gotten a certain sort of impression going here. The big green wall that you walk up in, the fragmented, sort of fragile pile, on the other side. But I feel like but you've left so much open land, you have so few units. I feel like the fundamental pragmatic drive would really help the project along.
Okay.
Like numbers.
Or I guess perhaps from another perspective, I think just understanding how the voids that you're creating in the project, how you're exploiting those, like how those become valuable to the people that are living there. In other words, you know, it feels, and I think you described it as somewhat of a random erasure of pieces, like you started with a complete stack and started removing them. And I think then the question about that Jenga approach is what comes of those voids, and how are they decided where they go? How does one make a decision about which one is removed and which one is kept, which unit is pushed forward and which one is pulled back? And then also when you have that large circulation spine, what are you offering in that space? That's quite a large space. I mean, I'm happy to kind of play in the pool of the university right now and think a little bit less of pragmatics perhaps than maybe Michael is. But I think when it comes to that, I want to see the poetry of what that space is. Like, how is it just a scaffold with a stair with some vines, or are there levels of occupation? Does my child have a little play space up there? Are these little, are you creating spaces for the occupants that offer an opportunity here that one of the sad looking core buildings that are in the rest of West Campus would not be able to provide? How are you exploiting this system to give me something that's truly magical? Because it really feels like it has all the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Right. And I think the idea that it has this like gravityless sense to it is really refreshing when looking at the buildings on the rest of West Campus that feel like they've got nothing to care about except trying to deal with gravity. So I think that there's an opportunity here. I think I agree with Michael that it feels like the nut of the idea that really needs to get fleshed out. And I think it gets richer the more problems it tries to address.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think those are fair comments. I would push back on Michael's comments because I think the entire a little bit, because if you say it's numbers, that's all of what's happening in West Campus. So it does not, numbers themselves don't produce something which is wonderful. You have to come at it.
Yeah, but I think that's
else.
what MVRDV. I think that all these guys are numbers driven, and that's what's cheeky about them, is that they're even more relentless than the average developer. But I
would rephrase it. I would say that they are also numbers driven.
All right.
This is Shark Ingalls' groups, and so they're not afraid to deal with high density in a way which begins to be work. And actually, I could say this is second year design, and they're being introduced to high density living.
Mm-hmm.
And no, they're not. I don't expect them to haven't had structures yet. So yeah, it doesn't have any structure in it, and they're not expected to begin engaging that till the next semester. So you have to remember that. But that being said, these are excellent comments. Like why would you not have a space and a space on the other side that your window could open up to, and you have a ample multiple, but I can't find a right adjective. You have ample opportunity for little private gardens to be emerging into this entire network, especially where you've taken these out. And while the units might be a module, each of those I think might have its own unique side garden depending on where it falls in the combination of other things. And I would have a little balcony pen on the other side where your kid could play, and a window of your kitchen where you could open up so the kid could be there and the window could be open. You could watch him and your friends could walk by the, promenade in the sky, which would be another way to start to think about what that spine of an organizing system.
Yeah, the street in the sky is an idea that goes back to the Smithsons. Yeah.
Yep, and there's one project, I don't know if either of you guys have visited MFO Park in Zurich, but it's phenomenal. Can you go back to that image, please, real quick, Amber? It's the only project I've seen that's like it. It's the scale of a city block, and these are very small images that don't quite do it justice, but it's worth the trip to go and visit it. It has a city block high. Those are 20-foot wide scaffold that you can promenade along on either side. You can climb up to the roof. It's the scale of a building, but it's not a building, and it's this thing which is landscape, but it's not landscape at the same time. So everyone should go and visit this project, just because there's nothing else that's really quite like it in a way.
Is there no other documentation of it? Did anyone else get inspiration from it?
I think Amber most directly embraced this as something which is turned into a kind of like piano-like organizing spine that is based on this thing. And yeah, it would benefit from a better documentation as something which explains it better. So Just FYI, if you ever use this project in the future, many people don't know about this project. And it's not a typical thing like a Corb project. Everybody knows Corb, so you can point to Corb, but this is one that has to be explained a little bit more richly. And I actually had to show videos of standing in the space in the middle there and then walking sideways out into the balcony that floats in the giant central space and then turning around to get an idea of just the beginning of an idea about what the scope of this thing is.
What are these elements along the sidewalk or street? These like blocks?
Those are just shrubs on the outside. You really need to see the inside of the project to begin to understand its scope. MFO.
All right, well, listen.
Yep. So it's worth looking up, and you guys should do that in some point. Okay, Amber, did you get the feedback that you wanted to have?
Yes, thank you both for your comments. I thought that they were really helpful.
Okay, very good. Thank you, guys. Shreeswell.
Good morning.
Hey.
I will let me share my screen. Okay, so I'm Shreeswell. This is Shoal Creek Residences. Okay, sorry. So this is the precedents that we looked at, some of the ones that I focused on more. So this is the core project, looking at kind of like the system layout, where there's a corridor in the middle and then there's units around it to save space and kind of have multiple views within the apartments. This carbon shell housing, I really like how they're blocked off into separate like groups of units, and then there's this entryway from the middle. We looked at a lot of Stanley Seidowitz plans to kind of for interior organization because we were trying to solve a problem of density. So this creates more space within the units in a smaller unit. And I really like the central park. We were looking at kind of like a large green space within the central of the project. So my project, I really wanted to focus on this ever-growing density here that we were looking at on Google Earth earlier. It's kind of expanding and creeping. And earlier in the semester, we looked at we did like a shorter project where we put a green space within this large like urban context, and we looked at building heights and how that could be pushed up to their extremes. So my thought process was to sort of extenuate like the max building height that we could do here, and kind of use these buildings as sort of a blockade to cradle a large green space, which doesn't exist within the West Campus area. There's Shoal Creek, but prior to this, it's blocked off and there's no direct access to the Shoal Creek area. You'd have to cross Lamar, this cul-de-sac you can't access. And so it's really hard to access this area. So this kind of invites people to come in here, people of like West Campus, and get this like intimate scale. So I proposed a grocery store on this block, which I kind of wanted to be more commercial, and then a large commercial event or green space area. And then these are the two buildings that I have, and I wanted to kind of use this to block off and kind of like protect this area. And then on this top side, this is a bit more of the family scale. So there's a proposed daycare right here. This is the same type of building that I'm going to show, but a smaller scale over here. So this protects this open field and daycare area. And there's smaller trees within the family side of the site, much like the Kemble Art Museum, where the landscaping on this side is a lot larger, and this one is a lot more intimate and close. So here we can look at the unit plans of my project. So this is how the units are going to be laid out. It's a bit modular, much like the Corb how the units are configured to get views from both sides. So this is the units. This is how the units would be laid out. So on the commercial side, I took out some of these bottom units to add a commercial floor to expand the commercial aspect of that side of the proposed neighborhood. So there's 3 different types of units: the 1 bedroom, the 2 bedroom, and the 3 bedroom. Because it's mostly family residences, but this could be further student housing as well, or like a 1 bedroom, like a smaller family. So in that commercial, just proposing like an idea of what could be there.
So Srijwal, how do you get light into that big central room if you're wedged between others?
Which central room are you talking about?
Okay, I'm going to try to annotate, all right?
Okay, yeah.
This guy. All these middle rooms.
Well, there's light coming from, well, there's light coming from both sides.
But there's rooms. Isn't this a bunch of rooms?
Oh, yes. So
a bunch of rooms?
yes.
So how does light get to the middle of this plan?
So the middle is mostly interior. The 2 sides are like for bedrooms. So I wanted to emphasize light for the bedroom. So the interior space is more just interior lighting and of that sort.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And then, so this is the further unit layout. And here's like amassing an overview of the entire project. This is like the commercial. This would be like the same type of residences, but directly just residential units. And this would be where the grocery store could be and the daycare.
How do you use the grocery store? Does anyone come by car?
Yeah, that could be a possibility, but this is mostly like, because everybody in West Campus mostly walks and there's no really walkable grocery store. I think most people go to like.
So why would the grocery store not be closer to the people? Why would it be on the street there?
Yeah, it could have moved around in the site, but I wanted to enclose this green space. So I wanted like for perhaps the back of the grocery store could be like in conjunction with this commercial area. So therefore it encloses the space a lot more with the buildings kind of surrounding. But yeah, that's definitely a great point. It could have been closer. And so these are more renderings. Here's a section that kind of shows how these buildings might interact and the larger lawn. And then this is an overview of sort of.
Do any of your residential buildings have terraces?
That's something that I was experimenting with, but due to like time and just the grandness of the project, I didn't get to implement it within my project. But I was looking at some, Tatiana Bilbao had like this interesting project where she would kind of cut out from the corners, and I had a plan of sort of putting balconies on like some of the corner units and expanding this modular sort of thing with like balconies as well, so that all of it is more opening to this green space and creating more views and openness to this outdoor area. But yeah, that's definitely a great point. That's something I wanted to pursue.
Yeah, and you have very large people here.
A little bit on the large side.
Yes.
Do you have that study model from earlier by any chance, or like nearby or like next to you?
Not with me.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing. It would be good to include, because it's sort of to address the balance between these issues of getting the interiority to work along with the massing at the same time. So the Tatiana Bilbao example is good, because when you add the balconies in, and then take the total width of the project and just make it wider, then the balcony can be part of the thing which has been carved out of it, which I think is what you were describing verbally earlier, but this wants to go into that level of development. Like Michael's right about the units, those don't work. But again, you already cited earlier the example of Stanley cited, which is somebody that's cracked that nut already. He's figured out how to do it. If you go back to those units, and I'm glad you mentioned them and are looking at it's better on the other one, the whole floor plan. So instead of being a 3 bedrooms, it's just 2 bedrooms. And everything that's like smaller is on one side, and everything here is open all the way through. So you get some sense of a really generous spatial expansion. And anything that starts to be a little smaller, the bedrooms get direct combination outside, but like the kitchen, maybe dining might be in the core unit. So I'll just go back and look at Stanley's work again to figure out how he's done it, because he does it better than anybody.
Yeah, definitely.
If you go back to the site plan, please. The perspective view of it, actually.
This one?
Yeah, it's like it's this street which I've driven. My nephew lives on the street, so I pick him up now and again. Am I correct to say you've created a big wall? Like there's a. It seems like you've built the ground up on both sides of it. There was another view, the view from here.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, there it is. There, right. What do you intend, or what do you think of that sort of crevasse or crevice that you're making?
I sort of wanted.
What's that about? Like, why? Let's say it's a good idea.
Mhm.
Going to cost a bundle, right? Because you're making a slope here, but you're cutting a trench here, and so why is that a good idea?
So previously within the massing, I had sort of like this block just blocked out with building, but I wanted to open this up to make it more expansive. And in my perspective rendering, I kind of have like possibly like something that bridges between the two. So it's kind of like there's a connection between like
Yeah,
the
so
two
you'd
green
want
spaces.
right. So you might do this if you wanted to unite the two sides, and you'd have to be sure you had 14 feet clear here, and you'd probably want some I don't know. This is an amazing thing to do at a civic level. And I'd love for it to be super important.
Yeah, that's definitely something I didn't expand on, but it would have been interesting. So you can kind of see right here, sort of that idea. But yeah, that's with more time, I would have definitely loved to see how I could have developed that idea a bit further.
Okay, I'm gonna sit back now.
So, Shreejwal, I'm trying to figure out how to give you a comment that doesn't take your project and turn it into my project to try to build off of what you're doing. I think there's an element of the idea that there's both this protection that you're trying to create with the various buildings, but also kind of opening up. I think my gut is that I keep wanting to pull all the buildings along Shoal Creek and potentially use the parking below them as the thing that's starting to retain the earth, so that that infrastructural element that is already necessary starts to do double work for you, and it allows you to flatten the site out a bit more.
Wait, sorry. Where do you mean? Like along this edge?
Yeah, to push the residences along that edge, because I think that if your interest is in, and it appears to be somewhat flattening out some of the grades, and we look at inserting some of the parking infrastructure along that side, it already elevates you up, and it puts the units, if I'm not mistaken, have views on both sides. All units have a window on both sides. It gives them a view both to this kind of secluded park area as well as across the street to Shoal Creek. And it also gives them, in some ways, my instinct with the families is I would almost want the buffer not necessarily from Shoal Creek, but the buffer to be from West Campus. I think I'm more afraid of my children interacting with the folks on West Campus than I am with them seeing out or across Shoal Creek. So this protective nature, I think I really buy into the idea of what you're trying to do. It just feels to me like I would almost be inclined to flip the diagram. Although I do see that there is this idea that there's a connection between the park across the street and what's happening here. And I think I struggle with that. When it comes to the ancillary programmatic elements, I think, Michael is absolutely right. Unless this grocery store is just for your folks, it really should be in a different portion of the site. So that makes it more an integrating feature, even, potentially some of the childcare, et cetera, because I'm assuming, for somebody like me, for instance, if I were to go to graduate school now and I had children, I may not be living here. I'd love to live here, but maybe I'm also somewhere in West Campus or some other area. And that childcare element might be something that is neighborhood focused and not necessarily isolated to just this development. So then you're able to kind of create those elements, those things that become shared with the community as a buffer and a way of kind of reaching a handout to the rest of the community, such that there's this kind of controlled narrative in how they interact. I mean, the comments about the plan, I think are well hashed out. I would take that. Honestly, I spend so much of my time these days trying to create plan work for buildings that is humane and really takes the idea of how we live and what it means to live really to heart. And I think that as you grow as an architect, you'll start to come to realize that as you walk around and look at those buildings that are all over West Campus and see how poor the plan work is in most of them, and how light and air is not a consideration that they've really thought about. It's really about something more like the numbers, like Michael was talking about earlier, where they're really looking at efficiency. And I think that you have the opportunity to take a completely different look and say, no, I want these to be kind of really amazing spaces, a space that, especially if it's I'm coming from the perspective of a parent, but especially as I'm raising a child and I want them to be in a space that really is meaningful and speaks a little bit to, what it was like to have fresh air when it's nice outside and not just encapsulating myself in air conditioning all the time. I think that your units really have the ability to provide that. And I would really lean into that. I know it's only, the time is limited and this is a big thing to take on, but it's clear that you spent a lot of time playing with that puzzle piece and how they interact. And I would really kind of dig in, I think as a maturing architect, really digging in on the humanity of what we do and how what we do is actually massively impactful on how somebody lives. And I would really, that's the part I'd really lean in on if you were to do this project again.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that, because that's something I wanted to really implement within my project, which is why I wanted to focus in on like the human scale and like cut the commercial. And yeah, like initially in my floor plans or like the unit layouts, I was just trying to figure out how those things would even be constructed. So at first they were all like uniform, like 3 pieces that kind of fit together. And then I started to play with it a bit more, and I figured out a way to make like it work, but that's definitely something that I would love to pursue further in the future, about just making it more humane. Because I think I was just so caught up in trying to do that as well as think about the whole thing that it was difficult for me to even be like, oh, let me step back and see how this might actually feel.
Well, I loaded you up on all levels, like to the max. So it's understandable that there's a little bit of overload, and you kind of landed in the middle here on things. So there's no one part that's like fully developed. But I want to like really echo and reinforce what Brian said and how eloquently he said it. I mean, this really is something that has the ability to impact people's lives in a positive way. And it's a lot of it comes down to, are you just putting the pieces in the right sort of way? If the one thing I would have you make that's starting to be in your project that you might push a little further is to just look at how, and it's not sexy. It's not one of those things that, it's not a sexy form and stuff like that. And it requires a kind of like brilliant puzzle solving to do. But one thing that I think you're starting to do in the imagery is just the layout of one of these blocks, which is kind of a massive, almost looks like a brutalist super block in a way. But if you really go back and look at your units and take them to heart and go and study Stanley Seidowitz in the way that he begins to do it, so that the units, even though that they're inside this thing that starts to read as a massive block, might have this really spectacular sense of spatial expansion. The unit itself might get fatter, like thicker, and there might start to be more perforation through the inside. So another thing you can start to do is like take out whole sections so that the little piece of green space or balcony might start to fill in the gap that you've started to eat away from the inside of it. So I know you've been like, you know, scratching your head on this one throughout the course of the semester, but it's worth spending a little bit more time to try and figure out how to do it, because few people do it really, really well. And you've cited a couple of people that are really good. So Stanley Seidowitz and Tatiana Bilbao, both the expression of the building and its mass on the outside and the resolution of the interior spatial considerations on the inside are two that are really, really worth looking at. And then Jacques Ingalls and Big, just for the kind of, you know, puzzle aspect of, yeah, you don't have a corridor on every single floor. You have a corridor every third floor. So that ups your efficiency radically, and it starts to give you a chance to make these other things begin to work. But it's an awful lot to ask, and thank you for showing us your project and sharing with us. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And I would one final comment too.
Yes.
The circulation to your units started to look like I was wandering down a very, very sad hallway to get there. I think Amber's project had a lot of potential in what it could be, and I think what I would ask for yours also is to kind of expand that, because you're also really creating a different type of idea of neighborliness, like what it means to be a neighbor, what it means to be adjacent to somebody else. And I think that corridor is the thing that really frames that relationship. And it's something I would definitely want to focus on and not just have it be an afterthought.
Thank you. Would you have any reference points for that I may look into?
Yeah, I can answer that one. So if the famous example everybody talks about is Corb's Marseille block, which has 3 units. I mean, it's the model for Jacques Ingalls, so that your corridor is in the middle floor, and then you enter a unit that either goes up or a unit that goes down. But you have this horrible corridor that runs the length of the whole thing, and it's terrible. It's a really, really bad thing. But if you look closely again and it takes a long time to figure out, but if you look at the M house by Jacques Ingalls, it's the same thing. So there's a corridor every third floor, but they break it up. So it doesn't go the whole length. So it staggers as it goes down the length of the project. And where it staggers, there's a double height space, which, as Brian suggested, might be an opportunity for social interaction, or something for the project might open up, and it might be a place where you go, your kids could hang out with other kids that are their friends, and there's something that's not exposed to 1 million people, but just a small group of families. And there's an opportunity in that knuckle is to open the project up in a way that might begin to work.
Definitely. Thank you so much for all the feedback.
Awesome. Very good. Okay, good. Anna, are you good to go here?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I can screen share. Okay. So my project, I called it Green Relief. So this project, as we've stated, is like for married students or students with families. It's located right next to West Campus and Shoal Creek. And I just wanted this to be a project that contrasted the density of West Campus, and I wanted to bring some natural relief in contrast to the high density. And as you'll see, like this design kind of acts as a barrier to shield this natural landscape from the rest of West Campus. Some of my precedents are NTU. For massing, is mostly NTU and 8 House. I liked how they connected the roof to the floor. And then I really liked L'amour végétal for its facade qualities, especially like the green wall. So these are some of my study models. I started just with the top 3. Just got some random play with massing, and then I really liked the very right one, and I just went off from there and started changing it. And at first it was a double loaded corridor, and then I opened that and changed it into a single loaded. And as I developed it more, these were just some sketches I came up with that helped me decide on the facade. And it's just kind of, I was playing with the angles of the slopes on top and came up with this kind of I was kind of inspired by radiolarians. So that's what I was going for there.
So Radiolarian?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
radiolarians.
Yeah.
Plant.
And then this is my top view of the plan. I
Can't see
think
the
the
building
biggest-
for the trees.
Hmm?
Can't see the building for the trees.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I kind of wanted to be like a really green area. Here's another picture where you can see where the massing is. I had some shadows so you can see the massing better. Over here is my first plan. Oh, there's stuff. This is the kind of the bottom floor. Because the massing is sloping, you can get roof access at the end of each corridor. And also, because the side is really sloped, I wanted to use that to my advantage to create different steps to the floors. Here's another plan. This is kind of the last floor. This one shows like the connection between the right side of my building and the left side. These are my unit plans. With the units, I just wanted to make sure that you could get really good views in each unit. Just make sure there was a lot of light coming in. This is my section. And here you can see the stepping of the massing better and how it slopes down into the ground here in the far end.
Talk about that very high ceiling height in that middle block there.
Mhm.
Yeah, so there's two layers that are regular and then one tall one. What's
Yeah.
the significance of that tall one?
It was
Looks
just
like you
because
just took a floor out.
it slopes a lot, so I just wanted to fill in the space. I didn't want it to go to waste. So some
So
of the
someone
top
has
ones,
a lucky apartment.
Yeah.
Extra high.
exactly.
All right.
And then also in this section, you can see the facade design as well. And here is just a masking model. In the right, you can see how the floor connects to the ceiling, and you can just go throughout the whole roof of my design. And also there's access to the roof on the left side of it as well.
And I assume there's parking underneath, right?
Yes, there's.
How do you get to the parking? Do you know?
I think there's a street on this side that you can't see. There would be, I didn't design it, but ideally there would be an opening through over here.
Okay. And this gap that's in the middle, is that where the other street comes down?
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a street there. It was 25th Street, but I decided to remove it because.
Why did you remove it? Because you've made such a beautiful bridge for it.
Yeah, at first it was, because 25th Street doesn't go down anywhere. It's just a dead end. So I thought I would remove it. And instead of it being an opening for cars, it would be more of an opening as a welcoming for, people to walk in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then this is an elevation that I rendered to show more of the facade design. So
what's in the program of the bridge?
oh, Mostly the bridge is just to connect the two sides.
So it's
Um,
open, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Are there
Yeah,
units in there, or is that just, are those just walkways?
it's just wait, can you say that again?
So the bridging component, the thing that actually has airspace below it, is that, are those just walkways through there? Are those units inside there?
Yeah, it's just walkways. It's pretty big, so it would be a common area as well as a walkway. Because I wanted to connect them just because there's like amenities on both sides, and it's just a way to easily access them for either if you live on the right wing or the left wing, if you don't want to be walking outside. It's just another.
You say 25th Street is a cul-de-sac, but I've used it 100
not.
times. It goes down to Lamar.
It goes down to Lamar. It might be closed off now because there's a giant pit of construction, but it does go through to Lamar right now.
Yeah.
So
It's just, I think what we're all zeroing in on, I think Brian is too, is what a wonderful gate element that is. And yeah, I could see like that's where the entrance is, that's where the elevators are, that's where you come in, that's where you drive through. Even if you like park some cars, I don't think cars are like the total enemy. It's sometimes people want access with a car because there's a stroller or there's grandma or what,
Mhm.
I think putting it all in a kind of a golf course, sort of you've simplified life a little bit too much for everybody. I think it could be a little more mixed up,
Mhm.
I think that's a very good point. I want to just amplify that a little bit because again, this is like landscape at a giant scale, which is new to a lot of people. It is really easy for us architects to think that cars are evil and awful and to take them out. But sometimes, if you have a street and you don't drive too fast and the pavement is textured so you don't want to drive too fast, then there's actually more activity. It's a little bit like, I guess,
it's
even
life.
to the domain, I hate to use that as an example, the domain with the fantasy parking street that goes through the middle, which there aren't many parking spaces and the cars don't move very well, but there's more activity. Again, it's this kind of weird perception of it
And
being
the hope of parking for you.
Yeah. So it's like, it's not real parking, but it's this idea that like more activity, it's a way to populate the public space with just more things going on. So it's, it might take this long to be embedded into this exercise to start to say that, oh yeah, well maybe what does happen out there, because golf course is a good example because they're big and open and empty. But if you start to imagine populating this in some way, it's big enough that you have to start looking for things to populate it with. You have to really get your imagination going, and this, putting the street back in, but making it like a slow, quiet brick covered or something with texture friendly environment might, again, fit what your diagram has been emerging as for the building.
Yeah, so I really like this, the way the ground takes you up on the roof and up and over, and then put you down on the ground. But these two ends are kind of dead ends. Like there's no reason to come down here. So for me, that means you put like a tower at the end, or you blend this down into the street as well, or come across a bridge. It just seems like you making this a dead end changes it. And, there needs to be an event here and here that maybe contrasts with this kind of crab leg embrace here and here, but I have to say, overall, I love this double skin facade, at least in the renderings, where we have this outer, radiolarian pattern and then the building behind. I love the thought that there are little terraces that join the outer skin and the inner, because this is a west-facing facade, and it will be like very hot and sunny, more or less as you've shown it. So I think there's a lot of potential there. okay, I'll stop there. And I do think this needs more attention. It's a great object. It probably shouldn't just be more of the facade going over. Yeah.
I agree, and I think either that or it should be more integrated into the facade. I think,
Or even more, yeah.
yeah,
Like it should be surreally continuous.
yeah, there's like parents around that thing with those two, I'm assuming, circulation towers that
Mhm.
it feels like want to not be such an interruptive element in the building, or perhaps even just pulled out of plane with it so that that outer skin gets to bridge over the top in kind of a more sinuous way.
Yeah, and just like what opening?
Yeah.
Right. It's just a subtraction, you know.
Yeah, because I think I agree with all the comments. The bridging element is, I think, it's an awesomely welcoming piece of this. As far as if you're coming down 24th, like it's something that is going to draw you through the building. So I think what happens as we're drawn through the building, how we're drawn, whether it's bikes or cars, or whether I see, what's also the focus out there. Is there something over at Shoal Creek that I'm focused on, or is it something on your site that you're placing there that I see and encouraged to walk through? And be aware that you are encouraging people to enter. I mean, that is definitely what that piece is doing, is it's making people want to pass through that space.
Yeah, maybe that's where the garage entrances are.
I mean, you could even, maybe there's amenities down there that are more like, for instance, here, your fellow student who was proposing a grocery store component, like that could be also something that happens in that space. It could also be something where, you could also make an argument that in order to only so many of these people have families, that by opening this up and allowing some parking out on grade there where people could actually come and drive and actually visit from another part of Austin and use this as a park, you're kind of enhancing the activation of the entire site, in which perhaps just your residents alone wouldn't be significant enough to do. I agree with the comment about how the sausage is cut on the one wing and it's allowed to just kind of taper off on the other. Is that due to trying to be able to see over the top of the one in front of it?
Yeah, I was trying to have the front be lower and the back be higher.
Was there not enough grade to do that with just with grade alone?
I want to say no.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like there's so much grade to play with here. It feels like there's an opportunity there, and
there could have been an opportunity.
I think the how that then meets the ground, just obviously from Michael's comment, it just needs to be. You can even see right now, it looks like a section cut at the edge of the building. That looks like you can even see the edge of the dirt there, just kind of cut off on that wing. I think it's a beautiful project. I think the things that I would just ask you to do is just to push it more, play with the skin more, make it more of a skin. I think the fact that it has this kind of hand-drawn looseness to all of the openings, for me, loses something when we get to those solid bands wherever it bends, and also at that opening, it feels too intentionally cut there. It also feels so tied to the building, it almost wants to be something that's more loosely a part of the building. Yeah.
This thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, it'd be interesting if that element became something that wasn't always enclosing building, that it became a landscape element at different aspects as well.
Yeah.
Also, if you could go back to the plan, I find the single loaded corridor. Like surely like along here. Should have got to turn on annotate. Like along here would be good if there were occasional more public spaces,
Yeah.
and an interesting staircase that took you down here. I don't know. It's just really, it's, first of all, things like this have to end in fire escapes. So, and I don't see elevators. Again, I just find there are sort of infrastructural bits that simply not there,
Yeah, I definitely miss how on the left I put one on the end. I definitely miss that.
Yeah, and a
On the
couple
right side.
a couple of elevators here, maybe. dotted lines here. It's on the way though. It's an interesting scheme.
Yeah, no, I think it's got a huge amount of potential and a very strong diagram. And it's the kind of thing you might, some version of it might show up in your later projects. I
Mhm.
do think the single loaded corridor would be something that has to be really tested to see if that's going to begin to work and start to see if there's some other alternative to it. And again, if you go back to the big Bjark Ingels V house where there was, there's cannot annotate. Sorry, man.
Very frustrating.
It's just like I'm a 3-year-old with a crayon in my left hand or
It's
something.
like drawing with your elbow. Yeah.
Yeah. So there might be some version like we saw in, the big project, the V house, where, there's corridor here and you enter, but you get to use a double height space because there's actually some benefit to looking on both sides of this thing. So you might actually get units that look on both sides. It allows you to keep these be relatively skinny. This single loaded corridor then might shift or jog. So it's it's on one floor till you get to here, and then it like shifts to the floor up above on the next one, so it doesn't go on forever. And there's kind of an opening or amenity at an elbow, like Michael was suggesting. I do go to your section, please. I do think the other thing that back up to that floor plan. Yeah, and then as you start to study more, not the floor plan, but the site plan we were at a second ago. As you start to study, understand site plans more and more. Yeah, back up. Yep.
This one?
No, go forward. That one. When you look at it and start to really think, maybe this really does want to start to be, something that starts to work. And the ground floor gets, a daycare that's here and an elevator lobby that goes all the way up, and then it links up above. That supports something which could start to work, I think, pretty well. And then as you start to understand section and the complexity of things a little bit better, you might figure out that you could put parking underneath one of these things in a way where it could be public and access and support what happens on the space out here, like this opening we got down there. And then if you would go to the section, thank you for doing that complicated sec right there. The section is another thing you might want to, continue to let bother you at, when you think about the project, it's like, what else could I do with it? Because it wants to be high here and lower here, which means that the bridge that crosses, it's got this weird geometry to it that, if you really did it right, might turn into some kind of amenity. So it's got a slope to it, but then, there's a low side and a high side, and it doesn't necessarily switch back, but it might be this extraordinary landscape that everyone would want to go out and hang out for and have an impromptu concert at the bridge.
Like the Great Wall of China, except not so great.
Yeah, the not so great Wall of China. So it could be the name of your project. Good. Yeah. So it's again just great job chewing on lots and lots of things. Know which things to kind of are worthy to go back and question and look at a little bit more in the future, and feel good about the work. Great. Very good. Thank you. So we have one more this morning, which would be Fernando. If Fernando is up for it.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Let me share my screen.
Yep.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, I want to thank y'all for taking the time to be part of our final review today. My name is Fernando Flores, and today I'll be presenting my design for final project, a green micro city. Like mentioned earlier, our site is located at a threshold between the natural and urban landscape, with Shoal Creek on the western side and West Campus on the eastern edge. And we were asked to design a micro city for students and their families that includes residential units and communal amenities. Through site analysis, we noticed that the site had an ascending slope from Shoal Creek towards West Campus. And it brought forth an idea of like a step massing. And through research, I found Casa Nova by CDM Architects and Verkit by Transborder Studio that had this like elevating step massings that are like going according with the slope, and also arranged in a way where you have this central enclosed courtyard that serves like public amenities in both projects. And to figure out my formal massing, I utilized the site as a basis of inspiration. I took the shape of our site and made it orthogonal, and then I utilized already existing pathways such as 24th and 25th Street to alter the shape. And finally, I created strips to accommodate a double-loaded corridor massing, and this final shape was extruded as one massing block. And to break the blocking nature established by West Campus, I experimented with the slope of the site by placing down my massings into the site and splitting the massings where they came in contact with the site. And as a result, I achieved a step massing that commences at a low elevation on the western part and gradually elevates towards the east to match the height of the dense urban neighborhood right behind. And like really my main idea was to make them resemble the slope of the site itself. And also the massing units are also arranged to make the central courtyard that holds amenities such as a daycare, laundry room, and coffee shops. Through lines of extension from the already set units, I was able to shape this central courtyard that serves as a public amenity for the residents and also acts as an outlier of the ascending units by receding into the site, creating a more private setting from the noisy 24th and Lamar Boulevard. Overall, here's the site plan, and the project acts as a diffusion between nature and the urban density. The arrangement of massing allows for ample green spaces and natural vegetation to nest around the units, which increases the accessibility to natural relief for residents. Like seen earlier, the massing units are concentrated along the east side of the site to create like a seamless transition into the high density of West Campus. Each unit block commences with a foundation block that contains ample space for parking. Excuse me. And each residential building is organized in such a manner that allows for a majority of the residents to have a terrace space or viewing deck towards Shoal Creek and West Campus, mainly being the focus to Shoal Creek due to natural relief. And each floor holds a combination of single bedroom and double bedroom units and open terraces where graduate students and their families can interact amongst each other. And here in this section, you can see that the residential buildings are offset from each other to create open passageways that maximizes light and wind to permeate the spaces within. The openness and stepped arrangement of the units allow for an increased focus on natural relief on the outer portion of a dense neighborhood. With open terraces in each building, students now have multiple settings in which to study, something I find quite essential after spending our pandemic confined to one's room. I found that it wasn't motivational to be just steps away from a desk, and I really wanted to amplify the options a student will have. And here are some renders that think about materiality, where I envision white concrete to be the primary material that is surrounded by greenery and wooden features. And I want to conclude with these two final renders of a project that aim to add diversity to a homogeneous West Campus by diffusing nature and the built environment into a green vertical micro city. That concludes my presentation, and thank you, and I'm open for conversation, if y'all will.
So you didn't do anything with 25th Street. In fact, you cut it off. Because this thing that goes through the middle of your campus is not 25th Street. It's something else. Do you want to talk about why you have something that looks like 25th Street going into your project?
Are you talking about this passage?
Yeah,
right
I'm
there?
looking at down here. I'm looking at the sort of an apparent continuity here. And of course, I assumed that was what's left of 25th, but not really. It's somewhere else entirely, right?
Yes,
correct me if
I
I'm wrong.
decided to remove 25th Street. I just use it as like a way to organize my units where I saw it as a natural pathway already. And I just wanted to use it as part of my project.
Okay, so go back to your site plan if you don't mind.
Yes.
The one where we see the maybe further out.
Right there.
The whole view. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So 25th Street now is here, right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Okay, was. Now, but you have now made a sort of a parallel thing like this. And I assume it's totally pedestrian. There's no cars on that, right?
No, it's totally pedestrian, yes.
So there's something about this point which is good, and there's something about that point which is good. Like, would you plan to put a pedestrian traffic light here so that people can cross into the park? Is there a drop-off for buses and taxis here? Like, why is that special? And
I just
therefore,
thought it was like this,
and then
yeah.
why is that special at the bottom?
Yeah, I just thought of it as a central like pathway that crosses from like the entire project as like the main, I guess, boulevard of human traffic, if you will. I mean, human.
Human traffic.
No,
Ooh.
not that pedestrian
Yeah.
flow. No, no, no.
I like it. Okay, but there are consequences, right? It splits this building into two like brother and sister things, because they're the same building type, that sort of colonnade thing.
Yeah, yes, this is the same building. They connect underneath this passage right here. This passageway goes over it, and they connect
And
underneath.
what is it? It's just a sort of an outdoor shaded courtyard.
It's an outdoor shaded courtyard that I wanted to have be like a public amenity where we could. There's a potential. It's on program right now, but I've envisioned it to be like a place where you could hold a daycare or just like a coffee shop for students to just mingle and.
But why? Okay, I'm getting on your case here. Man. So why would you want this traffic to go over the top of it and not through it or into it?
I just thought it'll make it more privatized underneath. I wanted it to like separate it where you had to like go up from this lower elevation that's down here. You start at a lower elevation and you come up, and then that's when you realize that, hey, you could go down into like this more private setting, dividing it from like just normal pedestrian pathway.
You're going to invite everyone from this neighborhood to come down here, right? Right now, they come down here, the joggers, they wait for a traffic light, they cross here, and they go into the park, right? Have you ever seen that next to tennis courts? People standing around over here.
Yeah.
You know, jogging in place, waiting for the traffic to stop. Small points, but
yeah. What is your point, Michael?
Really a question of urban planning, like why he would set up another pedestrian way right there.
Are you saying that perhaps with his intention, because his project links the overly dense West Campus neighborhood with the concept of an accessible nature?
Yes, that there should be a pedestrian crossing here.
That perhaps he should pick up on the existing connector or energy or structure of the site at 25th Street and maybe move everything over?
Yeah, and let people either do that, but even with his current plan, he's asking people to do this.
Yeah. I mean, the crossing of Lamar, period, is a huge issue for the whole neighborhood because there is no good connection to Shoal Creek from the entire neighborhood. So I don't know if it's a tunnel or a bridge or, you know, a full-time person to stop the high-speed traffic. I don't know what it is, but
I mean, in my honest opinion, this whole idea, let's just take this all together. I might have tried to like swing it over to the left so that this is 25th Street. Like just move everything there.
Mm-hmm.
And then pedestrianize 25th Street. Put a pedestrian crossing with a light. Just with your buildings. I mean, there are nice things to say about your buildings. Right, Fernando?
Yes.
I'm just going, I don't know why it's all cranked to the right, and because it's not like you need this guy. This guy could show up on this side. You know?
That was definitely, yeah. Yeah, I think one of the main things where I pushed it that way was to fit in that building there and not. But yeah, now I see your point of using the already existing.
Yeah,
for sure.
So another way of looking at this also is the relationship between your buildings and the adjacent neighborhood and streets is not consistent amongst the buildings, and I don't know if that's necessarily intentional. But once again, trying not too hard to make this my project, which I know people try to do every time. But
we always, yeah.
You know, I think I would want to try to pull the two upper right buildings more into the site, and perhaps bridging off of Michael's comment, perhaps what you actually want people to do is more of a trail aspect through your property to Shoal Creek. But I think inviting them into to access points off of 25th and 24th, where you're actually creating a space where they enter the site, and that becomes a pathway, and it's multi-pronged that comes in, meets at that central locale where something very special happens in your loggia, and then has a very intentional way of bridging over to Shoal Creek. Because Michael was right. The one thing I can say about the light at 25th is there's always people piled up there waiting to cross. Like there's always students trying to get
groups of
across.
joggers in single file. It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that what your proposal is really starts to suggest somewhat of a fix for that. And the idea that whether it is, I mean, I could make an argument that I'd love to see a pedestrian beacon where the people who are jogging actually have the ability to control traffic themselves and make them as important as the cars, but that's really not feasible for Lamar. But you already have this kind of bridging, tunneling, kind of starting on top and coming out below language on your project, and it feels like that really would kind of interface well with what's happening there at Shoal Creek as well on Lamar.
Most definitely.
Now, the other question I had was if you can go to some of the renders later on in your presentation. You discussed the how the bottom of each building has this block where there's parking, et cetera, in. And it does the double duty of also raising all of the residential kind of up off the ground and removes it from that ground plane. Is it intentional for you that they are separated like that?
Yes, I really wanted to like break it up to where like there was like this continuous like gradual ascension into it, and that was part of like I saw like the slope was increasing that way, and I thought like the building should also increase that way to like start at a low point next to Shoal Creek where like these are lower and these units have views to Shoal Creek, but you also have like not a awkward transition between like a low building and a very tall unit building on West Campus.
Right.
So that was my idea by that.
So if I look at the units in the foreground, they appear to enter off of one level and then exit off of another level because they're negotiating grade at that point, correct?
Yes.
And the buildings higher up are actually sitting more on a flat ground plane.
Yes, once it like everything will be sitting flat on this foundation, but like this foundation are the ones that break it up.
And I think that for just to my eyes right now, the units that actually engage with that grade, where I suddenly have like something that where the building is actually interfacing with the park on one side, looking at the Shoal Creek, and then your private park on the other side is very interesting. The solid block at the bottom of the other buildings feels a little bit off-putting as far as like the integration of those spaces. Like that either wants to be activated with program, whether that's like small commercial or something, or whether that's, you know, more outdoor area. It just feels like that area is a little less well interfaced between the park and the building. It feels more like we've poured some concrete, stuck them up a level.
Yeah, yeah, I see that definitely.
I have to say though, you know, I rather like that on a purely stylistic basis, Brian. I'm not saying, you know, I do worry about it being dead there, but the actual effect of having a sort of a ground plane or a more solid base, to me, it makes more sense that these now, like Kilroy was here, these sort of come up and over, they look over that fence, you know?
Yeah.
But it does make me want to sort of program this in a more creative way. I wanted to make one small comment about why you've chosen this shipping crate aesthetic, you know, of tubular elements.
Did you say shipping crate aesthetic was one of your precedents, Fernando? I don't think so.
No, I did not.
Right?
Okay,
yeah, but you know,
Yeah.
let's face it, it's been more or less fashionable these past 10 years to make buildings out of shoe boxes or tubes like this, you know, because quite frankly, I'm going to just generalize here on your watch, Fernando. Architects love to avoid windows. And the way we avoid them is by making windows just glass and structure, and not anything with windows. And then on top of that, this sort of culvert effect of like too much glass on one end and none at the other. But I mean, you get big blank walls that have perfectly great views. You have long slabs where a window would be just a wonderful thing to have. You know, it's an aesthetic of stacking, the stacking of tubes or grids or shoeboxes or letter boxes. I really hate it to be shorthand, because it prioritizes kind of a compositional aesthetic over habitability. And you know, I love aesthetics as much as anyone and order, but there have to be other ways to get it than to, you know, make tubes.
Okay, do you want to answer that, or you want me to answer that, Fernando?
No, I was just I was going to kind of agree with Professor Benedict. With conversation with Professor Blood, I was struggling to like balance, like, I guess the privateness of a unit, because I had these open windows that emphasizes like each unit as a box. So not a, well, yeah, box. It's just emphasized. That's why I left them open. But I also struggle to like along these walls we have like restrooms and like your shower, and I wanted to like try to find a balance between private and like what is open. Like if you leave that open, you'll see right through your unit, but you don't want to see right through your restroom, for example. So that's
yes, but come on, you could, windows in showers are beautiful if they're from shoulder height upward. Windows over kitchen sinks are wonderful. Skylight, there's every kind of trick in the world, but it comes from putting system ahead of use. It comes from, you know, some idea about rigor, which you know, which really tickles us architects, but I don't think it does the world a good service.
Okay, well, in all fairness, I did discourage everyone. So there's a couple of horrible things that happen in West Campus. One is the horrible use of windows. There's a thing called the ruckus at 24th Street. And
yeah. I drive by
it looks like something that I'd be hesitant to put on an alley. That's its front face, because they've just stuck the world's cheapest window. There's this little hole punched into these little box rooms. So the unit plans are terrible. The use of windows are terrible. There's the horrible balcony that gets stuck on every unit that's just too small and anonymous. There's all these horrible things that go on. So I just want to make sure that Michael is not saying that you should do these horrible things. That's correct, Michael. Just wanted to verify, because it sounded like
no, you must never do horrible things, but there's more than one way to be horrible, and this is just another way to be horrible.
There's more than one way to be horrible. So yeah, but in fairness, the other precedent that Fernando's been looking at, or that we've had Fernando look at, is Paul Rudolph, who is someone who does all of this very, very well. And of course, the magic to Paul Rudolph, the secret of Paul Rudolph, is that every space has a horizontal connection outside and a vertical connection. So everything interlocks. There's permeability throughout the entire projects in different ways. And he invents many, many different kinds of windows. So I think Fernando very successfully is, you know, we have some things that are like that, very successfully experimenting with some sort of antidote to the, you know, horrible cheap window problem, in ways that have some potential. But yeah, to rephrase what Michael's saying in some other ways, this is a perfectly nice space up here, right? That this thing might invent a way to open up onto the side of. And, you know, same with this, and same with many of these other
and it
things.
can be systematic and sculptural.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a horrible window or door, but it could be that this unit, I'm going to draw again, that this unit is actually, so I'm going to do it again. It's a pair of L's. So, you know, you get your big glass wall at one end, you get a strip down this end, and you get a strip at the floor, like I don't have any problem with making a sort of a sculptural, repeatable thing, but it needs to be a less dumb than a tube.
The two, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I like that comparison. Yes.
Yeah. Good. Nicole, hi, Nicole. Nicole is joined us to listen. Nicole,
I was in the wrong review. I was in Daniel Kohler's and no one told me. I mean, they should have just gotten rid of me. I clicked the wrong link.
did you think I was Daniel or Daniel was me? I don't
No,
think
I thought you were after Daniel. So I reversed the two. I mean,
Okay.
I'm really sorry. I gave a lot of good comments in the other review and
Oh,
I'm
well,
sorry.
No,
I missed out
you
on
should
that.
have said
Wait a
you were
minute, if you-
terrible, and it's a good thing I left. That would have
Nicole,
been
if you can remember those comments, maybe you could just say them here.
I'll repeat them. I'll repeat them. I really apologize. And thank you, John, for reaching out because I never would have known. I would have been on your review next.
Well, that's okay too. You can actually sit in for a little bit of that if you would like to, because you actually are
I know I
you're
am.
a juror that's going to be around for the thing at the
I
end.
know.
For the
I'm totally
preview.
aware.
So yeah, take a few minutes out of Daniel's review next and just join a few projects in there so you're familiar with
I
them.
will. I'm sure he won't be surprised.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. And I've been on Judy's mid-review. I've seen some of these, so I don't think you need to catch me up. I sort of know what your level is doing, and so I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, the main thing in terms, because you've taught this before, but I've not taught this before. And so one thing just to cue you in a little bit is that I've really thrown them off into the deep end of the pool. So I've given them way too much program, way too many levels to consider, like landscape and builders. So they've all done, I think, a superb job of, like, treading water and trying to figure out how to balance everything out, or realize that they're stuck in the middle, and just the richness of the opportunity of all these different levels to be working on. So in all fairness to those guys. So are we finished with Fernando's review? I'm not sure if we are or not. Fernando, yes.
I think Brian probably has a lot to say because I hugged the floor there.
Well, I think I gave my comment. I think, Fernando, it's a very good concept that you've thrown out here. I think the last comment that I would pull out is this engagement with Shoal Creek. I think I would really, with the park itself, I would really push that. The thing that occurred to me just moments ago as we were talking to Nicole is the idea that there is this opportunity also to suggest that the Shoal Creek Park actually happens up at the top of your property and not at the bottom. And that your concept is really to kind of pull the park into your property and solve that connection across the street. In which case, I would suggest that I'd pull the buildings a bit more in so that these become more of these kind of interventions within the park itself.
Yeah.
That's an interesting concept to explore. Yeah.
Good. Well, great.
Well, that's all. Thank you for your comments. I really appreciate the feedback and all.
Thank you very much. Now, Michael, I'm hesitant to say this, but you know that you and Larry Dahl were my second year instructors when I was an undergraduate, and not too long ago I stumbled onto some of that work, and it was horrifying. It was like the worst work by the worst student you've ever had in your life. It was really like, it was a dark time in the world for architecture. One has to remember, because it was a while back. But but I learned so very, very much from you guys, and have carried.
I don't remember what those projects were. You probably do now.
It was morphologies and little houses.
I seem to remember that at that stage, the kind of education we offered second year students was much smaller scale.
Oh yeah. This may be too much.
Yeah. It's like, design a spoon, design a chair, design a bus stop.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. Yeah.
Design like the idea of letting kids loose on a 3-acre lot with 500 units and all the rest of it was not something we would have done back then.
Yep. Well, the good thing is that if I'm not wrong, I think the next studio that they take, they have a smaller program, more completely considered, including structure and enclosure and the scale of spaces on a site. But it's something that around like, like 3,000 to 5,000 square feet or something much more reasonable to fully consider. But again, it's like this monster project that's been, boiled down. So anyway, all my guys, I appreciate you guys going along.
Thank you. It was fun.
Being this journey. Yeah.
It's a good choice of piece of land and social issue, and a crucial moment where the world of high density student housing, which by the way, I think is a financial phenomenon.
A financial what?
Phenomenon. Those buildings are banks.
Yeah.
Those buildings are investment tools. They're bought and sold as condos. They appreciate, and they are for mostly rich kids and the parents of rich kids. So the way they look, they're not about living.
No.
They're temporary. No, they're horrible. Everyone knows they're horrible. No one thinks they're for real, but they are investment devices for turnover, for buying and reselling.
Like not in a good way.
Not
right?
in a good way, no.
Yeah.
Well, not
No,
in a way that architects are.
That's a really important thing to say about them, because it's like, I think it's what's another thing that's driving their the existence in a lot of ways. It's not,
They're like bullion. You just hope the price of gold goes up.
Well, great. Well, on that note, thank you everybody. Thank you everyone for a wonderful morning.
But it's not where your heart is or mine or Brian's, I'm sure. We're professionally committed to treating every building as a place that's beautiful to live in and enhancing of the human spirit, et cetera, et cetera. But those things are bought and sold for completely different reasons.
Well, it's a factor that will drive them to exist, which is an opportunity, and I would recognize that as a designer. And I would, like you said earlier, I just want to reinforce. There's a really interesting video of Bjarke Ingels presenting the 8 house, which is an excellent model. It's in Danish, an excellent model of how to present a project. So he talks about density,
He's brilliant.
Maximizing, talks about pinching in the middle, pushing it down so sunlight comes in. It's really paced well. It's a really great model. And I show it to my students, but you're right. They actually are, they're embracing the numbers. They're embracing the economics. They're using that to support an argument about how to make it better, how to make it succeed in every way. But again, I just will go back to that moment where Brian was talking about, you have a responsibility to I can't say it as well as you did. You want to say it again?
I don't know if I can say it again, but I think that level of thinking, that humanity that you bring to the project, that what we build, and especially when it comes to housing like this, it's such a framework for how somebody's going to live their life, and how they explore the outdoors, and how they engage with the rest of their neighbors and the greater neighborhood that they're in. All of these things are part of this built environment that we put together. And I think that this site is an amazing site to play with all the ability to have green space around it. But I mean, I think of the challenge that the architects have on the neighboring sites that are landlocked, and trying to create that, kind of quality of life.
And I think that the essence, Brian is so right on there, because the essence of being a professional, the reason we are a profession and not a business, is that a professional has a duty to the public good that goes beyond the duty to the customer. That's what we profess. We do things that people can't directly appreciate, and we do things for non-market reasons and for long-term reasons. That's why we're a profession and not a business, theoretically. So taking care of this is our commitments. That's our, what's the doctor's oath?
Cause no
It's
harm.
our Hippocratic oath.
Yes.
Our Hippocratic oath
Yeah.
is to do better than the market asks for. I think,
There's people will live their lives in the spaces that you create. There's this great
Right.
story about Steve Jobs when they were developing the Mac. the Macintosh, and it was booting up too slow. And he said, we got to make it boot up faster. And I said, no, we can't do it. We have to rewrite the motherboard, and it's gonna be too much work. He said, no, you got to make it boot up 5 seconds faster. We're gonna sell 5 million of these things, and people are gonna have to boot it up 3 times a week. So it's 5 seconds times 5 million times 3 times a week times 52 weeks times, and he does the math on the board. He says, okay, that's 50 human lives you can save if you can get this to boot up 5 seconds faster, or the equivalent of it. And if you think about the number of hours people live in spaces that you design, and anything you can do to make them more humane actually adds up to improving and saving human lives.
Yeah. Let's do it. That's a that's a Bjarke Ingels kind of argument as well.
Very good. Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for a
lot.
wonderful morning. And we'll see all of the rest of you guys at 12:30 when we kick up the second session.
Nice seeing you again, Brian.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Great work.
Good.
John, I'll see you at 12:30.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. All right.
I'm really sorry about that.
That's fine.
I had no idea.
I'm surprised I wasn't in the wrong review too. It happens. No problem.
And not
Okay,
that often. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Okay, see you guys soon. Good job, morning, guys, and see the next group in the next setup. Let me find my placeholder. There we go. All right. Okay. And mute.
Hey, John.
Hi, okay, now I'm not muted. How are you doing, Murray?
How are you?
I'm okay, good. How's your life? How's Deb? How's everything?
It's all good. She's, you know, glad that she's at the end of the Zoom year, maybe forever.
Perpetually hunched over my computer now, yeah.
Started teaching in person again, which is good.
Yep, yeah, that's good. That'll be nice. That might be around the corner, so that hopefully.
Yeah, no, she is now. She's gone back to in person.
Yeah.
The studio and stuff like that.
Oh, good, good. You doing
good? Yeah, nice to see you. We miss everybody.
I know. Yeah.
It's been like a year or something, right? So.
I don't know what year is it now. It's like what, Thursday? 2021 or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Good, good. Thanks for coming to the review. We'll do a accelerated walkthrough at 12:30. Okay.
All right. And wait,
Good.
what class is this? This is undergrads, right?
This is undergrad design 2, second semester. So they're very, very early in their education, and I've given them far too much to chew on purpose. Yeah, so it's more than they can do.
All right.
But we'll talk about that. So just keep that in mind as you review the projects and look at them in context, and we'll talk about that. Good.
Okay.
So you have Bella working for you this summer, is that right? Bella Chu?
Yes, we have Bella. We've got Rihanna Henson from Trinity University.
Okay.
And we are looking to add another person to the team. So I'm advertising that. I will mention it again. A recent grad would be good. Someone for full-time position.
For full-time?
Grad or undergrad, no experience required.
Grad, undergraduate, yeah, it's not summer, but full-time, right?
This would be a full-time job. Yep.
Okay.
So
Feel free to send me
a recent grad.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Back,
okay.
No experience required. We'll train.
Okay, that sounds great. If you get a list and want a recommendation, and I know probably half of the people there, so yeah, please don't hesitate to send me. So you know,
everybody's hiring right now, so
yeah.
All those people that are graduating have got all kinds of opportunities, which is awesome.
Well, you're not bad. What can I say? What can I say?
Not bad.
I would put you at the top half of my list.
I actually think after all these years, I'm a great boss.
I would think so. I would put you at the top of my list of someone I would recommend working for.
I don't know if my employees would say that, or ex-employees, but they might.
What are they getting? My many ex-employees would say that. Right?
I think I am. I'd work for me.
Hey, you know what? We're live on YouTube. Look at that. Okay. Oh well.
Yes.
Okay. I'll see you in a few minutes, Maria. Okay.
All right.
All right. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye. Nice, looks good. Joyce, are you there? Hello, Persiana, how are you? Good.
Hey, John. Good afternoon. Hi.
Good afternoon, good to see you.
Good to see you too. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay. Thank you.
I hear you're leaving. I'm very sad to hear this, if this is true.
Yes, it is true.
Yes, but congratulations are in order.
Cornell, correct?
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I'm so sorry that, so sad to hear that. No, they were in sort of purely selfish point of view. So no, this is fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you, John. And thank you, Nicole, as well.
Good, good.
What's the good news?
Pierre-Jean is leaving us.
That's not good news.
To go to Cornell.
Oh, fantastic.
Which is fantastic for her. And
yeah,
so
congratulations.
Sad for us. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But for a PhD though, not like I'm going there teaching though.
Oh, so maybe you'll be back.
Come back. Yeah.
Hopefully.
That would be great. It was so short. It seems like we didn't really get to know you as well as we should have in this whole pandemic and all the other stuff in the world. So, well, just don't be a stranger. Okay, how about that? Is that fair enough?
Of course, that sounds amazing. Invite me. I'll be around.
Yeah, invite me too. No one ever invites me anywhere, but then I realized I don't. There's a reason for that because I'm not.
There's a reason for that, John.
Yeah, there is a reason for. There's multiple reasons for that, probably actually.
No, there's only one.
Oh no. Oh well. Good. Well, this will be great. Excellent. Thank you guys for showing up for the midsection of our review today. I'll give a brief overview of what we are doing, and then we have 4 projects to look at in the middle session. So it's about 20 minutes or so, 20 to 25 minutes apiece, and I'll try not to run on too long with it, but it merits some introduction and discussion. So this is second year, second semester. And it was funny because in the first section I had Michael Benedict, who was, he and Larry Dahl were my second year undergraduate instructors, and he was recalling, yeah, we had you design a spoon, or things of a very, very different scale nature. We are dealing with housing and larger scale projects for the first time for these guys. So we're introducing issues of housing. My particular approach, I think pedagogically, is to, in a lot of ways, forget that they're second year students and treat them more like upper division or graduate students, and really push them off into the deep end so that they can fully appreciate all of the different issues that they have to work with. I think in a lot of ways it's too much of a project, or let me phrase it this way. I think it is deliberately more project than they can than they can fully wrap their heads around for an entire issue. But it does introduce them to critically important issues at a number of different scales that they have to then start to figure out which resonate most with their individual sensibilities and how they're going to begin to tackle those, and recognize when they get stuck in the middle between them, etc. I'm going to share a screen to Google Earth to introduce it. So we're doing housing. This is our campus, and go visit it sometime once you get off Zoom again. This is the very, very strange phenomenon of West Campus and the exploding new urbanity that's happening in West Campus with many, many, I think, tragic and unfortunate examples of what's beginning to happen. It is, one would describe, I think, a ghetto for wealthy undergraduate students. A lot of these, Michael Benedict pointed out in the first session, a lot of these units are sold as condos, as investments by parents, so they can sell them at the end of 4 or 5 years and turn them over. And that's the main motivation for them, rather than a kind of human sense of identity. Significantly, this is Tri-Towers right in the middle here, which was a high density residential unit that was torn down to make room for another one of these higher density elements. So it's a very, very peculiar and daunting phenomenon that's happening in West Campus. So we spent a couple of weeks analyzing it. There's no common green space in any of this. Everyone theoretically is supposed to use Shoal Creek as their green space amenity. And so you see many, many joggers lined up in groups, single file, waiting to cross down here to get some sense of connection to nature. So we've asked the students to deal with the issue of housing. We've altered the program or specified that instead of the typical for these things, we've asked them to design for married student housing or family housing. So a graduate student, which might be coming to the university, might be married, might have children, might have a different lifestyle expectation, and would certainly have higher standards for expecting to live in a humane environment. So the challenge directly is to create a much more humane setting within which to begin to work. We have given them, I don't like that. We've given them, annotate, this swath of property to begin thinking about. So it's an area that resides up against a 6-story piece of the new density that happens in the West Campus. And on the one side, and on the other side, they have Shoal Creek and the green belt and the concept of this meandering linear nature that happens on the other. There's a grade change of about 30 to 40 feet that happens along 24th Street, which they're required to keep. 25th Street it does go through right now, but they don't necessarily need to leave it into their project. To calculate the density to provide, we basically took the length of the site, multiplied it by 4 stories, added 20% so that there was they couldn't just do it in a straight line, would be some kind of a kink, and came up with about I'm trying to call like 300,000 square feet of units, something in the order of like 300 units, including circulation, to be placed on this site. That being said, this is an awful lot to chew on. This is the kind of project that you'd expect to see done in a team over a full semester in an advanced design studio, maybe TechCom or something like that. Very, very interesting and rich issues to deal with. There's a lot of landscape and open space to begin to be factored in. Some students have not chosen to deal with this piece of property, and that's okay. But even if they don't, there's a lot of open space here to begin to deal with. So the question or the issue of landscape itself is a daunting piece of conceptual element to wrap into the project. Is my building separate than the open space that's next to it? Is it separate but distinct, or is it directly integrated to, or is it embedded? What's the nature of how I resolve the slope, and what's the nature of how I begin to program and occupy urban space? Easily a agenda that could occupy an entire semester by itself. The solving and resolution of the units have been addressed by looking at units themselves so that they have tackled the problem of how you lay out a unit to maximize and make sure that it has some kind of a humane sense of connection to the outdoors. The example that we looked at as a class as a whole to look at in some more detail were the VM houses and to some degree the mountain house by Bjarke Ingels, big architects in Copenhagen. Let me clear my annotations, sorry. And most closely, we studied these two projects, the V project and the M project. And what's notable about them is that the V house is single loaded, and it is built on a model that is essentially this. You have single loaded circulation on one level, you enter, and then you have a double height unit, which has exposure to both sides. And it either happens where you enter on the ground floor and go up, or you enter, or it's flipped and you enter on the ground floor and you go down. You can see that they put the two single loaded quarters back to back right here. And that's how that one is organized. The M house, interestingly, is a variation on Corb's Marseille block, which is one centralized quarter every 3 floors, where you enter and go up to a full density unit, or you enter and go down to a full density unit. And that centralized circulation is broken onto different levels as it staggers throughout the project. This is a very, very interesting model to look at in terms of understanding how the units would be assembled in terms of circulation and begin to modulate those. The mountain house over here, each unit has open space and a direct sense of spatial connection to outdoor space, as well as a garden for each individual unit, a concept which is manifest in its section. And then parking is somehow interspersed wherever it needs to, and circulation is relatively contorted to get throughout the entire building. So they're dealing with the layout of the units themselves in a way which is viable and humane. They're dealing with the organization of the units so that they can understand how you can get to them in a way which begins to be reasonable and sensible. They're looking at the massing of the building overall in terms of how it's expressed and developed. And they're looking at that massing in terms of how it is placed and in relationship to the development of the landscape. And they have a slope on top of that to deal with. So like I said, they're in the deep end, and there's a lot of work here. There's some sense of consideration that's expected on each level. And there's an understanding that they're not going to solve every single one of the problems. So that's what we've asked them to do. Sound fair? Okay. All right, good. Samantha will be our first presenter. Sam, is there anything that I left out of that introduction that you think that I should add, or do any of the reviewers have any questions and I should introduce the reviewers? Okay. And I should have introduced the reviewers in the first session too, but I didn't do that. So forget them, never mind. Okay, so we have from our faculty, Nicole Wiedemann, who's one of our longstanding faculty members who has taught this before. I have not taught this particular studio before, so for me it's a bit of an experiment, and I've deliberately set it up this way to see how it begins to go. The students are not expected to have everything resolved. They are expected to have a clear idea about how they're approaching the project and which things they're most invested in and which things they are not resolved. So Nicole probably knows more about all of this than I do. Pirjana, sadly, I will not introduce you with the word sadly. Pirjana has been our emerging faculty scholar for the past 2 years and will be leaving us after this term to go and teach at Cornell. And it's been a delight and wonderful experience to have you here, and we didn't get enough of you. So she will be back soon, somehow. Vincent Snyder, you probably know from some period in your past life or past experience in first or second year, and Vince is one of our accomplished practitioner, designer, architects, and Murray Legg is a good friend and fellow practitioner from the practicing world. Murray, you want me to add anything to that? No. Excellent, very good. Sam, would you like to take us away then, or add anything else to the introduction?
I think you set it up perfectly. I'm ready to go.
Okay, good.
All right, hi guys. Thank you so much for being here. I'll try to get through this as fast as I can because I have more slides than expected. But Creekside is a project proposal for family housing in Austin, specifically geared towards married students and students who have children. Our site acts as a threshold between the natural area of Austin and the urban area of Austin or West Campus. So it was important to incorporate density and green space into these residences. The project's density mainly lies up against the west edge of West Campus, while outdoor areas and parks are closest to Shoal Creek. Since connection to outdoors is extremely important in my project, the 3 residential buildings that I have feature extensive access to these overtly figural public and private terraces that run throughout the site. They mirror the landscape and feature a series of programmatic spaces like social seating and study areas. And additionally, with these large floor-to-ceiling windows, there's a sense of like transparency and expansion of space. So for my precedent, I looked at Bosco Verticale by Stefano Guerri. He incorporated a variety of large plants and trees into his units and provided that sense of like immediate nature into the residences. I also looked at Sauna's Connecticut farms, where they try to make the landscape kind of part, or the building part of the landscape, in this case a river, and they include these kind of orbs that are embedded in the bulbous parts of the form, and that's how they incorporate program, as well as this other building by Christian Rizal, where these terraced and stacked terraces provide different spatial experiences for the residents. So initially, I looked at these 2 typologies, a building form and a terrace on all sides. I applied setbacks and rotations to provide a sense of relief and hierarchy, and also to make sure that the vegetation on these terraces would receive adequate sunlight. And then by undulating them, I tried to promote accessibility and mobility. And the idea is that if you were to extend these floors and these terraces, it would be almost as if the buildings kind of pierce through them and they have a really unique and important relationship. So in my study models, I looked at how I could organize this density, specifically by a larger building on the left and 2 smaller buildings that created a courtyard and would be more specifically geared towards those with children. I looked at how I could terrace the site to mirror the natural slope of the landscape, and how I could use that to kind of create movement towards what would be the green spaces. So in my initial visualizations, I looked at how I could envision these glass facades as a way to like create a sense of transparency again in the project, and how I could use these terraces to lead the residents into other areas. So this is the massing for my project. You can see the way that the undulating terraces flow throughout the site and connect the different buildings. There's also 2 distinct areas, the ones for the buildings geared towards those with children and the other larger one. In this elevation, you can also see the way that some of these planters that are present in the terraces either project up or down, creating a bit of diversity in elevation and just making it a little bit more distinct and special. So for my site plan, I tried to approach it by dividing it by program. So there's a larger public green space that's between building A and building B, and then a children's park between building B and building C. And on that area of the site, we also have a daycare. And then on the right to 24th, I kept the courts and just added some other courts as well as an office building. So a typical residential floor plan would look like this. Building A would be more of a mix between 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units, and building B and building C would be more incorporating more 3-bedroom units for those who have larger families. This is a typical 1-bedroom unit where I tried to make it so that the entrance is in the same space or gives view to these terraces. So you have that sense of like immediate connection with the outdoors. I also made sure to include a window in the kitchen area so that residents could perhaps communicate to each other from the comfort of their own home. And it is 615 square feet. And then in my typical 2-bedroom unit, I include that same window in the kitchen, the entrance in that central space as well, giving view to the outdoor terraces, 2 bathrooms, and so on. And in my 3-bedroom unit, it is 840 square feet. I include 3 bedrooms, one of which can be converted to a perhaps other kind of office space if needed. The window at the kitchen, and then again, the entrance in the central communal space. For my floor plans, I looked at how I could create different spatial experiences. It gets more dense as we go down. So this top floor is more of a privatized area. It includes a pavilion that is accessible to the residents. The 4th floor is where you start to see a little bit more of these other amenities like a library. And ideally, these planters in between the units would be the separation between the individual terraces so that they could move them if they needed to collaborate or perhaps do stuff together. It would be easy to do that. My 3rd floor is unique. It runs the length of the site and connects all the floors. And it also provides a variety of different social spaces. And this one, we also see spaces catered towards those with kids. So it'd be like a playpen or a playroom. The 2nd floor is the most dense, just purely residential units and some like areas of relief down here. And then the 1st floor is just a commercial floor, which is accessible to the public as well. And those are just some programs and stuff that I included. This is a diagram that I made for my green space. I tried to make it so that it would offer, again, different experiences for the residents, including a community garden. Like they could walk through together, an open field for them to perhaps play sports, rest areas that support this kind of, you're not obligated to do something. You could just sit there and enjoy the views and what other people are doing. A canopy where you could set up your own space, and a social patio where residents could spend time together, perhaps ping pong tables or tables to play chess. So in my first section, I look at this connection between the units. So you can see the windows that give you to each other. We also see those unique moments like the pavilion at the top and the exceptional units, which are sometimes 2 floors, that create a bit of, again, diversity between the units, so they're not all the same. And then the 1st floor, which is, I included a supermarket, and again, this small courtyard, which is for children's park. In my 2nd section, I look at this same area in a different view. You see the 2 building B and building C. In the middle, we see this courtyard again, and in this one specifically, how the planters offer, again, a sense of diversity and elevation, and how they can make it a bit more personalized. So these are some renders that I did of the space. This is a green space where you can see these undulating walkways between the different areas, the garden and rest area, and you can also see above the residences that point towards Shoal Creek. This is a space, would be building C looking at building B, which is what you would see if you looked across, and features these planters that kind of grow out of these terraces and the pavilion on top. And then this is just a view from the residences looking out, which shows how the terraces are kind of, residents can consider them to be an extension of their own unit, not just an accessible space. It's a complete and immediate connection between the interior of the unit and the exterior part of the residences. And that is my project. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to hear your feedback and what you think.
I guess I'll start. Really, really nice presentation. I really appreciate the effort and the work, but also your words. I'm impressed to see how you're beginning to consider small details. You talked about the relationship of kitchen to kitchen across the hall, sort of a small social engagements, as well as larger ones that begin to move into the landscape. So I'm very, very impressed. Some of the things that come to mind as I look at the work is the terracing, and when we think about terracing, comes out of a landform approach. And so we use that type of connotation with contours, right? We sort of think about landscape as a solid that might be carved or shaped in that way. And so it's interesting to me that when you're working with the landform, you actually use very straight lines, and it's actually counter to what I would have expected given the way that you're beginning to shape things in plans. So it's just a thought. But I am intrigued with how the language of land and the language of building begin to move together within your project. And I think it's very exciting to begin to see rectilinear units and sort of the shaping of the landscape or the terracing of the spaces beyond. I think there's some moments in which the solidity of the land or the needs of the trees might come back and poche, let's call it poche. And I mean that in sort of an exciting way. Like in this view, I look at those trees that are suspended in the air, and I wonder what would it mean if at points I actually have thickness that is necessitated and moves through the building at other times. And if you go back a few images, actually go forward one. Yeah, right here, like I look at those trees on the terrace and I imagine, well, what would it mean to actually bring the ground up rather than suspend the trees themselves? So I'm thinking really about that carved and thickness and then the tectonic and how those things go together, I think is the real potential of your project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's super interesting to think about. I think the terraces were the thing that were hardest to approach, and not just having them be this like uniform thing that runs through the entire thing. So it's trying to see how these planters could offer a little bit of diversity, and that would be a really interesting way to see how I could implement that in a different way.
Yeah, Samantha, congratulations on the project. It's super nice, and the way you presented, the clarity of the drawings, I'm also very impressed, and I really like it. So congratulations on this. I have to agree that, and Nicole stole my comment, that approaching the width of your floor slabs with a little bit more of nuance will help you resolve some things that then the project is lacking, right? Like ideas of the balustrade or handrails, like especially since you're creating these planters. So thinking about them and how the probably the handrail can become the planter, and how things become a little bit more seamless, right? Actually optimizing the amount of mass that you can perhaps introduce by thickening up the slab, right? In that sort of poche space might be a very, very interesting way of approaching the architectural detailing and the tectonics of it, which I would say would add like a layer of definition to the project that would make it more finished, I would say. I'm also very fascinated about the clear distinction, or why it would be necessary to have such a clear distinction between what happens outside and what happens inside, since in a way like the project exists in a version of simulacra, right? Like we're almost kind of repeating what's outside into the inside, which I like, but then I also wonder how much of that happens outside starts to exist on the outside. What happens on the inside exists on the outside. So by this, I mean, like, if there could be a possibility of incorporating in that larger exterior, like also new typologies or other typologies of housing, especially for those that probably, might end up existing or living in this area for a longer period of time, right? So, like, is there a way in which there could be detached single family homes, right, that exist somewhere in the pockets of the park? And then by this, I mean that also taking into consideration the large amount of labor that might be generated in, maintaining this campgrounds, right? Or even, like a graduate student that, is with their family there, but that probably end up staying, right, because it's such a nice place to then be, right, or become mentors for the university. I don't know. It could be something interesting to also think about, right? Like, as a young faculty at the school, it was hard to find housing also for myself, right? So thinking about that, right, like how great it would be for visiting critics and professors to also exist on this campus, right? But then providing, like that kind of housing variation or variability to what you have produced. And then one final comment before I, leave it to someone else to give feedback, is that trying to bring some of the outside in. Like, I'm very curious about the role of those hallways that you're creating in creating those landscaped areas for play, or for so when I saw your library, I was like, oh, can it be bigger? Or in what ways can that program spill out of that little circle, and then also appropriate some of those hallways, so that things are not so defined, like, this is my limit, here's where you end and where I start. That things start to like almost contaminate one another. I would say that could be like a huge improvement to an already very accomplished project.
Thank you. Yeah, all of those comments are super helpful. Thank you so much.
I was going to wait for Murray to jump in, but since he didn't. Well, first of all, I want to say good afternoon to everybody, and it's nice to see my colleagues that I haven't seen for a while. Anyway, it's nice to spend time with you all today. Samantha, thanks so much for going first. I always, it's always on one hand a difficult position to sort of bring us into it, but you've done a very nice job. I would like to wonder if you could go back to some other drawings for me, which is like a site section drawing. And where exactly is your plan located? To the north of the tennis courts? Is that where you see it, or I'm just trying to figure out the.
This is to the north of the tennis courts.
Yeah. The thing is this. I used to live actually in that little. There's that little sort of hook that's right there by the tennis courts, which is not on your site, but it's like it's right. I mean, it's right on the outside of your site. There's a fraternity that's there, and there's a house that's there, and for a number of years I used to live there. Also a couple doors down is where oh gosh, I'm blanking former governor of Texas, Ann Richards, used to live. So anyway, it's a well-known neighborhood, and I think an important neighborhood, but the thing I'm most struck by is the fact, as John pointed out, that there's quite a bit of grade change through there. And so I agree with John in the sense that, yeah, not everything's resolved. I think everyone will agree with me that I'm working on a 1,900 square foot project right now. Actually, I'm working on a even smaller one than that, which is my own bathroom, and it's unresolved. So, I just don't want you to walk away with the fact that, oh, at some point you'll be able to resolve everything. It really is about sort of prioritizing what it is that you want to solve, and so I think you've done a number of things quite well. I think the drawings that you showed us are quite handsome, and the overall attitude is, I think, one that's quite pleasant. So, but I think that's not, on one hand, I'm very happy to see that, and it's clear that you put a lot of energy into the project. But let's go a little bit further if we can, as long as, it's always, you've got up to a certain point and let's maybe push it a little bit further. So one of the really beautiful things in the way that John set this up is, and I like the floor plans that you did of just the units, right? Because can we go to those?
Yes.
Okay, so, especially when you were looking at a couple of them. We'll get back to these here in a second, okay?
These?
Okay, the larger ones. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so there's a couple of things here. I want to back up. Can you give me a slice through the larger building that's, say, at a medium, at a mid-level rather?
Sorry, what are you asking for?
Well, like a level like these are, I don't know, 3 to 5 stories tall or something like that.
Yeah.
So like through level 2 or level 3,
okay.
something like
I
that.
see.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that one.
yeah,
Good.
any of those, that's good. So so the thing is that first of all, you know at this point that you have the ability to basically create an intriguingly sort of visual project. So that's not the issue, right? The issue is how are you in control of that? What kinds of things are you responding to? What are the things that you are looking at? And so one would obviously be that the relationship of one level relative to the next. So what is that experience? So for instance, the one thing that's missing in your drawings here would be, the terraces are up above, because those are making their own sort of areas underneath. In some cases, shaded areas. It depends on sort of what side of the building that they're on. Of course, the other thing is dealing with the sun itself. What sides are open, what sides are closed. In the plans, it appears as though that actually they're a bit that the modules seem a bit indifferent in terms of which direction that they're facing. And I would suggest that may, it may be okay. The form, the plan works okay, but does that change the place in terms of the size of openings, the direction of openings, those kinds of things. Also the outdoor spaces, right? So the thing is, because you've aggregated all this, and I understand the necessity of that, but you could take those other larger plans and include within that, I think what might be the different possibilities of the terraces above and the terraces below. The reason why that's important is that actually the precedent that you're using is really closer to something like Aqua Tower, other than the other precedents that were sort of looked at, right? And if I contrast that, say, with Frank Gehry's 8 Spruce Street in New York. I don't have the image for you, but what I can tell you is that it would be to look at the spatial differences. So the Aqua Tower does not really take advantage of the spatial conditions outside in terms of the relationship of the interior to the exterior. In other words, there's not an interior space that's affected by those curves. If you look at Gary's project, it is spatial with those are occupiable curves in a certain sense. And he actually does those with a number of like the modules look like they're all freeform, but they're actually made out of 5 separate modules that are put together in a different way. So anyway, I'm just saying you could maybe look at it at that larger scale and see, what's the more limited language that you would get and how you might, assemble those together. Last thing I'll talk about very quickly here is I like the notion of the handrails. And I would say the thing I'm most concerned about in consideration of that is that these housing units were specifically intended for children. They're a major part of it. And I think it could be a bit more responsive to that. And to that, of course, would be that I think the handrails are going to be something other than just glass. And I would look at that as being an opportunity rather than a difficulty, which is that, okay, how do I solve this so that it's safe for the children and still, maintains the sort of outdoor space that I'm looking for, and where might that take the project? But again, I think it's very smart in terms of that you can sort of make it in smaller pieces, see what you discover, and then sort of put them together like Legos. But very nice project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, all those ideas were super interesting for me to consider. I would have loved to explore them if I had more time. But yeah.
Hey, John, do we have time for more comments?
We do. We're okay. Yeah.
All right, good. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I too want to repeat Vince's comment that I would love to actually see y'all in person sometime. That would be nice. It's nice to see on the screen too, but it's not quite the same. To build on, I think that the comments basically. I'm on board with this weird expansive terrace blob shape, and I think that's. I think all the reviewers' comments. I completely agree with, and I think that's where the kind of intriguing project potential is. And again, with a project like this that spans scales, again, I just wanted to commend you for tackling them all and doing really well. And you can jump in at any scale and kind of discuss that. I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the terraces and and maybe expand a little bit on where Vince was going. I actually really like that the boxes inside, which are very rational and very, I think probably maybe stacked, wouldn't actually respond in a sense to the curve. In other words, that the curvy stuff on the outside and the boxes could maintain an autonomy. I like that autonomy, that the boxes don't need to flex and change, and the outside doesn't need to flex and change. But I think what Vince was going is that for me, the thing I find quite intriguing, I think actually this has a more sophisticated potential than the Aqua Tower. The Aqua Tower is kind of like an aesthetic gag, for whether you like it or not. It's kind of cool looking, but here, what I like about this, employing a deeper terrace in a lower building is really quite interesting. And you're beginning to scratch at the surface where you have trees growing out of the terrace. And to me, that's like the blob is the connection to nature. It's actually something I find quite intriguing. I love looking at drawings of architects' drawings of trees, and the squiggly blob is the plant. There's something captivating me about that. I kind of love it too when it's taken as a graphic idea and built in concrete. It's just kind of startling, right? That a squiggly blob is built in concrete. That aside, I think that if you began to kind of think about, again, Vince, I don't know if you have a chance to take a class with him in geometry, but constructing curves, there's so many ways to think about how a curve is constructed, to think about the way the sun tracks across a building, and that the way those curves control the light. And then you're beginning to get at it. It's like on the north side, they're shallower, on the south side, they're deeper. There's blobbiness, and you begin to shape the curves with geometric control. It's such a beautiful thing, such a wonderful thing in architecture, to shape curves, to control them. The computer generators, they kind of take the control away because it's doing it behind the scenes, but I think you could learn to draw those. I'd love to see drawings of those curves by hand, right? Just the fillets and it's such a beautiful thing. And then also the thing I kind of love about the blobby curve is that with these deep ones in the shallow building is how it, I love seeing trees in it, because I'm thinking about how those terraces connect to the quote natural public space. And that's something where there's a lot of potential too, is that I think there's something quite intriguing about the terrace being both a private outdoor space, but then connecting on a fluid plate to the public space. Kind of continuity of public tennis courts, park, the continuity between the park and playing volleyball and the private space architecturally is super interesting. And that's I want to see these curves get closer and tighter to the building where they're private, but then expand way out to the tennis court. And I think that's And the Aqua Tower is all about little individual terraces, right? Here, though, lower and longer, it's like you can reach out and engage the landscape. So again, I think this is what I love about the project is where, you know, there's just, it's such rich potential. I'd love to see you tackle that in your next project.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. Any closing comments? We'll want to move on. We're doing 4 people total in the middle session, so we're right about on schedule, I think, given the introduction.
Just a tiny little one though.
Yes.
You know, thinking about the role of the terraces, I wonder if we can start to introduce some vertical connections between them, right? Like besides just the core circulations, right? Like that will help you introduce other tree species if you wanted to, ones that might grow taller and therefore could penetrate some of the platforms or slabs, right? But also since you have like distinct programs in each floor that vary according to the amount of space that is available between, you know, units and the slabs themselves, if there could be the possibility of actually introducing some sort of connection, right? Like, you know, I wonder if, you know, only the people on the 3rd floor or that has access to the library, you know, if that library can start to also permeate vertically in a way.
All right. Great comment.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Sam. Wonderful, good. I think we will move to Simon next. Simon, are you good to go?
I'm good to go. That was really good, Sam. I'm glad that I waited till today to see it. Okay, well, hi y'all. I'm Simon. This is my spring 2021 design for final. It is titled The Split. So located at the intersection of North Lamar Boulevard and 24th Street, The Split is a multifamily housing complex that arises from the landscape to create a defined boundary between the expanding urban environment of campus to the east and the green pocket of Shoal Creek to the west. So one of the inspirations for my design was sourced from a geologic formation of limestone known as Split Rock, located upstream at Shoal Creek. And for over a century, it was an Austin landmark that was utilized as a swimming pool. For my main president's study, I focused.
Share screen.
Oh my God. That is embarrassing. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it worked as just a verbal segue. It was okay.
Jump right in. Okay, well, I'll start over, y'all. So this is Split.
That's good.
So here's where I was talking about the Split Rock. These are some historic images from the Austin Archives. No longer swimming hole. I do believe that this rock is actually gone due to erosion. Okay, so here is my president's study that I focused on. Y'all can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank God. So I focused on the VM house by big architects. The 3 major takeaways from this project for me was the modularity of the units, the responsiveness of the building form to its environment, and the cross circulation seen in the floor plans. So I began my design process on paper, making some initial sketches of how I wanted alternating units and also how I could do puzzle piece type. And then I also created a series of study models from the beginning to design the building form and interact with the landscape to, you know, pick what I was going to put in my green space. So here's my site plan. You can see my building on the north. This is facing up is east in this case. So my building form is there, and then you can see I've converted the large green space into a Frisbee golf course to replace the Shoal Creek disc golf course that was removed nearly a decade ago. This was kind of one of the most fun parts of this project for me. And the tennis courts have been replaced by a large pond, but that the disc golf course circulates around. So there's circulation throughout the entire site as you work your way from north to south. Here's just a look at how I dove into the landscaping here, where I have the whole lengths and the pars for everything. So this was my disc golf designer skill set. So for the evolution of my building form, I started by maximizing the City of Austin property lines and to the FAR building height. And then I began to carve away at the building to maximize unique views and angles. And then I decored it to create these interior courtyards. And eventually I split them apart and then started carving away at the 4 distinct masses to allow for optimal sunlight and to attain the more organic form as seen in split rock. So here is how I worked out my unit modularity. I created a 7-piece large block that features 6 various topologies, and here's the floor plan for said units. So I have 3 single height units and 3 double height units. So the single height, every unit is a 2-bedroom and features kitchen, bath, and a balcony. So I plugged that modular mass into my carved out way mass model to see how I can do the cross circulation, which was not resolved in this project. But as you can see, here's my floor plan cut from the 2nd level of units. So this would be like an average floor plan. This thing that's overarching in the center courtyard is like a sky bridge. So that allows for more character in the circulation, where you can go from all the means of egress. So I have elevators and stairs at the tallest points of the building, and these little sky bridges connect all those 2 buildings together. In the main courtyards, we have vegetation, but as well as these 3 blue pools, which are supposed to be spray grounds, as some call them, for children to play and not drown. They can run around in the water. And so the spaces that are unoccupied, like at the corners of these intersections, are public balconies for inhabitants to hang out on and socialize and get a view of the city. So here's my section. As you can see, not 100% resolved here, but I've placed parking on this lowest level. And then you can get a look at how the building, the modularity of the units, it alternates between floors by what's double height and what is not. It's kind of not totally worked out in this section, but I tried here. So, and then here are some renderings I have of the final. So the most interesting points, so which I would say would be these corners, where you have a stepping down towards the street, and here's an overall look at the project. So that's what I have. I would appreciate any feedback of how I could have, taken this to the next level. I know I didn't get quite as far as some of my peers, but this is what I could do with the time I had. Thank you.
So just to clarify, on the floor plans, you have single loaded circulation, but they're double height units typically that connect. So you have circulation every other floor or every 3rd floor?
It would be, so if you can kind of tell from this mass, so you would have circulation on the 1st floor, 2nd floor, and then you'd skip a floor, and then it would go up again.
Okay.
So.
I'll jump in. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just like, okay. I just start first because it's sort of, and I don't know if John was leading this or not, but when I saw the modular massing, I thought, oh, that should be the building. I mean, it's not that one, the sort of larger one. Yeah. That in terms of, it just seems as though it's I'm trying to figure out why it seems I guess what I like about this is that I see the process of erosion that's not only happening in plan but also in section. It just seems to be much more evident than what it is that you ended up with. What you ended up with for me is you always go through a process, but at the end of a first process, it's like, well, what's the reading that's being conveyed? Is this a place I want to live in? Is this a place for children? Is it, that kind of thing? And I guess maybe it has to do more with the sort of playful colors here, but also the sort of massing itself. Whereas what you rendered, I mean, it is, and I think you have to react to what it is that one's produced. And it has much more of it doesn't actually, to me, read as strongly as a housing unit as it does perhaps, like an office building or a series of parking garages or something like it. Just has much more of a kind of more of a business attitude to it as opposed to a sort of residential feeling. Yeah. I'm just saying, you're producing this stuff is to start, regardless of time constraints, is to say, well, wait a second, what might be more appropriate. And the other thing is that we're not looking for things to be conditioned. So I think or not conditioned, resolved. But really what it is that one is, learned and how you sort of push that back. So the other thing is that I would say is that, on several occasions, and you've heard this before, I know all of you have, where you say, and we're trying to condition you when you say, this is how I wanted it, or I wanted it. And of course, the standard question is, and why did you want it that way? So for me, one of the things that popped up quite simple that one could do very simply in the future is to, like you said, you were looking for optimal sunlight, just as that's a functional consideration. Well, then the thing would be, okay, well then, like, that's all really I have to do. I mean, given whatever kind of time, but that was something that you pointed out. So in terms of being efficient with your time, then I would be looking for those sections that you drew, but with the sun angles on them, what time of day, what time of year is the sun coming in and heating these spaces up? Do I need more overhang? Do I need less overhang? Where does that occur? And how would that change the building? So all of those are quite simple. Last thing I would say is that I would suggest that that for to look at a precedence for sky bridges, there's a with regard to housing units. In fact, low income, maybe not low income is the proper term, but subsidized. I don't know if you say subsidized. Anyway, affordable housing. I don't even know if it's affordable housing. Anyway, let's just say not high-end housing is to look at Kevin Daly, architect. He's got a couple projects that have won actual national, at least one of them won a national AIA award, and several have won LA awards. Very, very nicely done. And they also have the sort of bright coloring that you showed in the module that makes it a bit more festive. I think those would be good projects to look at.
Oh, thank you, Vincent.
Right, I can go. We're going in reverse order now, so right, Vince, more or less. You go first. I got the end again. Can you, Simon, flip to? Do you have like a bird's eye view or an overview that shows like the whole thing? I don't know if I remember. I saw that. Yeah, maybe. I guess. Yeah, this could work. Do you have like a 3D model view of like it, or just that one from below?
I just have that one from below.
Okay.
This is as high as I can get.
Okay, actually go back to that colorful one there. I think that can work. Sorry, yeah, okay, there, good. Also, can you all hear me? I've been I just switched to my ear. Okay, good, cool.
Good.
I guess one of the things I think that is, quite challenging with this project is the orientation of the site, which I'm not sure you talked about that, but it's linear and it runs north-south.
Right.
So one of the challenges is just in terms of just to talk a little bit about some of the kind of fundamentals is that I'm trying to understand, like, your project appears like two courtyard schemes, right? Like is it two courtyards? And one of the interesting things about the courtyard scheme, the way you've kind of like approached it, is that all sides are kind of equal, treated somewhat equally. I mean, I know you've got an eroded side on the river, but that they're all about a kind of like anchoring through a kind of interior experience, I guess. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is the relationship between that and kind of interiority of the courtyard scheme, right? Like that these are two kind of loosely formed courtyards versus a scheme that is more about a kind of linear move, right? Like,
Yeah.
are they, you know, and I guess I would just say like it feels kind of like caught between courtyard, which is about an interior experience, which kind of excludes the outer world, and a linear scheme, I guess, and sort of like, I'm not sure which way it wants to go. I'd imagine that the linear scheme would be maybe more appropriate. Like I do like this one piece here. I want to kind of erase these. I know it doesn't address your program at all. It's like the client just fired me because I cut the number of apartments in half. But there is something nice about like driving down Lamar and then you've got this flowing eroded bar. So I could see it going that way. The challenge with that is it's a bad orientation, right? Like this west face is just brutal.
Yeah.
Like that is the worst. Those west facing buildings, that is like hell on earth. I mean, architecturally, those giant west facing buildings that are up there that you see, I mean, oh my God, that is like an architectural violation. That should be in the code. Those architects should be fired for that. So the thing is, when I see this kind of linear flow, the interesting thing about the site, and I'm going to shut up in a second, is that, you know, you've got the flow of Shoal Creek, which is super interesting, and Lamar running north-south, and your project wants to kind of follow that, but it doesn't, like architecturally, you want a linear scheme, especially in Texas, you know, to run east-west, right?
Yeah.
These bars, these eroded bars, you want to do bar, bar, bar. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong color here. You can't see it. Bar, bar. The opposite way, right?
Yeah, I see.
Against the grain of the creek. And then you're dealing with the north and south exposure in a linear way. That would be my suggestion.
Mhm.
You got the right elements. Just take them, get rid of the courtyard, and then turn them.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that was one of my challenges because I set a restriction for myself to work within the property line, which does run north-south. Not doing that.
Yeah.
So,
It's awful. I mean, we get these sites, they're running north-south, right?
Yeah.
And you're forced to do a linear building east-west. It's like gonna blow your, I mean, this is gonna drive you crazy.
yeah.
In Texas, the sun is like up north. I mean, I'm Canadian. The sun's great. We turn towards the sun. It's not as big a deal. Facing west, so what? Great. You see the sunset? You can't do it here. Southern climate. The sun is like brutal.
It bakes the paint off the west face. Now, I think we talked about that at some point, but I think for you, Simon, the takeaway will be to go back and re-examine your process because you had a very specific thing and you started with the property lines and carved away from it, which obliged you to, there you go, which obliged you to have a courtyard kind of operation. But you know, at the end of the day, we do work. We look at it with fresh eyes and go like, okay, what works, what doesn't? How can I keep some things and not keep other things? I'm gonna start
That's
talking.
why you have a review, right? That's why you have a review. Someone flies in from the outside, it's like, boom, they state the obvious. It's like, but that's architectural education, you know, that's why you're here, why you're learning. So
Thank you. Very.
Nicole Piergiano?
I'm not going to say anything. I think the comments have been great, and I'm actually going to leave shortly since I got my review swapped. And I apologize, but hey, I'm going to see you guys at the portfolio reviews.
It's a portfolio preview. It's like even less than
portfolio preview.
Yes.
So I'm going to let Piergiana go.
Okay, see you then, Nicole. I believe I'm with you on portfolio review.
Great.
Cool.
So, hi, Simon. Do you mind going back to your plans?
Yes, floor plan?
Floor plans. Go here. Yeah, I mean, something that I did like about the project, it's like the idea of the pinching point, right? And how in such a, you know, almost uniform kind of idea about the single loaded corridor, the pinching point has been introduced has been used as a way of introducing variation in something that seems to be very, very linear, right? And I think like that is something that, you know, that I would like to rescue from all of the conversations that we've had, which is actually kind of fascinating to me. How do you break, you know, that linearity? How do you break the monotony of, you know, a very boring corridor, right? Which I think it could be like a very, very nice opportunity if it's calibrated as well with the sky bridge, right? Like, so that when we're in the sky bridge, we're not just arriving to the corridor, but probably to the expansion of that corridor into a sort of programmatic, pocket, right? So I'm curious to know, like, if in if you get rid of the courtyard, maybe this doesn't work, but if you keep the courtyard and you keep exploring that, like, I would love to see a better calibration between those two elements coming together, right? Because then the sky bridge becomes an extension of a corridor, or a way of creating pockets of program underneath it, right? So in a way as well, like, do they always have to have the same width, right? Can they just then also become like an extra ground floor that, it's a little bit more articulated, or a little bit more explicit or deliberate in the kind of connections that it wants to make, but also in the possibility of creating moments of rest, right? Which could be very interesting. But I would say that it has to be, let's say, kind of interwoven with what exists here in the pinching moments, right? And obviously in the way in which it arrives to the corridor itself. So something that I would encourage you to revise and to think about it is like, okay, you have A and you have B, and then you introduce C, but how does these things come together as a system, as a network that creates more possibilities for both experience, both for program, both for ways of living that might introduce variation to an otherwise very boring typology, might be very, very interesting. Okay.
Thank you, Virginia. That's great.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Good.
Well, I appreciate all the feedback. Thank you all.
Yeah, good. Go back to your colorful diagram again, which I think is in some ways really strangely very satisfying. I would pay some attention to this, because this and of course the challenge is to know which things to jettison and which things to doggedly hold on to, and that's part of you as you learn more and more. You got to figure out when to do which and which things to let go. There's something very satisfying about this, and I don't think they need to be vivid colors, but there's something very nice about the way that the mass of the building is both. We'll do it over here. Both pretty big, but also carved away and modified. So on the one hand it's large, on the other hand, there's a move on the gesture which actually starts to break it down. And I can start to read individual units inside here. So maybe they're done in colors, maybe they're done with like different materialities, maybe the fenestration starts to change a little bit, or maybe one of these gets to have a little deck that gets pushed into the inside of this. But there's something that's actually really nice about it being mostly uniform, but having this kind of nice sense of modification to it. So this is something I would pay some attention to, even if it sort of showed up by accident as a result of documenting these things. But again, there's a kind of a nice balance of multiple things right here. And then if
I like that.
and then somehow if you can figure out Murray's thing about taking the whole thing, breaking it up into pieces, rotating it 90 degrees so it goes completely the other way, and then I don't know, maybe you stitch it together with the sky bridges that weave all the way through, so that west is displayed.
I like that idea, actually, John. I'm glad you brought that up. I would love to see this. Let's just talk about like formal operation and play, like experimentation and play, because I would love to see this. What do you call that? Like cube form. Like imagine pulling out and pushing in these like extrusions, but they also get clipped with this. So you have this balance between an implied form through the clipping, but then you have this sort of modulation going on just as a formal exercise. I mean, architecture is often about two things, right? Like especially as a student, like it's so important to play with formal sets of organizations and learn how to play through all of the potential formal iterations within that system, right? And the system being, you've got the courtyard block, you've eroded it, and then you've eroded it again. But it's so important to train yourself to play through
many different iterations and versions so that you could kind of play out the formal potential of a set of kind of architectural moves. And I think that's what John's doing here. He's like, oh, let's look at this thing. Look at this colorful thing. We're like magpies, right? Like colors, whoa. And then, but can you start to kind of play with that patterning in a way? You have to train yourself as an architect to treat that almost as like a fun exercise on its own. Who cares if it relates to the sun or the program or anything? Just experimenting formally is so important to have that skill.
This is the moment where if we were meeting in person and you had a physical model on the table, and apparently I have a reputation for this, I don't know why, but I would just take the model and I would pick it up. And I never do it just to do it for its own sake, but just when something is like so close to really working and it's not, but it's stuck to this early idea, you just pick it up and rotate the parts 90 degrees and place them differently on the site. Also,
and I want to
just finish. I said another reason why physical models are so nice, because it's much easier to do that than it is to go and rewrite your code and change your model. Go ahead.
Well, it's much more efficient. I mean, it's a much more efficient use of time. But the other thing I want to add on to is that the point that both of y'all are making is important, and it's not a. Unfortunately, we've gotten to a place in many cases of which it's become an and or. So, I mean, in the sense that if you're doing something formal, it can't possibly have anything to do but with form. And that's exactly what we're saying. It's not happening. And to understand that aspect, that yes, everything is a synthesis, whether it is about energy or social or functional on many levels or formal, is that it's an interplay between all of those. And at different times you treat them separately. And then what you do is you treat them in combination. So you're not always treating them separately, and you're not always treating them together or trying to attempt to do it together. There's times in which like within any thought process in any discipline, one needs to bracket off certain information and solve a particular problem, and then feed it back through the loop of the other kinds of information. So it's a very important and necessary skill as an architect, in the sense that we produce three-dimensional forms in space, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Sorry.
Thank you. Very motivational. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys very much. Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
Thanks. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Good. Cool. Case, are you around? Oh, hi, Case. Wonderful. Okay.
Hi. Let me share screen. Hi, I'm Case. This is my project, Skyview Residence. So this project is a mixed-use, multi-family residential structure with commercial spaces at the bottom. This project sits on a site that plays on the boundary of natural landscapes that are at the edge of West Campus and the dense urban character. It's programmed for married students. So considering this program, my two overarching ideas that shaped the form of these buildings was community and connection to nature. Community, both of these overarching ideas were projected through its form, which is three major buildings that weave through one another, creating these spaces in between those connections that are large central courtyards that serve as semi-public and public spaces. These courtyards work as like communal spaces that are emphasized mainly through their centrality and foster social relationships, not only through residents to each other, but residents and other members of the neighborhood. Continuing on to how connection of nature is portrayed, I did this by extending the vegetation and the form of the building through how the vegetation is shaped on the site itself, and how large openings allow for a visual connection to Shoal Creek and Peace Park that's directly west of the site. Continuing my precedents that I focused on or helped me formulate my design were Pacific City Huntington Beach Apartments by Stanley Satowitz. I looked at this building to understand the interior design layout and how he organized the spaces and how there is a continuity between each unit that makes the whole interior seem a little blended. I also looked at City Life Apartments by Zaha Hadid Architects to understand how vegetation can be organized with relation to the building itself. And lastly, I looked at Outposts by Olsen Kundig Architects to just look at facade elements. This is my design process. At the beginning of the semester, while I was designing this, I made each space or each form into like separate buildings, and then continuing, I began to weave those together into my overall form, which is 3 serpentine buildings that lead through one another. These were initial visualizations so I could understand how to organize these communal spaces and how I could organize vegetation to, again, emphasize connection to nature and community. This is my actual site plan of how I organize the vegetation and outdoor amenities. I use extension lines from the building itself to organize these vegetations. And continuing, these are some floor diagrams to show how the interior spaces are organized. So this is a ground floor where it's mostly commercial with a few residential amenities like a gym or study rooms. Continuing, this second floor turns into residential. These diagrams are just going to showcase how the 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom units are organized throughout the entire form. This is the third floor. These spaces are these unit layouts stay pretty similar throughout as you move vertically up the building. When we get to the 5th floor, some units have to be taken out because of differing vertical heights in each serpentine building. 7th floor is mainly rooftop access, and it plays with the vegetation connection to nature. This floor plan I showcased to show how vertical circulation is organized throughout the building and how openings are organized on the commercial level. 3rd floor, again, showing the same ideas, but in a residential floor. Here it's a zoomed in of the 3rd floor to show how the interior spaces of each unit are organized, similar to Pacific Huntington Beach. I pushed the bathroom and kitchen spaces towards the interior and made the main living spaces organized towards the exterior so they get more of the openings of the large windows. These are unit typologies. This is a 1 bedroom, a 2 bedroom, and a 3 bedroom. Continuing, these are some section drawings that I took through the site. These are mostly going through the courtyard to show how the connection between the form and the public spaces like the courtyards. This is just a larger version of section A. And these are overall massings that show different perspectives of the building and context to its neighborhood. Continuing these renderings, I added materials to see a more realistic version of it. I didn't add the bushes to the large building that's supposed to have them. And then this is a rendering showing the courtyard entrance, the large courtyard entrance. And this is a rendering of one of the courtyards, an interior view of one of the courtyards. Thank you.
I believe Pierre Gian is going to go next.
All right. Guys, do you mind going back to your plans?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe this one's here. Yeah. So I'm just curious. And you had like such a like cleared and defined, let's say, formal strategy since the beginning. You know, you wanted to make like this buildings intertwine between one and the other. And I'm curious, you know, like why to stop at the building scale, right? And not something that could also operate at the level or at the scale of the landscape, right? Like I could imagine like probably, you know, having the buildings that start at the ground and little by little start to emerge and combine themselves with those roofs, right? Like there seems to be like a sort of a, how to say this, like an intentionality to do that, but that is quite not there. And I wonder if it's just, you know, like a matter of practice of also understanding the modeling and the shaping of the landscape to contribute to some idea of emergence from the ground, and then the ground also becoming something that intertwines with the rest of the buildings, right? So as a strategy that it's not just for volumes, but also for surfaces, or for the treatment of pavers, or for the treatment of, you know, the walkways, right? So something that scales up, right? So I wonder if in the very initial formal strategy, so if you go back a little bit more, maybe one of your initial, yeah, no, go back a little bit more. Yeah, here, right? Yeah, on this ones, right? Like the white and the light gray are the buildings. And then there are other shades of gray, right? That I would love to see also becoming part of the way in which you formally organize the entire site, right? That somehow, you know, the volumes are not just the things that intertwine or interlock with one another, yeah, but that also probably, you know, the landscape itself. So I wonder if, you know, by introducing topographic changes, right, like then things can start to come here at different levels, right? And then, you know, and probably similarly some voids that start to happen on the ground, right, as a way of introducing more variation, but also a very interesting way of dealing with the idea of landscape and architecture becoming one and the same, right? So I would encourage that to think about, you know, your initial formal moves, something that is not just volumetric, but also that is a strategy that can be scaled up or down at multiple scales, right? So also probably taking that step forward in terms of the program, right? Like how can you start also intertwining the housing units themselves, right? So we saw in the previous project how some of the units started to be developed at different multiple levels, right? In what ways can we also start to see this happening in the project, in your project, but probably not just vertically, but horizontally, right? So that, you know, across the hallway, we can start seeing units intertwined with another. You know what I mean? So in that way, we can also start incorporating variation in the housing types that are not just single 2 bedrooms, or, you know, one single family and a single individual, but probably even a multi-generational kind of housing proposal, right? In which probably, you know, I live here, but then, I don't know, there is a person next to me that is not part of my direct family, but probably someone that sometimes takes care of my kids, right? So that, again, like the scalability of the strategy appears at multiple levels, but also with different intentionalities, right? Formally, from the landscape, and then even programmatically.
Very nice. I just want to reinforce something looking at your process real quick, because early on, a lot of these studies were very fragmented. It's like a collection of fragments that didn't really connect to each other, either spatially or in terms of being elements. But when they started to intertwine with each other, there was a real richness that began to emerge in the project. So Hirjana's comments, I think, are reinforcing that, not just as a formal experiment, which yields a lot of success in your project, but also something which starts to happen in terms of the site. It might do its own kind of thing that interweaves with the project, and spatially at a lower level, and maybe also programmatically as well. So I would start to look at whatever happened in your process and really, write it down or remember it, or try and look for some way for the both and to begin to successfully inform the different parts through this interesting collision and interweaving.
Yeah, I'd like to build upon Virginia's comments. And there's a few drawings I'd like to look at. So the first thing I'd like to say is cases that this is really, I like where you are with the project. I like, you've got a really nice sensibility, and your drawings are done pretty well. I also just like the fact that I don't know if this is overt or intended, or if it's just what happened, but for instance, that your walkways, a great many designers would make the sidewalks be, like spaghetti like, but you kept them faceted like the buildings themselves, so that I know there's an intuitive understanding, at least, that somehow you want to relate the landscape to your projects. But Gian is quite right in the sense that there needs to be a stronger connection, and it's not a 2D, and it's more than 3D, but it is about what those spaces are. Anyway, if we could go back to, well, if you could just sort of go through your plans really quickly, and then I want to point something out. Okay, so there's different parts in that, the things that I could ask you what things are popping out, but we don't have time. So, but here it should be clear that the solid black areas are the ones that really sort of pop and they come forward, regardless of, whatever the intention is. But anyway, keep going. Okay. You see all right, stop. So you see the almost kind of animated quality that occurred with the black, particularly where those, so you have these black spaces which are triangular in nature. And so there's a kind of an aggressive aspect to them. They're almost like the black end on a pencil. In fact, one of your images, the one we started with, had a little arrow that was a big black arrow. But anyway, so here you have it where these black arrows, actually, in this case, they're touching right in that one particular moment. All right. Okay, so if you could go to the 3D of that particular moment, and by the way, that's an exception. That doesn't happen anywhere else, right? Okay. Let's go to some 3D. Just keep going, please. Getting close. Oh, right. Well, is it there? Do you have the upper right one? Do you have that one at a larger scale? I thought I saw it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, right there. Okay, so there's an example. So you started off fairly early on saying that you're dealing with the ideas of community and connection to nature. You had that highlighted, and there's a couple things I want to talk about really quickly. Is that one is that first of all, just to be clear, what are ideas? I mean, I smack my foot, or stub my toe. That's an idea. My toe hurts. So then the question is, how do we get from that to concept, and how do we get from concept then to nature? I'm sorry, not nature, to knowledge. And so we basically want to test things. But one of the ways in testing is that if you have of a primary concern, I wouldn't necessarily, well, they are an idea, but we want them to be more than ideas. The community and connection to nature, right? Is that you take everything that you produce and push that off relative to one another. So what I like about this image, what it's showing me, is that you have this this sort of continuity, a kind of medium that flows across the site that is able to absorb the different kinds of connections at the same time, still be readable and identifiable. then at that particular point, like you're eroding, that exterior volume to therefore make that an exceptional quality. And of course, we've talked about that in first semester about what exception is and how that starts to dominate. I actually think that if I look at that, even though that's just simply a walkway, when you look at your plans, you will see that your larger areas that you're producing, which have the ability to be, say, community-like, are actually places like where the elevators are. So people will bump into one another. But I think it would be actually more powerful if you did spaces like this, and those become, community areas for community activities, for community gathering in larger, in larger spots. At this point, they're at these sort of particular nodes, right? You could have several of those. Now, of course, the thing is, you would also have to design them in terms of what goes into them, but you're sort of setting that up. So in this case, you're just showing that as a singular moment, but you could use that as an idea that's repeated throughout, where you sort of eroded and then the part that's revealed underneath is saying that that's the community aspect to it. But therefore, the things you're talking about are actually documented or represented in the design itself. And of course, what you're doing there as a design formally in terms of removing area and then showing another sort of object within that, that is something that you could do. There's no reason why you couldn't do a similar sort of thing with regard to the landscape. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hello. Quick question, John.
Yes.
I keep seeing Joyce's. Is Joyce here? No. What's is that?
Yeah, I saw her name. I saw her name pop up too.
I think she's just has it turned on or something. I don't know.
She's not on the jury. She's
all right. I just wanted to ask. Okay. I'm not going crazy. I think
so that's a separate issue.
That's a separate issue. I want to go back to like one of your kind of, I guess, in the conceptual statement. I kind of love architecture school and seeing how projects develop and change, and this whole conversation about, what was intended versus a kind of approach to design where you're just working and working and working, and then you're kind of like, I guess, call it post-rationalizing, which we actually do a lot in our office, where we work on things kind of quote unquote intuitively, or maybe we have an idea we start with, but then what the actual idea is something that is occurs to us like, oh my God, it's like the opposite of what I started out to do. I'm just kind of curious. I just find it's quite interesting to see that in projects. There are just a number of like really intriguing things that you're doing. And I think they actually do root back to your one of your conceptual statements, which is this, I don't know how to call it, tension exactly between the urban grid and the natural edge. This is something one sees in architecture again and again and again. I mean, it's something we're interested in. I mentioned this before about like, nature being drawn as a squiggly line and the buildings as a straight line, and super intriguing. I think what you're doing though, you're actually getting at it in some super interesting ways, and things that I find, I just love it, formal moves that you're doing. And I'm just going to point them out kind of randomly and see if they connect together. Can you go to your section drawing? Section. Keep going. Yeah, there, stop. Okay, this is super interesting to me. That, and you could also see it in plan a little bit, like that the building, the linear building on against the city is kind of like, I don't know how to call it, normal. It's like rooted in the ground. It addresses a street edge. You're not trying to make a spatial continuity through to the creek side, right? Creek's down here. Mm-hmm. But then you see a bar on the opposite side that's not. It's got this eroded thing going on. It's undercut. It's actually not rooted on the ground at all. It's hanging from the roof. To me, that's just like a stunning kind of interesting move that when I was listening to what Vince was saying and looking at your overall 3D view, the roof is this continuous ground plane. And then I started thinking about this dialogue between this building rooted on the ground, which is actually like quite respectful to the street and the scale. But then as you pass through, you're passing through to the other side, to these eroded pieces. And yes, I like this notion of weaving and the looseness along the edge, but I actually think whether you've done it intuitively or intentionally, there's something much more interesting going on, is that you've created a new ground plane, right, up here for this side, and then the buildings are hanging upside down. That when you walk under that, you're actually like looking up at the roof of the building. And what it does is so cool, is it lets this whole ground plane be free for the to me, that's like a moment of invention, I think. And whether it's there or not, you might be hearing this and be going, he's just daydreaming as a critic. But this is what I mean about experimenting as a student in architecture, is that you sometimes stumble across things. I don't know if they're intentional or not. It doesn't matter. The building starts to have a life of its own, and you have to learn. And that's why we're here as critics, to support you. You're in a supportive environment to identify those things you've done so you can build on them in the future. Whether they're intuitive or not, you might be like, forget it. I never want to do an upside down building in my life. That's a ridiculous idea. Or it's like a cool invention. I think it's a cool invention. I think it's like really, really interesting. It's like this weird connective tissue. Like you take the ground and you put it on the roof and you put the buildings on it, and then you free the ground plane to be this looser thing. The one thing I would like to say though is that I think you need to work a little bit more on your somehow the drawings, like there's a spirit and an energy to your work that's not coming. I guess that's being kind of stilted by the I don't know, the coldness of the drawings. Like I'd like to see more trees, and they're a little looser, more playful. I don't know if it's hand drawing or work on renderings. Like go to your 3D view again quickly. Like keep going, or well, not the three. Yeah, there, stop. Like this drawing, I think there's like a lot of invention there. I love this bridging across the road. I mean, come on. Right. And this is a building hanging upside down, which I'd like to see more of. I would just like to see more, I guess, like of the joy and the freedom and experimentation that you're doing in the forms show through in the quality of the drawings. The quality of the drawings expresses a kind of emotional feeling, believe it or not, is super powerful. And a lot of people will not see through it. They'll see a really cold drawing and they won't hear what you're saying at all. And it's so important to convey emotion. Like John Blood, I mean, look at his drawings. He's conveying emotion in everything he does. And it's so important. In architecture school, you need to kind of find that. It's very important to be able to express yourself, the kind of tone and quality of the drawing. More trees, I don't know, figure out how to do it. Find drawings you love and copy them.
Maria, I just want to add really quickly, because I don't know if this is going to sound like I'm agreeing with you or disagreeing with you. But in essence, I'm agreeing with you, but I want to be clear. In the sense that, yeah, there's certain things that you'll get now and certain things that you'll get later, without a doubt, in terms of what we're saying, I think. It may not, but anyway, can you go back to those sections again really quickly? So I agree completely with the statement that the last drawings we looked at with the green sort of killed everything. On the other hand, I can look at these drawings and I was just thinking to myself, how really wonderful the elevations are, and that someone would say, well, wait a second, that's not rendered or anything. And so the question is, there's a certain point of like, I mean, it's a question of like what the rendering means, because as you make steps towards rendering, it actually can kill it. And at a certain point, you can sort of like bring it back. But, I mean, the thing is, like, these are really nicely done elevations that I don't need, with regard to these sections, I don't need anything else to them to understand, sort of what its attitude is and where it's headed. And as you as a designer, that's the thing you have to ask yourself, is that, do I see those things in it? But I guess I want to just say that I don't want you to misunderstand what Murray is saying, because I think a lot of students think that, that something has to be rendered to a high degree in terms of something that quote unquote approaches real, that is valued. It's not valued as an architect in terms of understanding your own work. Is that you have to find your own way into your own work, and it's not through someone else's eyes. whether it's the critic or the software. Anyway, if that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't.
No, it makes sense.
Good, good. I'm just gonna either build on or clarify or do something with that statement and move on. Great job, Case. Yes. Watch out for it. Remember, I mean, I hope you don't mind. I'm sorry, I shared some of your stuff with the rest of the class with our public desk grid on Monday. I hope that's okay with you. But you have a very good model that looks very good. Go to your Arctic view, just the one where I said please include these. I would have done those in whole screen, not four on a screen actually. So they tell an awful lot just the way they are. And I know in your mind they're not finished, but there's an enormous amount of information that's very useful for us. It's just we're just looking at the massing and the ground plane. It doesn't have vegetation, some other stuff, but those are very useful. And in some ways for us as an architect, easier to look at than something that's been put through Enscape and quote rendered. So in some ways it doesn't move forward when you do that. It actually moves backwards and gets too specific for us to start to imagine how it begins to look. So watch out for that. That's something that's you're so close to it's hard to see that. So really important lesson. The other thing is go to your floor plans, typical floor plan. The whole thing, keep going. Okay, yep. This one's good. Don't show these as black. Yeah, I know the cut makes it unprogrammed, but you have to like not make the eye go there. And then absolutely include the dashed line, because those, it reinforces your original diagram so we can see it. B, there's an enormous consequence when you're on the site to what's happening above. There's a whole space that's defined by these things. Okay, so this is just the point there is like start to get your graphic language to correspond with what you're doing spatially and conceptually. Because
what I was also saying,
yep,
John, and what I was also saying though is that, and you're quite correct in that I wouldn't do those black, but in the fact that you did them black, it's sort of like a mistake. But as you go through those plans quickly, that spot that you in the center that you did the red lines for, it becomes a kind of animation. If you click through those plans real quick, right, you'll sort of see an animation occur. And so therefore that then draws your attention to, again, a possibility that you wouldn't have otherwise seen.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead and cycle through the next couple of images. It's kind of nice, and there's a way that we can begin to do that.
Yeah, right there, you see the.
Cool.
This, can I just
right
add one thing
Bingo.
I wanted to mention? Go back to the ground
We have
floor.
one more to do, so yes.
One thing, that's all. I'll keep my mouth shut. 15 seconds. I really love these. I love that, and this is something I noticed when you're again scrolling through it. The scheme's very linear, but then when you look at the figures on the ground, the star shapes, like there's something, I'm not sure why yet. It would take me a while to kind of unwrap that, but there's something really beautiful about the star shape emerging out of the linear scheme as a figure on the ground.
Yeah.
But also the figures that emerge in between, though. They're super nice.
Yeah.
Also the figures that emerge from
Yeah.
within.
Yeah. There's a lot here for sure. Yeah.
Well, it's there's languages that I mean, they're starting to set up a family of shapes as opposed to everything being different. There's a different language that's being, that's being consistent over the others. So that's just giving it a real kind of richness.
Yeah, you're successfully getting the both and to begin to work here at a number of different levels.
That's right.
Very, very nice stuff. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Christian, how you doing? Good. Are you good?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Good. You up for going?
Yes.
Okie doke.
Open it up here. Just one moment.
John, how many more do we have?
One. Yeah, so we'll go to about 12:30, 12:35, something like that. And then we'll be done.
It's 2.
Sorry, 2,
right.
Whatever.
2:30?
2021. It's a 2:35 is probably when we'll wrap up or thereabouts. Okay.
Great. Are you able to see the presentation?
What's that?
Are you able to see the presentation? Wonderful.
Okay, yes, we're good.
Great. So I just want to open up and thanks to all the viewers for taking the time. I really appreciate all the feedback that I'm soon to get, as well as all the feedback that my peers have gotten. I think it's all been a really good help and beneficial to each of us. So I simply named this presentation Corner of 24th on Lamar. It's a real focal point, I think, intersection of the larger West Campus neighborhood. And I just subtitled it An Exploration of West Campus. I truly think that's what this project was. And hopefully can explain that further today. So as my design statement, it's located on the corner of 24th and North Lamar Boulevard. The multifamily student project aims at becoming to connect the urban fabric to the natural, and is characterized by connected courtyards and outdoor landscapes. Excuse me. The project is designed to foster a close-knit community ideal for families and draws inspiration from housing projects as the VM House. And the building form is intended to reflect the contours of the natural landscape as well as serve as a contrast to the neighboring West Campus. So first, I want to begin by the investigation of West Campus. This was done predominantly through the first half of the semester. Me, along with some of my fellow classmates who are here today, worked on some of these drawings and kind of descriptions here of like what West Campus and our envision. This was a transcript I did along with my partner, Zoe, where we just kind of created these Noli maps, these kind of like figure ground representations of the larger plots and building footprints that encompass West Campus, as well as there's just a traffic kind of population concentration map towards the bottom there, just to kind of show the kind of connectedness and also the just the amount of, like, I guess, people who inhabit this area. So just wanted to kind of preface the kind of context around the neighborhood, and then to the right is just the overlay, the neighborhood overlay of the height districts. And there's a snapshot of when we took a massing model and extruded all the building footprints to kind of match the absolute kind of max tolerance of West Campus, to kind of just help paint this picture of what you know, this vast urban kind of fabric to the east of us of our site plan and what it was steadily becoming towards. So that's just some contextualization. For precedents, I used as well as like my peers, the VM House project, which I think was really interesting because it was a very unique in terms of approaching housing, and as well as kind of the in this diagram here showed like kind of the formal strategies behind it and how they kind of arrived at these kind of, I guess, kinks and you know, alterations with the overall form, as well as this Embracing the Fog, which was a project competition in the San Francisco Bay Area, which was based on student housing as well, and also had some really interesting site limitations, as it was kind of a similar triangular site as that we've been discussing, and just kind of I think was good to kind of reference and hopefully inform my overall design. So here's the urban context, just to kind of paint the footprint here. I have a site view of where it would fits in regards to the West Campus neighborhood, again, intersecting with the 24th Street and Lamar Boulevard. And I wanted just to showcase kind of how I wanted to approach the overall form of the buildings. I wanted them to be somewhat of an antithesis to the larger West campuses, especially as directly to the east of it, there's these huge kind of monolithic blocks. And I wanted to kind of approach this quote unquote courtyard space that these, you know, large developments try to sell people on or explain, and kind of turn it on its head and hopefully create something that I would enjoy and that a family with children or just anyone really living in the complex would enjoy, with these kind of forms that kind of surround and kind of change in dimension and shape through the overall site. So here's the more close-up view of the overall site condition. I have what I call like 3 main courtyards that kind of are in these interstitial spaces between these 5 main, I guess, wings of the project. So A, B, and C courtyard, a central staircase that kind of takes you from the lowest elevation point of the site upwards into this kind of central main terraced area. And then finally, just kind of really just like vegetation, outdoor lawn that surrounds the overall like boundaries of the site, just to hopefully, again, really reinforce this area in connection to landscape and this kind of idea that we're really trying to make a green type of project within the West Campus neighborhood that it certainly lacks. Here just have some overall kind of like floor plans and how I intended to lay out the units and how they would be stacked. I opted for single loaded corridors to optimize light and just optimize like views to the landscape. And I think just try to be as efficient with it as possible. when kind of making and divvying up these intended floor space. Here's just a brief little circulation diagram highlighted by the red arrows to kind of show my intentionality with the form and kind of the way you would move down the corridors. Next, we have a proposed unit floor plan. This was just one that I could see typical to kind of follow this, excuse me, a typical floor plan that would go throughout the project. I think would be, excuse me, I imposed them to be a minimum of like 650 square feet. I think that would be optimal for efficiency within the building, but also for like growing families. As you can see, I tried to put like a child's bedroom up into the left corner there, as well as like a kind of a master bedroom, which would be for obviously the parents or anyone that kind of has a small children, and as well as like a full kitchen and a dining area to just really help mitigate the needs and the issues that kind of arise when you have, you know, more than one mouth to feed and there's children and things like that. I think that it's important to kind of have everything utilized within the space, the unit itself, rather than trying to create maybe something that was super efficient where literally would just be bedrooms and maybe just like a small nook and maybe like a study space or something like that. Here's just a brief kind of section view of massing to kind of just show the overall slope and kind of topography of the site condition. It grades from about 35 to 40 feet all the way down to reach the street level over the course of the site. So I believe it was a real challenge, and I'm interested to hear the feedback and kind of what is suggested to kind of help solve these overall like landscaping issues in these like site conditions. But this was just to show. Finally, to conclude, I have some massing perspectives, and while like I neglected to be able to fully explore, I think, the overall skin and envelope of the building and showcase like the fenestrations, I wanted to include these to showcase just the overall profile in regard to like scale and ratio to the West Campus neighborhood and how it would be intended to look outwards onto the Shoal Creek area. This again was just to kind of show my intentionality, as well as kind of the scaling where each one of these complexes are 5 levels, 5 stories with 10-foot ceilings, and to just again showcase the overall intentions and formal structure behind my design. So with that, I'll conclude, and I'm really eager to hear back feedback and get some direction into where I want to take this project further. So thank you very much.
Okay, you're a little underdeveloped in some of the work, obviously. And
Sure.
I appreciate your presentation was actually very good, given the fact that you're a little bit either I don't know, you're a little bit behind, but I'm not exactly sure why, but I know that your project has changed many times. Like there's about 20 other versions of this that weren't part of the presentation and might have been good to include. So one thing that I'm curious about as your instructor that's been following you along is if this is, why that is and what exactly is going on here, and if it's the struggle between interior and exterior, or the other thing is you're so incredibly articulate. I mean, you're a very smart person. I just, sometimes you could be too smart for your own good.
Sure.
Because it's like having because the form on the right, just go to your site plan. The form on the right for a long time were 2 forms that interlocked each other with a collision that happened in the middle, which at some level was unresolvable, because if you have units on the inside, they don't have an exposure to the view.
Certainly.
So that's the last time I remember having a really kind of in-depth conversation about your project at that point, and then it's turned into other things. So it's just for my benefits, maybe the jurors' benefit. Tell us a little bit about the journey and what you're going on in this very challenging conflict of different elements that we might ask you to do.
Right, absolutely. So to the left, on the kind of northernmost part of the site was initially this fully almost enclosed. I think we use that term donut quite a lot. And I think what I found is that I felt that it enclosed the space too much, and I wanted to have some sort of pass through. So also the kind of nature of the lines, they were all like very arbitrary to the overall site. So I wanted to make something that seemed to be more specific, site specific. So that's why I believe that it did change and kind of maybe elongated and kind of tapered in some areas, or maybe even squished to kind of fit this condition as we kind of have this overall triangular form. And then on the right side with this kind of connected, again, it was more of the same to kind of connect to pass through, but I was hoping to emulate some form of gesture that these two follow one another, and that you could see a connection of this kind of interlockingness between the pieces, almost as if, like, if you were to take each of these 5 wings and kind of merge them together, you could see some kind of formal strategy with this kind of jaggedness and kind of these orthogonal lines, but still enough to create something that was kind of overall holistic, I guess, and that they would, be representative of one another. So that was the real formal strategy in kind of developing these, and what I felt fit the site the best. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe the only way, or maybe a way I can be helpful, is that because I mean that things are very diagrammatic, so we can only really respond to what it is that you've presented at whatever stage. And so to help you with that, I think maybe you just is to start getting in the habit of looking at what you produced, and just start by doing some simple kind of sorting, which would be, like what's consistent and what's inconsistent. I mean, for example, here you said, like, you talked about there being 3 courtyards, and I'm trying to figure out what the 3 courtyards are, because I could see as many as 5 courtyards here,
Okay.
Like what defines a courtyard in that sense? Let me just go. So the other thing is that if I look, the one thing there's, as you start to have 2 things, then you're starting to make a family that's starting to begin. So when I look over by courtyard A on the left, you've got a trapezoidal stair, central staircase, trapezoidal stair, right? Because the site's coming down. So then courtyard C would be, one would naturally expect trapezoidal square. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's sort of like that there's a character that's along that edge. And so then when you break that rule, the question is, does that is it moving in a particular direction, or why are you sort of letting off the brakes? Something else you could look at is, the sort of singular, and I know you have functional reasons, but that's not really what I'm saying. I'm talking about the relationships between the parts. So you have a sort of spaghetti walkway that's in a couple of those courtyards, and again, the other one's not. You've got 3 objects here that are sort of almost L-shaped, and then you have an S-shaped one, right? Again, it's a number of these exceptions that you're putting up that are really sort of struggling against one another, and to see, do they want to be something else? And so when you look at your 3D massing models, it looks as almost, another possibility would be, well, this could be seen as one big snake, not unlike, well, the last project was much more complicated than that, but it sort of started that way. And then you start to break the snake up into, to be able to access the different areas. But what changes that reading is that across your central staircase, that central hardscape plaza that's there, that those 2 ends of the L's don't line up with another. So that reading is broken there as well. I'm just saying that I would just start to react to what it is that you're doing and see, what is it starting to do? What's it not doing? I'm just going to do one more thing and then I'm done. Go back to your to a large plan, please, like one of the rooms. Well, here, even if we look at this one, let's just go back here. So here you see where you've got a condition where, for example, right where the large stair is, off to the right, in plan, you've got a triangle. That's the only place in the entire plan that you have a triangle, for example, right? So that might say, okay, well, when I'm dealing with all the other corners, they're dealing with, basically, they're dealing with a polygram that is, of 4 sides, trapezoidal or diagonals or whatever, right? But sort of like what's happening at those knuckle conditions. All right, keep going. Just go to a large plan, and I'll point out one more thing. Again, just sort of simple. Yeah, large, like the large room, you know, or a unit study. There we go. Okay. So just little things like, okay, like when I walk into this room, you know, I'm confronted with the edge of a wall that is not even, I mean, it's not exactly centered on the door. It just misses that other wall. And I have to think about, I have to think about like, what is it that I'm seeing when I walk in there? And, you know, either I open that up or I close it off. I'm just saying, just you can very simply go through your drawings and then just say, you know, what things are being consistent, what things are being inconsistent, and either, you know, bring things together or pull them further apart. But, you know, it's reading almost, you know, you just, I think you want to be careful that you don't, I realize that we take ideas and we sort of suspend them, but you want to make sure that it doesn't read as indifference. I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying is to just go ahead and try stuff out. I think that was along the lines of what Murray was talking about before. You just, you know, we don't put stuff together in our heads and then just write it down. You know, it really is in the production that we react to everything. And so I would just say to try those simple steps.
Wonderful. Well, great. Thank you.
Maybe to add to that, I think it would be helpful. I'm not that familiar with those big projects. I mean, I think that was interesting to see those two. What is it? A V and a W?
The V and the M house. Like
V and M.
Yeah.
And I think that you can draw some lessons from that, from these kind of simplified diagrams, and that. I mean, I don't have to study it a little longer to see if they actually work or not. Sometimes with big, it's like the diagrams are like, oh, that's cool, and I really understand it. When you actually look at the building, it's like, it doesn't really work that way. But one thing I'll say is that about it is that, you know, there's a really simple set of moves that are clearly understandable that anyone can look at. Like, I didn't have to go back to this diagram. I just remembered it in my head, you know, that, you know, you take the bar and you do one kink in it. And then I guess that's what these dashed lines are about. It's like being able to view out, right? So that you're not trapped in a rectilinear matrix. You're letting the break in the bar lets you look out. And then you can do quote unquote dumb single loaded corridor bars to create space and to create the kind of energy and identity of the project. So there's a simple set of moves that you could diagram. I would challenge you to take this as a quote unquote precedent. I mean, it seems like you took the single loaded corridor as the precedent, but not this, the important part, not the, what's the title of the project again? The V and the M. I just love the branding too, right? It's like the diagram is the branding. What would the brand name be for your project? I mean, if you want to use the big precedent, like what would you call that? Right. The 3 L's and the S, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like I would take it and I would apply the same logic, and then you're going to be forced to do what Vince is saying. It's like, then you're going to have to simplify down to a set of moves that are comprehensible, that do something. That would be my recommendation.
Great, thank you.
Christian, do you mind going back to some of the plans where we see that the single loaded corridor like kind of changes, right? So if there's something I can say and help you push forward, I mean, I find this interesting, right? Like it creates a sort of localized decision making that can, if done well, right, it can be very beneficial, not just for the creation of facades, but also in the way in which units in different positions start to, you know, talk to each other, or start to have a dialogue between one and the other, right? Because indeed you do have very distinctive courtyards, right? Which will demand also the creation of very distinct facades, right? In terms of how we might perceive our neighbors, how our neighbors might perceive us, right? So thinking about that single corridor might be a way of start to introduce that, right? Like here we're hiding so that we can open up towards the neighbors from within, right? Whereas we're here rejecting the sort of more collective playground, right? Or courtyard, whatever, if that is the adequate name for it, right? So I would say, like, you know, thinking about the role of this in the overall scheme, right? Not just as a way of circulation for this units or for this particular building, but also how they play a role in the overarching set of connections with the other buildings in front or behind or next to them, right? Also, like a set of considerations that had to do with the overarching massing. Like, I think Murray was doing like some sort of, you know, drawings or doodles on top of this. But I was thinking, like, oh, what if, you know, if we were to continue with these lines, right? Would that mean like a void over here so that this unit over here can have a sort of view over there? Like, what if this one would also were to continue and therefore this becomes a void? And then we start to break that mass, right? To create other set of relationships that are between units, between buildings that are, you know, formal, but also, you know, in terms of view and in terms of how do we build communities, right? Which is just a matter of visibility. So I would say like that could be like an interesting way to, you know, keep investigating the project. I have to say that I really like the massing models. Like I loved some of those. If you can go there real quick. Yeah, here, probably this one, because it seems like sometimes the project is emerging from the landscape, right? So I think like Vince mentioned the fact that, oh, if this happens here, why doesn't it happen there, right? Like it creates like a sort of, you know, directionality to the project, but also to the units from within that might be so interesting, right? So, and this is something that probably we're talking with Kay's project, which is in what ways can the landscape be integrated to the masses of the building itself? And I think you're kind of hinting to that, but I wish it would be more deliberate and even more exacerbated, right? Like that probably when this happens here, we're indeed penetrating the building somehow, right? As a way of producing an opening, a sort of threshold that it's there by default, but it's not calibrated to create, let's say, an experiential relationship with the landscape.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Yeah, Christian, it's diagrammatic and a little bit unfinished, but I want to try and figure out exactly why that was. So if there's because there's such a conflict between everything, we'll have a meeting tomorrow and trying to unpack a little bit with what's going on there. I do want to just back up just to reinforce one thing. Go to your floor plan to what Murray was saying. I don't remember what Murray said. I just remember he said something good. What was it, Murray? I can't remember
what the name of the project is.
What's that? Not the name of the project. It was not the name, not the clever name of the project. No, it had to do with doing a lot of different versions, and then I don't know if you said it, but like for me, it's like detaching myself back from it and coming back and looking at it with fresh eyes. Right. Like, what have I got here if I just saw it from scratch that works and what doesn't work? And for me, if I've noticed, I work intuitively in design. I've noticed there's a very high degree of partitioning that happens within myself. Like I turn parts of my brain off when I do other things, and then I come back and put it on. And you know, it's like to hear you present, you're so articulate and smart. I know it's not because you're not smart and intelligent enough, you definitely are, but it might be something where like everything is firing at the same time. And so I was gonna say that this stair looks exactly wrong to me because you have the massing and then you have the landscape. And I would say the landscape should do something independent from the massing and it should collide with itself. That's what I was gonna say until I look at your massing model. Please go to your massing model. And I start to see that, you know what? That's actually a really nice moment in your project right there. And so maybe I was wrong with that my knee-jerk response. And this would be something where I'd have to look at all the work and say, okay, which things are interesting and what's going on here? Which can I assign a dominance to and which can I assign a detached operation to? And which can I assign a secondary thing to? So we'll do a debriefing, and you'll probably want to do a little bit more work on the project, but just start to see what in the process, because this is an extraordinary thing where I've asked you guys to do way too much, and to start to see how that balance of interior and exterior and small scale and large scale start to work with each other to really help refine and develop and mature what your design process looks like. Okay, so
I just want to add on that though, John, that's really, I mean, you've been emphasizing that you've been asking too much. I just want to say though, it's really, really important as a designer to be able to prioritize. I mean, there's never enough time. There's always, I mean, you can, you know, infinity goes inward as well as outward. I mean, you know, you can look at things at a microscope or at a telescope. So, you know, I think, you know, I just think that that one should emphasize the nature of priority as opposed to, you know, an overwhelming amount of information, because I believe that's always the case when we're dealing with design, and one should get comfortable with that. And the only way you get comfortable with that is trying to figure out what the priorities are. And because if you're treating everything with the equal amount of attention, then you will, first of all, not only get overwhelmed, but you'll never have a good design that way.
Yep, good. Sometimes that's why I build tiny models of the whole thing sometimes. It forces me to prioritize one thing over another. So adjusting the tool set, you know, might be one particular direction to address this with the important thing Vince said. Jurors, thank you so much for our wonderful middle afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Great to see everybody. Enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one.
Don't be a stranger, Gianna. I hope to see you around somewhere in the future.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
Good.
me too. Thank you, John.
Great.
Have fun.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Good.
Bye-bye.
Right. We'll see you guys back at 3 o'clock. Good. Thank you, Murray. Thanks, Vince.
Thank you. Good to see you, Murray.
Hey, Deb, how you doing? Good to see you. Great. All right. All right. Cheers. Thanks. And where is it? There we go. Adam Miller, how are you? Don't know if you're there. You there?
I'm here. Hello.
Good to see you. Glad to have you on the afternoon review, which I think we're gonna start at 3 o'clock, right? Which I don't think it's not 3 yet. Okay.
It's not 3. We have 20 minutes. It's good to see you, John.
Yeah.
I'm eating some ice cream.
Oh, can you share? I mean, it's like, yeah. It's I'm gonna go grab a bite for a minute. I'll do a quick, 5-10 minute walkthrough of everything at 3 o'clock. It should be self-explanatory. We have 3 projects, so we have a very generous amount of time to look at them. So,
lovely.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see who else is going to be here. We got Joyce Rosner and then Michael Fargans. Okay, that'll be good. Fine. Okay, so I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yep. See you in a bit.
Awesome. Cheers.
Hello.
Ah, hey, Joyce.
Hi. Hi, John. Hi, Adam.
Hi. How are you?
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Joyce.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Hey, Michael, how are you? Good to see you.
John.
Glad you're here. Wonderful. Yeah, got it.
Hi, I'm Adam.
Yeah.
Would you like to be introduced? Because I forgot to introduce any of the jurors for the first session, and it didn't seem to grind to a halt, but I could certainly do that. It's good to see you guys.
You don't need to introduce me. They all know me.
There we go. Good.
Yeah, it's optional. Totally optional. It doesn't matter to me.
It's the end of the day. These kind of day-long things make me kind of stupid. Like there's some guys and they'll talk about stuff. I'll try and do a better job than that. Michael, where are you these days? Are you Page, right? Am I correct? Where are you?
Oh,
yeah. What are you doing these days?
No longer working for anyone. So I'm on my own. About a year and a half.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Different kind of stress.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha. Yeah. Tell me about it. Yeah. All right. Good.
Wait, why am I here twice? John, I'm going to sign off.
You've been here all day, Joyce.
I have?
You've been strangely quiet. Yes.
I haven't been on. My
People have commented. They've been waiting the jurors have been waiting for you to comment, actually.
Oh, I haven't been on. I don't know why that is. I'm going to leave and then come back on.
That sounds good. I was doing Zoom once and my battery died. And when I came back, everyone was me. It was very strange. It was like a.
Okay, well, I'm going to go.
Okay, disappear and come back in some form or another. Zoom live stream, don't need that. Maybe that.
Okay, no, I'm still on. Oh, well. We'll just
do the
let's
good cop, bad cop thing and just switch personalities and review everything twice.
Yeah, there you go. I don't even know how to turn that one on.
In some way or the other. Do I have an option to remove you?
Oh, yeah, see if you can remove me.
Once removed, Joyce will not be able to return.
Is that what it says?
That's what it says, yeah.
Oh.
That terrifies me. We'll just ignore the other Joyce.
Yeah, just ignore the other one.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, so are we about ready to get going? Are we good? We have 3 people this afternoon, so it's not too rushed. My sessions are 4 in the morning and 3 this afternoon. Okay, so I will do this for the 3rd time, which is to talk through the entire project in a succinct and direct and efficient manner as possible. This is a second semester studio. So pretty early on in the process. I had Michael Benedict for the first session in the morning, and Michael and Larry Dahl were my second year instructors when I was 17 or 18 years old or something. And Michael said, yeah, we had you design a spoon or something. It was like a different scale of project or something. So which I think was probably right. He's equally difficult in some ways. And so we've asked him to do a lot of work. Maybe it's too much, maybe it's not too much, maybe it's exactly the right amount. Vince raised the very good point in the second session that you never have enough time, no matter the scale. You can be doing it, 400 square feet or a spoon, and there's always more work to do and different scales to consider. That being said, though, it's a pretty, I kind of threw them off the deep end here and asked them to work on a complex housing project. Housing, as I understand it, my first time to do second semester, is the agenda of the project with more density, a kind of multiplicity of units involved as in the agenda. I'll share a screen with Google Earth. This is Google Earth of the campus and West Campus. So we did a few weeks at the beginning looking at or studying and analyzing or semi-analyzing the phenomenon of West Campus, which in my opinion is a pretty horrible thing in terms of the kind of explosion of the density that's happening here. There's no collective amenity for anything in the neighborhood. The propensity of projects which are like this, which is about every combination of bad things that that hopefully none of you guys designed this thing, I hope, but you know, it's a combination of everything unfortunate that can happen in a project, and which Michael Benedict, I think, quite wisely pointed out, are commodified. A lot of these are condos that are bought by parents and held for 4 or 5 years until their children graduate, and then they're sold. And that's driving a lot of the existence of them and the high density of what these projects look like. So part of the analysis is understanding why they're the way they are, what they're trying, you know, what they're trying to do, what's going on with them, and what many of the pitfalls are in the project. That being said, we've given them the program. You know, the other thing you could say is it's a ghetto for wealthy undergraduate students and their parents. I think one could say that. We've changed the program a little bit. So we instead of that, we're saying that they'll be providing housing for married students or students with families. So typically a graduate student or a research fellow of some sort that might be moving to Austin. Housing, of course, is tremendously difficult to locate for young faculty and for young graduate students and all students, but also with families. So they may have a different sensibility in terms of what their needs are and what the quality of their life might begin to be like in terms of a living space. It's another way to kind of turn up the expectation of the kind of housing and provision that we are providing for people in the world. I'm gonna mess that up. The site, we gave them a large swath of space to deal with. So over on the west side of campus is, I did it again, didn't I? Wow, that's crazy. Is a swath of property that includes the tennis courts in this location, 24th Street, going down to Lamar Boulevard. So it could be seen or understood as the termination of the West Mall, of the West Campus neighborhood, linking with the perceived sense of nature that happens with Shoal Creek as a linear connector that happens through the city. All of this stuff can be seen as being viable to get rid of, including the 30,000 square foot office building right here. It's if we go back up here, that is Tri-Towers, which is a high density 1970s structure, which has now been destroyed to be replaced with something even more high density. So it tells you something about the nature of the commodification in marketplace that's here. So it's a lot of land to deal with. And the proposition is, in exchange for removing all of these properties here, they're going to provide something in the order of 350,000 square feet of units, something in the order of 300 units or so. So it's a high density of units. And if the students don't get to resolving all 300 units, that's okay. They're meant to be dealing with the issue of densification, high density living. Has an eye towards humanization or making human the quality of what those look like, and incorporating in the nature to some regard. The green space, the landscaping of which would be seen as something that could serve as an attribute for the neighborhood as a whole. About 30 to 40 feet grade change that happens from the east side of the site to the west. And some people didn't get to this area, and that's okay. Some people started to deal with this. So there's a large scale, get rid of this. There's large scale issues of what the massing of the building is, what its formal expression is, what the nature of the site is in terms of space. Is space a dominant or a space a residual? Are you directly connected with what nature looks like? How do you begin to sculpt and create a sense of open space with 30 degrees of slope over this much space, which is, you know, a lot for any of us to chew on. So that's an interesting piece of challenge that they're having to work with. They're also having to work with what are the units like. So how do you lay out the interior of a unit, which might be a 1, 2, or 3 bedroom unit in a way that begins to be viable, right? Do bedrooms and living rooms have a connection to the outdoors? How do you circulate and connect to them? Is it a single loaded corridor or a double loaded corridor, or some sort of complex hybrid like Corbusier's Marseille block? Or a couple of projects that we looked at in precedents and actually studied in some detail, the VM housing, pardon me for zooming in, there we go. The VM housing by Bjarke Ingels and the Big Group, which are On the one hand, they're very kind of simple in terms of their diagram. This is a V, that's an M. It maximizes the connection of views to the outside, so they begin to be more humane, which works very well. The circulation on the interior of these things is actually worth studying. It's pretty interesting. The V house is single loaded. You can see the quarters right here, and they are set up in such a way that you have circulation on one end, and then you enter a double height unit. So you have connection all the way through on both sides of this unit right here. And then that model is flipped upside down. That's why you see the two circulation corridors next to each other. So it looks like this. The M house, so you have circulation on every other floor for the V house. The M house, as a precedent, takes its model from the Marseille block, so that you have circulation every third floor. In this case, you enter the ground floor of a two-story unit and have connection on both sides. On this side, you enter the top of a two-story unit that has view on both sides. But the problem with the Marseille block, of course, is that you have this horrible corridor that goes down the entire length, and they have gotten away from that by having one circulation every third floor, which then staggers as it steps down the length of the building. So you have at the knuckle a social space that connects vertically between the different floors. And no two units are pretty much the same. So it's a high degree of modification based on a singular module, but worthy examples to begin to look at. And of course, Mountain House over here, which has the section as the dominant organizing system, so that you have a unit on the inside which opens spatially to its own private garden that repeats all the way up, and then somehow underneath, parking having to snake its way through the inside to start to work its way out. So some real valuable examples by looking at very, very closely in terms of how to take and understand single loaded corridor and double loaded corridor, and how to understand an organizational process which might begin to be more complicated than that. This building also addresses what I call the horrible balcony problem. There's the horrible window problem. So a lot of these just stick very, very bad, cheap windows flush with the outside of the project. Holes cut in the middle of the box on the inside, very, very bad planning. And some have balconies sort of tokenly stuck on the outside as an afterthought. And the V house has this sort of very kind of aggressive and pointy balcony as a example solution of how to address that. You make a feature out of it. A couple of others I won't go into any detail, but looking at Tatiana Bilbao's project, which begins to have a much thicker wall out of which balconies might begin to be carved as an amenity, so that the massing reads as uniform without the balcony being an added element onto it per se. So deannotate, stop sharing. So the students have asked, we've asked them to deal with this and start to juggle the challenges of exterior forces working on the project, large scale forces in the project, interior forces, as well as the interior units, as well as the circulation of how things might begin to work to get around is space a dominant element or is figure a dominant element in the project. And there have been a wide range of solutions that happen throughout the project that everyone has come up with. Being early on in the process and having so much to work out, it's not expected that they will have a high level of resolution for all parts of the project. They are, however, required to have or expected to have a very clear sense of intentionality about what they're trying to do and how that starts to correspond with the different levels of issues that they're asked to deal with. And if they struggle with things that aren't working, they may address that by just sharing the journey and concerns that they've been working with on their individual projects. So hopefully that gives you a quick and comprehensive overview of what we've been doing. Do you have any questions about that? No? Okay. I saved sending you a brief because my brain fills up reading those things when I get them, but hopefully that will work okay. So Alyssa, we have asked you to start the first of the three projects we'll look at for the afternoon session. If you are present and able to share with us, that'd be great. Hi, Alyssa, are you there? Alyssa. Alyssa, Zoe, and Lucy, are you guys in the? Hi, Zoe, how you doing? Lucy, how you doing?
Hello. I'm here.
Good, good. Hey, what happened to Alyssa?
I don't know.
I'll text her real quick.
Okay, send her text, that's fine. And projects on Box, if you wish to cycle through them on your own. Oh, sorry, yes, I should. Sorry, guys. These are our jurors. So we have Adam Miller, who is one of our faculty members. I believe you're the gender and equity hire. Is that correct? Although I don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm the outgoing race and gender in the built environment fellow. We just hired a new person who will be coming in the fall. It should be exciting.
I don't know. What are you going to do next? Do you know?
Great question. Still working on it.
Okay. Well, it's I'm hesitant to attach a label to anybody. You've been a fantastic, very good critic, juror, and studio instructor here at the university. So we will be missing you quite a lot. And Joyce, who you guys should know from the past, and is again a very wonderful instructor. Glad to have here. And Michael Hargens, who's a graduate of the school, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
No, I did not go to UT. I'm a Parsons graduate.
Oh, goodness gracious. But I've seen you around so much. You've been teaching here then?
Yes. Taught numerous times, yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so that's why I have a very strong connection with you at the place. And you have worked with Zaha and Burton Baldridge. We had Bedrosian for the first review this morning.
Yeah, I saw his name on the list.
Yes. And now that you're practicing on your own, what's the name of your firm?
Agenda Architecture.
Wonderful. Very good. I hope you didn't design the building I just pointed out. So I'm
no, nothing technically finished yet. So
okay, very good. Well, very glad to have you guys here. Zoe, you did text Alyssa.
Yeah, I don't have a response yet, but I did text her.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Zoe, were you able to be bumped up to the kickoff position here for the first part of the afternoon?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Whenever you're ready to get set up and go, I'll hand it over to you.
Can I share screen?
You should be able to. I don't see it yet.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Good.
All right. Well, thank you guys for being here and taking time out of your schedules to listen to us, second years. All right. So my project for this semester is named Canyon Residences. And as explained earlier, is apartments for graduate students with families and perhaps married as well. So the design statement is that my project is integrated between Peace Park and the West Campus neighborhood. And the structure itself acts as a threshold between the density of the West Campus neighborhood and the nature on the other side. So it's also covered with a continuous meandering green roof, which kind of helps with that transition between the natural landscape on one side and then the urban environment on the other. The building itself is designed to mimic the appearance of striated limestone, which you can often see in the Austin area, especially in those carved out on roadways where it's carved out, you see those striated marks. So it's kind of meant to recall this sort of geologic phenomenon. And it's otherwise it's a space to gather the community and bring people to this edge of the neighborhood, which is otherwise pretty void of life. So at the beginning of the semester, we looked at demographics and amenities and what really was here on West Campus. And what we found missing is there's not much food or groceries in the area. This is everything here is within like a 5-minute walk, but it's usually smaller markets. There's no real grocery store anywhere nearby. Something else we found out is there's no daycare or preschool. There is a school located right here, but it's an elementary school. I think it goes 2nd grade to 8th grade. So there's no daycare. And if we're designing for graduate students, it's usually going to be younger families with smaller kids. So we did decide that a daycare would be needed on site. Some precedents I looked at when designing this building are these right here. So you have the Valley Project by MVRDV. You have Yuhua Women's College. I forgot who it's by. And then you have this design concept by UN Studio. So I was really looking more of like how to incorporate greenery on top of the building and having as much green spaces available, which is something else that we found missing in West Campus. There's no green spaces. So my proposal, the building proposal is parallel to Longview Street. And the rest of the site I kept as green spaces. So you get kind of like this valley of green, kind of like all the way along Lamar right here. And I proposed a sort of like a pedestrian roundabout that goes over the pretty busy intersection. So that way, like if you're coming from West Campus and you want to go to the park, you don't have to wait at the light. You don't have to interact with heavy traffic if you just want to go there. So in plan, I have the ground floor, which is, sorry, my words are escaping me. So the ground floor has this valley cutout right here, or a canyon. And there's this section cut out, and it is accessible from the street as well as from the staircase that opens up to the green spaces over here. Oops, wrong way. And above this, you start getting units and residences as you go higher up. So this is just an overview of this, showing that so the ground floor is occupied with commercial spaces. So this canyon-like area right here is lined with commercial spaces as well as a grocery store and what could be a public university library for graduate students as well. On the first floor right here, you get a daycare, which we talked about earlier, which is accessible from the roadway and opens up into the green space. And then the rest is all residential. And here's like a circulation diagram, which shows how the ground floor is a very open floor plan. So there's no like set hallway. And then here you get a more traditional double corridor right here, and then single corridor right here to access the units. And talking about units, I have two different types. I have a bit like we were talking in VM House. We have the Pro 4 units are for larger residences, so they're averaging out around 900 square feet. And you have a central hallway on the second floor, which connects all of them. And then the green resident units are all smaller 500 square feet units for single bedrooms. And here is kind of this diagram inspired from the M house, where you have those larger units with the central hallway connection. So for example, in the C unit, you get to go, you come in the second floor and then you can go up. The B unit, you go up and down, and then the blue unit, you can go down into the unit. And then right here is that smaller 400, 500 square foot units sample layout. Yeah. So here we have elevations, both west and east. So the west elevation is facing Peace Park. So you get to see all of that green landscape coming in, and then you have a more traditional look on the east elevation facing the other complexes. That way you don't have too much of a difference between the two, with more of those like block windows. And then in a section, you can see how you have the units right here, and then it cuts through into the canyon right here. And then you have the library, which itself slopes into the landscape and then into an auditorium zone. And then you have a roadway right here with the pedestrian bridge up on top. And that's just a closer view of that space with the units on one side and then the library on the other. So here's a drawing of the proposed landscaping of the area. So here you have a building with like a meandering walkway. So you have either a larger path to walk on, or you have more of a meandering one that goes throughout, and you have vegetation and all that on top of there. And then you have places that can be occupied differently throughout. So you have this water feature right here that goes along the site. And then from one end, you have, this is more for younger kids with play areas in here. And then as you move forward, you have more traditional gardens right here that you can use. And then an amphitheater and tennis courts that are currently placed in the site I decided to reincorporate into the design. And these were just some quick concept ideas of what the area might look like with the water feature right here, all that. And then I have a few Arctic renders just to show what the model looks like. So here you have the view from looking at the west elevation. Then going around here, this would be the grocery store with an access to the road right here and parking under it. And you can see how the roof is accessible on both sides. And then this is a render of the back. And then here we have some renders of what the canyon area might look like. So you come in and you have these lined commercial areas with residences up on top. This is a different view of the same space with the library behind the glazed wall. And then a render of what the roof might look like. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah, that was a very clear presentation. That was clearer than a lot of presentations I've seen today, or at higher level studios. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting. You all were asked to look at some projects by Bjarke Engels. Did you happen to look at any of the other projects? One of which has a ski slope on top of the building.
Yes, I have. I have a very tall. I think I know.
Yeah, the power station. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like that is more like closer as a precedent than some of the other precedents you showed, because it's really about making the roof like an inhabitable experience, a landscape experience. Did you have a chance to look at Frank Gehry's Facebook headquarters proposal?
I don't know if I have.
That one is also a project about inhabiting the roof as a landscape. I just put a link in the chat.
Just click on it. Or...
Yeah, it's and also there's like a carving out in the middle. So it's basically like a big, in plan, it's kind of like a rectangle that you can circulate around, and then it's carved out in the middle as well, sort of in this way. I think the gesture of carving it out is really I really like that you it's not just about being on top, it's about being like circulating around and really making use of all of the different aspects of this building, but also integrating it with the larger city circulation. And I really like the pedestrian roundabout bridge. I feel like it's a great idea. I just wish it was more continuous with the building proposal itself, like just a continuation of this building. Like it feels like
like coming off the roof or something. Like
yeah, just like formally connected, so we think of it as one thing. Where the path on top of the roof just bleeds right onto that pedestrian landscape, and we read it as like another part of the building instead of this separate infrastructural project. I think that would be really interesting. And maybe Michael, did you say you worked at Zaha?
Yeah, I did.
Maybe you could comment on integrating landscape into building and making it one fun shape.
Yeah, I think that that blurring and the sort of fluidity of like landscape and building is certainly something that we were always playing around with, even when they were very much object buildings. I think that the part that was probably lacking on some of the work that I had a chance to work on while I was there is this incorporation of green space. It's something where I feel like a lot of Zaha's work was tied to the landscape, but sort of steered clear of the actual greenery and all of that. And so it's actually the thing that I think is most interesting about this proposal is I feel like it's the antithesis of like housing density, especially on West Campus. Like for some reason, like I feel like this is a park that happens to have housing in it versus a housing project with a park in it. So I really commend you for sort of taking over the whole site. I think that's one of the biggest critiques that we have, especially in student work, but even in professional work, is how often we're looking at a building that sits on a landscape and then there's something else going on around it versus really being tied together. And so, you know, I think Adam's comments about the pedestrian bridge were spot on. But I will say that I just think I keep looking over at my other screen, which has got your site plan on it, how well, like you've really thought about every square inch of the site, which I think is really great. If there was a criticism I would have actually would be like, I love the canyon idea, but I think that what's a little strange about this is that this is such a great parkscape and such a, like, it feels like a sort of an area where I can see a lot of the public wanting to go. So people from campus and such, and there's a lot of runners along Lamar that I think would utilize this, but the housing is sort of almost private and facing towards West Campus versus facing out over this park. So I know like the single units seem to be facing this direction, but I felt like in some ways I would feel a little like maybe like I would want to be a part of that all the time if I had the opportunity to live in a place like this. But to me, that's a pretty small critique for an overall like really solid strategy, really advanced.
Yeah, I would agree, Zoe. I commend you on the scope of your work on this project, and everything that Adam and Michael have said, I agree completely. One thing I think that was a super smart decision on your part, this is an intersection that I used to drive every day to and from school, so I know it well, and pushing your housing away from Lamar and getting it back from that edge right there and letting that just be more green space, I think was a really smart idea. I also think, you know, because anything that housing there, any glass is going to be west facing, and it's a pretty brutal west facing zone right there. You know, getting planting, using the park and the planting to help give you some protection from that, I think will really, you know, would make a difference. It would make those units desirable rather than, I used to, if you know the Caswell condos or apartments, they're along there somewhere. And I just know driving by there, I would always feel sorry for those people in the ones that were, you know, all this west facing glass. So I think you've made a lot of practical decisions that are also really smart design decisions. Like they work very well in terms of the overall design, but they're also very practical in terms of that specific site. And, you know, same thing, I agree with Adam's comment about the roundabout, but I love the idea of that. walking that intersection is awful. And the idea that you're making it, user-friendly, part of the overall concept, I think is a really, really smart move. I think, obviously time is always an issue. And I know, you took on a lot, but if there were more time, it would be fun to see kind of where you get with the units, with the elevations, what elevations there are. I mean, right now they're pretty schematic, but I think I have confidence, Zoe, that you would, do a really good job taking that on and seeing how that all develops. Because also I had questions about that east facing side. Like, oh, I don't want to, I would want to face east for the light, but I wouldn't want to face east for the view. So kind of figuring out how you handle those faces. But again, I think that's just the fact that you accomplished as much as you did in this amount of time, I think is really fantastic. I want to see you build a model of this. So.
Yeah.
She's a really good model builder, I will say that.
That's great. One day we can make models again.
Mm-hmm.
I also am drawn to these elevations. And I feel like there's another thing going on here that maybe you could explore a little bit more or play up. And it's like the appearance of the building itself in elevation it seems like it's trying to look like the image of a mountain. And it's something that you can be playful with in terms of, how far do you want to push that, like this idea of this surface of the elevation. Do you want it to read really like a section or like it currently reads? Or do you want it to be playful about like if it has imagery of like landscaped elements like on the facade itself? Or like, does it want to present itself more like a building? Does it want to reveal itself as a building in section or in these elevations, or does it want to still be playful about, is it building, is it landscape in elevation as well? Because in plan it's definitely hiding itself as a building, and it's sort of, but a lot of the way we experience buildings is sort of on foot. Usually like the elevation is more like an embodied experience of how we see a building. Mm-hmm. And so do you also want to play with the building sort of concealing and revealing itself in elevation? And that might just be how you treat the facade, like thinking of the facade as a surface for drawing upon or projecting images on or something.
Well, that's a very good point. It was raised earlier about the challenge of this also being a west-facing site, and that might so something like a perforated screen or something which might mitigate the direct sunlight into it, but which might open up to the north, which would provide view. But at the same time, could present an opportunity for imagery in terms of different size perforations, or direct projection onto the screen could be something which could work.
A good precedent for that would be Herzog de Meuron's Herzog de Meuron's De Young Museum.
Yep.
In San Francisco, which there's panels on there which sometimes are used for shading, but for the most part they're used also. It's just a single facade system, but it's perforated metal panels, and there's an abstracted image of the park that it's in that's projected and like used to make holes in the circular holes in the facade. And yes, sometimes it's used to mediate light coming in. So that would be a good precedent. And then there's Hiroshi Hara's Yamato International Building, which it's in Japan. It's a building that presents itself in elevation as if it's a mountain. But this is like from the 80s, so you can just ignore it.
Everything we learned in the 80s, you can pretty much.
I was going to say.
I mean, I like the 80s, but I wasn't alive then, so.
Oh, give me a break.
I know, really, John, I'm with you.
Yeah, no. I told Michael I found the work I did in second year from the studio, and it was like I was like horrified. It was such a dark period in the world of architecture. It was just like, yeah.
Oh yeah, those.
Let's see.
I'm with you on that.
So it's go. Would you go show the just the massing model images, please?
Please.
Yes. I feel like this project lends itself to being a beautiful model. I mean, it's the kind of thing where you can barely see the parts that are building, and everything starts to feel like it's sculpted landscape. I feel like I don't quite have like the one overview here that shows it. Go to the next one. That's not bad. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good too. Well, it'd be nice to see the street, the intersection bridge into them as well. Okay, that's okay.
I'd like to see that one, Zoe, but with context.
Well,
whatever.
The problem with that one in context is you've got your neighbor is here,
right?
Just like that, just as charmingly built too. So yeah.
Could even be a fraternity. Is there a fraternity house? Right
it's an abandoned fraternity house. And actually it's worth noting that this is 24th Street. So it's the kind of thing where you might actually, 24th pierces through your project and continues down underneath this thing here. So yeah, a singular modification of this to begin to show that as a major artery that goes through the site. Maybe some transparent suggestion about the, unfortunate neighbors to the east, or not, in a way it's sort of like creates this new edge in this new world.
I think that's where the building, this is further to the right of the image, where the building kind of comes down and creates a pathway. Like, is there something of significance there?
Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the daycare right here on the first floor. So what I was imagining when designing this is that could be like one way to get into the daycare for parents to pick up their kids, and then you can go on top maybe and have snack time after you pick up your kid, and then you go on top and there's picnic tables at the top. So you just get, it's just direct access to the top right here where the daycare is.
Okay. What John was highlighting was kind of what I was curious about, was whether that was a recognition of an axis of another road or something of significance.
Yeah, I think that is where 25th Street.
Yeah, it's very close. If it's not, it's very close to where 25th Street currently goes through, which the students are given the option of cutting it off if they wanted to.
Yeah, I like the porosity for sure. Like I think that for being such a wall of a building, it's really interesting to see all these kind of moments where you could duck back and like filter through this down to Lamar versus feeling like you just have to go straight over to 24th Street. Like, it's nice. It'd be interesting actually to experience that coming from that part of campus and walking down to Lamar via whichever one of these crevices or valleys you want to sneak through.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Go ahead, Joyce. Yes,
I was also going to say, I mean, I think sort of the people that use Pease Park a lot, I can see, filtering back and forth, like people living here would use this park, but they would also filter over to Pease Park where you can get on the bike trail, and then vice versa, moving back and forth. So, well, it sets up an edge, but it also sets up a relationship.
Yeah, it's like I'd really love to see this built just to see what it does to the folks who use Shoal Creek and stuff all the time, like how, like whether this sets up like a battle almost of Pease Park and whatever this park gets named, like whether or not people still cross over. And really, I think it all comes back to that pedestrian roundabout and how easy that makes it to connect the two together.
Yeah, I think it would improve that intersection, actually. It's not a very nice spot right there.
Yeah, no, it's a
Hear it
sad
every day
intersection.
too.
It's a sad place. So I lovely project resolved nicely the way it is. I'm challenged to just put the question forward. If you were challenged to increase the density, how far you could go before it breaks, or before you have to invent another device where the earth peels up and there's a unit, or something else, or there's some monster floats over the top of the whole thing. Because it might be a little bit on the small side in terms of the program that we talked about, and that's understandable why that would be the case. But it's always a good exercise to say, how far could you push this before it's too much, or it doesn't work, or it has to turn into something different.
A good question.
Yeah, because the units aren't. If I was a real skeptic, I could say, well, these units aren't optimized because I'm either looking at, the world's ugliest building, or I'm looking into the canyon, which is a little bit too close and always, so successful that it's full of people all the time. So one could argue, not to be, I'm identifying myself as self-skeptical, that it might want more units that get advantage of this view over the top here than you might currently have. But then maybe there's an opportunity for this thing to actually be more mountainous, or to push it a little bit further, or to, again, is this a unit? This might start to, in some way, start to peel up to allow units to peek out from certain different parts of the landscape. There might be a second invention where the earth peels up and you can get a unit in there somehow. It, requires you to be ever more brilliant to make them begin to work. But again, it's always one of those questions that one has to pose.
I was wondering if units could also pop out on that east side, or no, north side. Kind of, that's what I was drawing over here. If they kind of come out from, so obviously that would change the circulation exterior.
Flip around to the other view. Yeah, so there's a version where, okay, so what's,
yeah,
where am I annotating? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So what's that?
That is just a wall.
A wall, yeah. So there's a version where the thing goes back up and gets more mountainous, because it actually gets kind of, come off the screen, gets skinnier over on the end right here. But that's again a continuation of the same idea in some way that might get filled up with housing. So it's a challenge, with these as real projects. You have to work the numbers all the time, and if you don't have the numbers, you have to go back and kind of like push it a little further, and at some point it breaks and has to turn into something else, and at some point it gets better. It's like this I'm a mindset where there's a version of this where it's, I don't know, 15-20% more dense, where there's I think a more interesting, edgier, better version of it. And my guess is, like, you go much beyond that, it breaks and has to turn into something different.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's something I think about a lot, John, is just that, we look at these very sort of boxy, double-loaded corridor kind of courtyard wrapper buildings that we have all over Austin. And what I really want for somebody to discover is just, how do we get that density and create something more like this? Like, how do we bring park space and that human experience back to these buildings? Because really, until we can figure out how to densify to that level, that it feels like our hands are always tied by the sort of the metrics. How much can we make as a developer off of these projects? So
market expectation. The market needs a really good project to disrupt it. Something which is like, it costs more to build, but is more desirable. And we don't have the benefit of some of these like earth-shaking projects like you see in some other parts of the world. But one hopes that it can happen.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Do we have time to talk about the interior, or I'm not sure how much time we have per student.
Alyssa, let's see if Alyssa showed up. We do, because I don't know what happened to Alyssa.
Hello, I'm here. I am so sorry, but I am ready to present.
I'm sorry. Okay, are you okay? That's fine. good. As long as you're fine. We can talk briefly about the interior and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the overall site strategy is working. I think we all kind of agreed about that. I guess we didn't have enough time to really, or we were just so like excited about the outside that we.
Let's talk about the interior. But I think it's worth talking about because it benefits everybody, and it was one of the aspects that that people were asked to look at. So please do.
Right. Okay. So I like that. It seems I'm just reading this. The orange, the red, and the blue. Those are separate units, and they're continuous across the floors, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's effective. How do these units relate to the daycare? Like, let's say I was a graduate student with kids, and obviously I have to work, so then I have to drop them off somewhere or at the daycare. How do I, like, what's my day like if I want to go drop my kids off at daycare and then go to campus or something?
Circulation diagram. So the daycare is on the first floor. So you'd have to go down the elevator, and then there's no like direct circulation. I actually hadn't thought of that to the daycare. You'd have to go to the street and then enter into the daycare.
Maybe instead of thinking of the daycare as like, it seems like the daycare is one of the least considered parts of this project, which is fine. But thinking of like ways that this is a community of people, actually, it doesn't have to be just like people living in private lives in these private little cells. Like these are all students. So actually there's more of an opportunity for them to have a community kind of engagement with one another. So I think thinking about distributing the daycare as a program, like breaking it up into a bunch of small daycare things and kind of distributing them throughout the building actually would be good. And actually thinking of how the daycare can also be part of the outdoor landscape, because kids actually want to play outside and have like things to engage with, and having that kind of like puncture through the roof and like really engage with the roof, I think would make sense. Like almost like the idea of there being a canyon kind of makes a lot of sense for a daycare, because it holds things inside, but it's open, and it's like, so like if you had like another kind of canyon or somehow integrated this with the canyon, might be interesting, because it's like it contains the kids, but it's outside and it's part of this other big site gesture. But like you can also think about like ways that there can be more informal daycare kind of watching, like co-parenting ideas, like where there can be spaces on each floor where there could be kind of shared common space where you could be doing laundry and watching the kids, or like doing some kind of activity that you have to do and like watch the kids play together, like little playrooms basically that are like distributed throughout this big building. They kind of break it up.
There are spaces that I have like right here and right here that are left without units, but they are spaces that could work as that right here.
Cool.
So, yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a good way to the piece of the plan where it's too close to work as a unit is an opportunity for it to start to be used for something else, which might start to be social. There's also questions, I don't know the answer to this, but it's like, when is the corridor too long? Like I'm sure somebody knows the answer to that, but I don't actually know. It's like when it starts to be a little bit too foreboding and repetitive, there needs to be a unit gets taken out, and there's like a little outdoor space that the kids can go and hang out with, and there's not more than 10 families have access to it or something, where whose area it is and whose territory it is, and the kinds of things that start to make this socialization effective and successful.
Yeah, I like that.
And I think too, like what happens at the end of that corridor, is it opaque? Is it transparent? Does it pop out from the skin or what's covering it so that, you know, maybe you sort of, you don't feel totally boxed in. That's where I think like maybe you can still maintain the landscape quality of it, but maybe there are places where units push through the landscape and start to, and obviously that, you know, then introduces its own set of problems in terms of exterior circulation, and you know, you don't want people wandering around your balcony or your terrace. But I don't know, that could be something to think about. Again, I don't know exactly how or where, but it's rather than it all being kind of within this little package. Maybe there's some legs sticking out.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
a nice
thank
project.
you. Okay, great. All right, good. Let's see. So
Hey, John, how much time is there per student? Are we
it's about 20 to 30 minutes. We have 3 total this afternoon, so that was 1. We have 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was good. We just got thrown off by Alyssa just a little bit. So are you good to go, Alyssa? Okay, good. Unmute, great.
So super fun again. And I'm very excited to be able to speak with you today. So.
Great.
Great.
All right, hello. So my project, as you've seen from Zoe's, is a green residence. So my precedents were, first of all, home street living, which is an S-shaped building. I was sort of also inspired by my own apartment building, which is also an S-shaped building. I just really admired how this building was able to frame space in a way that focused on the green space more than it focused on, you know, the other elements of the building. It creates a real nice community space that also connects the students to nature. So my next precedent was Grace Farm. I really liked this building as well because it sort of flowed with nature, a way that the form could directly connect with nature as well. I sort of took this idea and made the space above it more occupiable than below, but I really took a lot from this project. So my proposed student housing project is, as everyone else's, is a link between the urban and natural landscape of UT. It has a curvilinear serpentine path that connects with an orthogonal serpentine path. These two paths connect and continue on as one building with these two distinct parts. And the curvilinear path also acts as circulation and more of an experience that you can walk along, and it continues up and up throughout the building, collecting events. So the serpentine path also allows expansive views, and together these two buildings frame 6 distinct programmatic spaces that I will go into later. This creates lots of opportunities for students to have social gathering spaces and for lots of green space. My units are also organized with vertical interlocking combinations in order to minimize circulation area and maximize individual views. And lastly, it is a single loaded corridor so that it minimizes the building footprint and once again maximizes light to both the room and the circulation. So I started by experimenting with different forms. Once I knew I wanted these two interlocking parts, I came up with lots of different options for what the building could look like. And for my first study model, I chose the top middle image. There's a physical model I made. And that transformed based on the program into this final form. So as you can see here, the serpentine path continues from the bottom on the north side to the top of the building on the south side, and it creates these open spaces where it interconnects. So my unit layout is similar to lots of students, vertical interconnecting pieces so that this second floor out of the 3 doesn't need circulation in order to maximize space. And you can see the unit layouts there on the right. So my site plan, I wanted to keep the tennis courts from the original site, and I put them on the right there. I also wanted a pond as a gathering space for students and a playground for the kids in a safe space that where they wouldn't be exposed to the dangerous Lamar Boulevard. So as you can see here, it has these 6 distinct areas of space framed by the snaking building, and each has a different character with different programs and different types of vegetation. So looking at the Serpentine building and the events that it goes along and collects, first there's a daycare on the far left there, and then you continue walking until you reach the gym, which corresponds with the adult area there on the right. It has expansive views. And lastly, there's a commercial area, which is accessible from 24th Street. So as for my floor plan, this is a floor where there is no circulation, as seen on the unit diagram, but it is also a floor where the serpentine path interconnects, which I thought was really interesting. And you can see all of the vertical circulation elements throughout, mainly happening at corners or intersection points. And at most of those places, there is a relief area with trees and benches for students to sit and study. So here's my overall render. As you can see, the 6 programmatic spaces, the serpentine path, the daycare, gym, and commercial area, and the vegetation that is present throughout. This is the first of one of my sections. Here you can see the gym and the apartment buildings cut through on the right there. And this is the big programmatic space for students to sit and study. As you can see, the study stairs in the middle and the big sloped lawn that gets lots of sunlight. My next section is cut through the daycare and below it, the playground. And as you can see, there is more vegetation here. It has that safe area for students blocked, or for children blocked off. And you can partly see the cut through intersection point of the serpentine path as well. And my last section is at the very beginning of the path, where you kind of start your journey on this experience to these programs. And you can see the apartments on the left and the vegetation. And this just kind of highlights the serpentine form once again. I have a few renders. And that is my project.
Alyssa, did the tennis courts go away, or the gym? Is it in the same location?
They're in the same location. They're just underneath the gym so that they're shaded from the sun.
Okay.
This is the ground level, and this is the same program, but above on the, like a roof plan.
No, I think we're at the tennis courts. This is tennis courts.
Oh,
over
like
here.
the original space?
Yeah,
No. The ones you, I was thinking the ones you moved. So you put them on the ground and the gym floats up above it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really like the idea of having more publicly oriented programs be outdoor but shaded, and they're beneath. I'm assuming that the program that is floating above them is directly related to the program below, so that there's both indoor and outdoor space for that program, but it's organized in a more of an unexpected way, where, you know, I guess a conventional way would for it to just happen horizontally, or like in plan, the separation to happen in plan, whereas here the separation between inside and outside is in section, which I think is interesting. Could you, Is there any way you could show us what's happening in the daycare or the commercial area?
Since this project focused a lot on housing, I did not delve into the commercial area very much, but this cut through is the best image I have of the daycare at the third level there, above the playground, which is on the first level.
Yeah, I think that those spaces would be the most interesting unexpected spaces in this project. I think that the partie is good. Like, it's very simple. The housing is just kind of just copied and pasted along a zigzag, which is fine. I guess it's kind of like a mat building or something. But then you break that you break that regularity with this serpentine form, which I think is interesting and unexpected, and gives you another way to circulate. So I'm interested in all of the moments where you break from the regularity. Like, I'm interested in like those zones where the serpentine thing cuts open the other building, and like what's happening there where it cuts through. And I'm also interested in this ambiguous, like, outside space that is like covered by, you're underneath a building, but you perceive the thing you're underneath more as like a roof instead of like a building, which I think is interesting. What do you imagine happens in the zone where you cut through the housing part?
I imagine a sort of green release area under there. You can see the trees on this section, and also in the plan, you can see different trees and like tables for study spaces, just to sort of maximize the space that's there. And it gets light from the intersection point being there. And so I think that would be a great place for students to just be able to gather in small groups and study and connect with nature on a level that's above the ground.
Alyssa, do the people who are living in adjacent to these areas have direct access to that, or do they have to go somewhere else to then get back onto this sort of serpentine path?
They do have to use the stairs in order to, like, if they're on the 5th floor of this level, for example, they would have to take the stairs down to, it depends on where in the building they are, but whatever level the intersection point is, and then they could continue on the serpentine path from there.
But they don't have to like go to like the ground floor and then find their way back up. Like, they would actually have direct access onto this somehow, more directly.
So if I live in one of these units, Alyssa, over here, where, like, what's my path in and out of my place? And yeah, what are my options?
So because of the unit plans here, I cut through a level that's this middle area here. So there is no entrance point from that level to minimize the circulation area. So depending on if your apartment's entrance was above or below the cut through here, you would go up or down to your entrance of your apartment, go out into a hallway that is open to the air. And then if you wanted to get out of the building, you would go to one of these stairs on the left or right here, and take it all the way down and go straight out. And if you wanted to go to the serpentine path, you would take the stairs to the level that serpentine path is. And then continue on that open circulation hallway to the path, and then continue on.
And this is the circulation hallway?
Yeah.
Okay, so zoom in a little bit. I think this is a really interesting question that, like, Adam's posed for you. Is like, what happens to those things? And I think your answer is reasonable, humane, and well-behaved. So just scroll over just a little bit. So I'm just wondering if there's not a more kind of, because these locations are like they're kind of supercharged. It's like this is where these two things just crash into each other. there's a building in Copenhagen where it's like this happens and it's lined with mirrors, you know, or some kind of other kind of weird. It's a little weird. It doesn't work as well as I'm sure it sounded like it worked. But the reality is, if these lines won't be here necessarily, right? So when those lines go away, then you just have a corner, and then you have this blob over here, and then you have this thing that picks up over there, because the surface is going to be the same unless you color it different, or surface, material it, make it different materially. So I'm just wondering if there's not some other, if these units don't bulge out, and I'm just wondering if for the sake of argument, to find the best solution, one version is a pure Boolean, where it's an exception that's carved out of the building by the interruption of the serpentine path. And another version might be something where there, it gets to be less, I don't know, maybe one of you guys has a better idea what this thing might start to be. Good. Show us the one down here, because it's a little bit more generous the way you've shown it.
I was thinking also, like, maybe the stairs. Right now, the stairs are clearly part of the housing, but maybe these stairs kind of become part of that curved path. Like maybe a piece branches off and goes down or up, and there's some overlap there. I don't know. That's
a little bridge, like a round spiral stair. Something. I don't know. Adam, do you have the answer? You asked the question.
Well, I just have. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, because I like the partie, and one reason it's interesting is because you've created a third condition by contesting these two formal languages. You've created a third condition that's neither one nor the other. And what I'm noticing here is you're doing nothing with it. Right now, it's a thing that happened, and you're not doing anything with it intentionally, right? At least it's not appearing that way. If you were saying that it's like there's some plants there, okay, but sometimes there's like two trees, or it feels like it's not intentionally, like it should be like super duper, like big time, like you're in the Amazon jungle or something. Like if you want it to really feel like this is like a new condition that's distinct from some other condition, like it should like really be obvious. And I think the way that you should think of those as like communal spaces, social gathering spaces, potentially. Especially because they're contingent, they're adjacent to the housing. So this is like this could be one of the most direct sort of social spaces that happen. But sometimes, and this is what's kind of weird to me, is that what you're saying is like an outdoor space with some trees, is like sometimes it happens where there isn't an overlap of the serpentine thing and the zigzag. And I'm just like, well, that I feel like it should only happen where there's the overlap, right? Because then it makes sense. There's like a formal reason why there's this different cutout, why there's a cutout from the zigzag. It's because this formal thing happens. But I feel like the way that, and maybe I'm just reading these plans wrong or something, but it seems like the units should be able to orient themselves towards this zone and sort of open out into it in some kind of way. Like if the circulation itself was like the way that this is the first floor, right? Is this the first one here?
No, this is between the third or the fifth floor, depending on the part of the building.
Okay. And so, okay, so each of these units is a multi-story unit.
Correct.
And you don't ever, but these ones are not. These ones are not multi-story?
are they? Oh, wait.
Because they
You're
don't have
correct.
stairs in them.
So all the ones that don't have stairs in them are single floor units.
Yes, I put those in to sort of because that was where it was like they fit more nicely with the form, but I see your argument on both the release being only at the intersection points and at the circulation ability possibly needing to be on this floor as well.
Okay. I think one way that you can make this seem more intentional is if you think about putting program there, intentional program. Or you think about if this is you've created a giant landscape element that's raised above the ground. Okay, so how can you integrate additional program onto that besides just letting it be this path? Do you have any ideas?
Kind of created a high line.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to use that exact example, and to me, that's what's missing. Really, is that it comes across as a representation of a path, but the truth is, it's sort of a private landscape in some way. Like to me, it shouldn't read white at all. It should just be green the whole way, because
it's where the green,
I mean, we're all, I mean, I'm looking at like the 3D rendering, like the sort of master plan overall rendering, and it's like that glaring white snake running through the project, and I don't think that's exactly how you intended it, would be my guess, or it just takes time to develop all of that. But to me, that's exactly what's missing, is like this thing should be dotted with trees and benches and everything, to where it is the place that you want to go, and it's sort of this secondary layer of park space. Because I think the one thing that I think is just super clever about it, that I don't know that like it came across in the plan just a bit, but it's hard to describe, is that just like the Sauna project, just like Grace Farms, this thing is meandering not at a single level, but at multiple levels. So I can start down on the I keep getting myself disoriented, but I think the north side of the site, the pointed end, and where you're at technically at the ground floor, and then you can walk this whole thing, and by the time you're on the far south side, you're now on the 5th floor. And so I think there's a cleverness about the fact that it's this meandering serpentine shape, but I think that the only way that people would really want to use this would be if it were something more like a high line, like a second park space on a higher level.
Yeah, so go to the overall render and then zoom in a little bit, like back up 2 or 3. That one. No, zoom, no. Yep, zoom in some so it's more, so it fills our screen and we can see this thing in the middle here. Yeah, out just a smidgen. Yeah, so it gets really interesting, like in a way where some things don't work, because interesting things don't always work. Where if you think about this as kind of like supercharged public path, which I think is an interesting idea, and then these as zones of differentiated vegetation, which we don't quite see yet, but might begin to see. And then these are private units that are right next to it. And so the question is, how you have to do something remarkable there. So the question is like, what do you begin to do? One could say that this is filled with program like ice cream stand, or snow cones, or something like some kind of program that services the public that walks by. I like it much better as a public space than saying it's a purely a private meandering space, but I don't know. I don't have the exact answer to it yet, but
I think, John, I think I agree with you. I think you're onto something in terms of that. I think kind of the park is what's down below, and the pedestrian green space activity sort of more concentrated is what's on that path, because that's, how wide is that, Alyssa? It's pretty wide.
It's pretty wide.
It's up to 50 feet, I believe, at the intersection, but it goes at the circulation part. I made sure it was less than 30 feet wide, so that
20 feet wide, yeah.
But that's still there. You could have a lot of people, a lot going on up there.
Yeah,
and so I was going to say, I think even like your idea, whether it's an ice cream stand or snow cone or a few of these other things could be happening there. And because you don't want it to be this desolate, concrete, treeless. I mean, think of I don't know if you've been on the pedestrian bridge at Lamar crossing the river. It's just kind of a big concrete slab.
Yeah.
And a missed opportunity. And
Yeah.
don't get me started on that one, but I think this could be a really great place. And I think those shade spots are places where people would want to gather in the summer and get an ice cream or, just get out of the sun for a minute, or people would have their kids running along that path. And so I think I like the overall idea of the scheme. You've kept the units pretty regular. There's a kind of consistency to it. And then this is the place where there's all the action happening. And then it's just like another semester to design that thing.
Well, no, it's the kind of thing that can nag you in a good way for like the next couple of years. So, after you go and look at more projects, hopefully you travel and get to see some extraordinary things. And then you do more projects and you have more experience and you kind of keep coming back to what has to happen, what could happen here. Because it's just, you set up a system where it's loaded up with potential. This thing has to just be this extraordinary kind of moment. Or
If I could jump in, I really like all the comments thus far, different ways to use that thing that you made. It's a very large thing you made, so there's a lot you could do there. I feel like you can think of the path also as a continuation of those programs that are elevated, right? You have the daycare, the gym, and the commercial space. And I think you could think of this as being like almost like a gradient blurring between those programs and like where aspects of those programs spill out onto this outdoor path thing. And so it has a distinct function besides the landscape below, where you can start to have daycare, outdoor activities on this path kind of thing, which might bleed into maybe this is a running track that is part of the gym. And then that bleeds into like, sort of like a boardwalk experience for the commercial zone. And those things can start to bleed. And then like people on the house, in those units that are having the cutaway, if you oriented more towards that, thinking of it as like a public street where you can have like this main street kind of experience might be interesting, because then maybe it's not maybe it doesn't read exactly like the landscape below. It starts to have more programmatic responsibilities. I think I don't know, that's just one thought.
No, it's a really interesting idea. And again, let yourself be like bothered by this project in that moment, at this moment of your project for a long time, which is really good. But what was great about what Adam said is, back in the old days when I was in second year design, everything was separate with bubble diagrams, like that was a thing, and this was the thing, and things would not, connect with each other. And so starting to add more adjectives into the toolkit. So Adam talks about spaces which bleed. Sometimes we say, one program might start to pollute another program as something which might add more levels of richness and intermingling as a way to start to think about it. I think is a really important and rich way to look at that. And you have some things which are distinct, and you might have some things which are formally distinct, like this thing, but which programmatically aren't limited to that form. So it's like the literal scope of the thing doesn't correspond with the form itself, and that's actually an interesting byproduct as well. Different way to think about it. Cool.
One other thing I just wanted to note here is kind of as we close the last discussion as well, is just that this idea of density, because I think I'm as John is I'm pretty critical of a lot of what's getting built in Austin. I feel like this project in particular, the way that you've started to articulate this, I see this as being scalable. In other words, there's a version of this that gets even taller that still gives you all of these opportunities for outdoor space and connectivity that you don't get in these kind of 8-story block buildings. And so as Adam has done, I'm just going to share one project by Ole Shirin in Singapore. And it's this project on a massive scale. I mean, just every one of these bars has got like 8 floors in it, and it's stacked on top of each other. And I think what's interesting is that to see the amount of density that exists here and know that there's still all of this, like all of these sort of almost neighborhood-like spaces. And so I think that's what could be really interesting about this project. So as John says, to let this eat at you, I would highly recommend driving by this intersection or walking by it and thinking about what it looks like when it's 2 or 3 times taller than what you've drawn.
I agree. No, it's a good comment. Oh, wonderful. Okay, good.
Thank you,
Joyce?
guys. That was some really, really good
Wonderful.
feedback that I will definitely look into and keep working on in the future. So thank you.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Thank you very much.
Great, great. Okay. And Lucy, how you doing?
Hi.
Great.
I'm I have this one thing. I have a tick and it's just really bad right now and it won't stop. So I'm just apologizing for that.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. All right.
Don't worry.
Kind of annoying. It's like a noise. And
It's okay.
Don't worry.
Totally fine.
and also my project, it's not as developed as I'd want it to be. I had a lot of issues like during just life and also technical issues that happened in the project.
No, that's cool. So just be patient with yourself and direct us to what you'd like the most input on. The project is a little bit, it's a little diagrammatic and can use some more completion, but show us what you are able to share with us.
Okay. Hi, I am Lucy Erdahl, and this is my project. And as stated, the project is set on a site enclosed by 24th Street, Lamar, and Longview. The main focus is on the living spaces for graduate students with families. The main focus of my project was to create 3 main courtyards defined by the buildings themselves. These green spaces are framed by retaining walls where local artists get to showcase their art, much like the art murals on Lamar, like under the bridge, like when y'all drive there, like right around 5th Street. And in between the 2 spaces of living lies a fine arts center. This is Tatiana Bilbao's Leon residence, and this is where this was my PRECEDENT study. This is what I tried. I like the way the windows are with where they're set back and the walls are thicker, and it's just they're kind of just placed around. So I tried to bring that into my project. These are some early sketches of it all. This is what my original concept for the living spaces. And one thing, since I mainly focused on just the 2 living building, the 2 apartment buildings. And so that's what this drawing is. And then these are notes that I had about it. These are showing how the courtyard works. And then just some notes. And then this is how I was thinking about the wall. In our freshman studio first semester, we did a project where it's on a piece of paper and you take 3 little black squares and you put them on, and then you draw extension lines going up and down the page. And so that's what there's a page later that shows it more. I'm so sorry. This is an overall arching view of just the model. This is the main living building. This is a smaller one. And then this is the Fine Arts Center. And as you can see, these are the courtyards. And this is the same, but this is the idea of the murals on the walls, because I'm from Austin. I grew up in Austin, And one, sorry. One thing that I love about Austin is seeing all the art on the walls and all the murals. And that's something that isn't very important to me. And also I grew up like spending a lot of time at Zilker and spending time like in the green spaces. So I just wanted something more similar to that, where it's just large open green spaces that people can enjoy and use however they picture, like how like you can set up like outdoor stages for concerts, or like if you need to, you can do like outdoor like art show. I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
You're fine, Lucy, don't worry.
These are showing the courtyard spaces. I just like highlighted them in red to show like the like idea where like the three main courtyards are created by the bounds of the building itself. To show those three. This is just a close-up view of this main building. As you can see, this is as you can see on the walls, the windows are cut out. They're like big windows cut out, and then I also put exterior extrusions coming out, just to not have just a flat wall that's boring. I wanted to add some texture and depth into the building. This is a floor plan, and in the main building, that's the big one. This is like, it still needs more work. But this is like where like the leasing offices would be, and also where the daycare and the gym would be. And this is just like spaces. This is what this area is for. And then the rest of it is living spaces and rooms, except for on this side of the buildings is retail and office space, except for on the top floor, which is here. And on the top floor, it is storage rooms and like lockers, and just so people have extra storage, but it's also in the building. And on this part on the top floor is open access, so people can go stand. It's like a little like balcony thing for like all the residents. And this short section, it goes up an extra floor, and that's why this is here. And also, so the hallway is long, but it has these hallways that come off of it, every 1 or 2, as you can see here. And there are supposed to be stairs in there. They just didn't show up. There are stairs like here and like at the ends of all these. And then there are elevators over here. They didn't show up either. I'm sorry. Then this smaller building. It's the same as there, just a smaller version. As you can, this is where like the outside like space is. More floor plans of the smaller building. This is what I was talking about with the project, how I took and I made the extension lines along the entire project. So that way all the windows and the extrusions would all line up, and it wouldn't just be like randomly placed. So that way they're all like in line with each other and all have some type of connection to one another. These are only like 2 floor sections. They're floor plans that I have, and I mean that this is because this is the multifamily. This is like master bedroom, second bedroom, third bedroom. So there's this is a floor plan for like 3 bedrooms. This one is a floor plan for, it's only like, it's like basically one, it's like for one person, but it's like it's like this, sorry, that was not explained well. It was originally for one person, but then I changed it and I forgot to take things out of the bathroom. And this is a 2-bedroom unit, and this is a 3-bedroom unit. And then also another thing, it's not here, but this wall, the curved wall, is glass. it's just big windows. And that's it. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. All right.
No problem. You know, Lucy, you've done a couple things that I really like. I mean, obviously, I know you have more development to do, but you've taken advantage of the north and south facade. So rather than, I mean, like that west, if that's all glass, there's some, that roof might come out way past, need to come out way past that end so that you start to give it some shade. But you've really taken advantage of the north and the south. I think that what you could do, like I like the texture that you're giving the surface, but I particularly like it where it becomes something, like where it becomes a balcony or a terrace, or on the south side where it might become a shade, something that shades, you know, the windows below, but you know, so you can start to use that idea that you're doing to give it that texture, but also let that texture become something that either shades the windows from the sun or gives you a place on the north side. It could be just a place to be outside. You don't need the shade or the covering to it. So I think that by prioritizing the north and the south, you're not dealing with as much with the buildings behind you on the east, and you're also not dealing with the west facing sun so much. So I think that was a really interesting way to orient it. And then you get these park spaces in between, which could be, you know, very densely planted. And I mean, that's something that obviously more development you could work on.
Also, one thing I forgot to mention, with the landscape, because I didn't want people to like have like, because I wanted it to be like a central space and I didn't want people to like have to like have people like in their space. I made this one private, so that way basically only people in this building can use it. But this one is public, but it's like it makes people focus down. And this one I made it where the wall goes higher up so that people aren't spending their time like next to other people's windows.
Right. No, I think those are smart moves. I kept thinking that wall, like that back wall, could be a water wall or something. I mean, there's all kinds of cool stuff that could happen. You've given it a pretty straightforward structure and organization, and so there's a lot that could then be developed for those spaces.
Yeah, and I think it certainly would be a bit of a challenge, but I think finding a way to tie those, like you've got those outdoor spaces on the east side of the buildings, like the two pocket spaces, and I think finding some way to like get those to filter down into these like the courtyard spaces in between the buildings could have been a kind of an interesting development as well, to where there's some kind of access from those higher floors directly down instead of having to kind of go down through the corridors. But I particularly like the difference, the courtyards themselves. It's definitely a different way of thinking about this site.
I'm interested in the snail-shaped thing that's in the middle.
No.
Of course you are.
Okay.
I like it. So could you explain what it is?
Yes. Okay. So that's like a concept from my original idea that I had to scrap due to time. My original concept was that it was like it's a fine arts center for like art and music to happen, and on this wall it would be a big mural. If you can't tell, I really like murals. I like art and music, and the original concept was for this to be like a whole big park that was a sculpture garden. And this building acted as a part of the sculpture garden itself, like as like a sculpture, just as a building part of it. And basically it's I have drawings of it, but basically like the main idea is it's just 3 stories, and basically there's no interior walls there, and it's 3 stories, and the floors are curved, and they have stairs like running up the sides. But they have walls that are they have like movable walls that you are able to like bring about. So you can either have a completely open, entirely large building that just completely open can be used for anything, or you can separate the floors and have individual things happening at each.
I didn't expect you to have such a like well thought through idea about what that is. I'm glad that you have thought about it in great detail. I guess it's just a matter of making some drawings at some point. So, I mean, it's good that you have a vision for that building. I think the strongest idea you have here is this way that you're breaking up the facade, this because you set up very monolithic, monumental kinds of buildings, right? They're just like one big thing on the landscape, like, right? They're all the roof height is consistent all the way across. The facade is, you know, essentially this, it's basically consistent all the way across. They're basically like enormous blocks in this landscape. And so I think it's very smart of you to want to break up the facade and give it some variation and depth. And I appreciate the facade, initial kind of facade ideas you're starting to explore. And I think that should just wrap all the way around. I don't think you should make the rounded end a glass wall to ceiling thing. I think that would actually just be too much light coming in anyway in Austin. I mean, it gets really hot. I'm on west facing bedroom right now, and I'm burning up. Is that west? What side is that facing?
That's west.
That's west. Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to do giant floor to ceiling glass there, because it'll get so hot, super hot. People will be melting. The VHS tapes will be melting. So just, yeah, I think, but you could right now it's just compositional, the way that you're breaking up the facade, right? Sometimes it seems like the room itself is set back deep into that recess. It seems to imply that the rooms themselves are, they have a balcony, and the interior space is like pushed back from the outermost limit of the facade. I think doing that strategically based on solar gain issues and orientation of the building, you could put those more recessed kinds of units on the rounded end, which is facing the west, which is going to have a lot of heat gain. So if you do deeper recesses there, you'll end up just having the building shade itself, so that you can have like a little balcony area, and that can help serve as like shading. I think like you have a tool set that you've developed, a formal tool set for breaking up the facade, but right now it's just compositional. And I'm saying that you can recognize the uses, the functional qualities of this composition, and put that to intentional use, like as I gave an example. I know I asked you about the snail thing, but I just like how it looks. But I shared with you another very sculptural building, which is in Tokyo. It's called the Asahi Super Dry Hall by Philip Stark. And it has this big like flame, this golden flame on top of an office building. And up there is like a dining hall. But
inside.
It's not inside of it. It should be. Okay. It should be. It's on the top floor though. You can see it.
Yeah.
It should be inside of it, but it's not. Anyway, I think that you're setting up this idea that there's an above and below just in the way you're landscaping. And I think you should think of the base that you're setting up with the mural on it as a plinth. And that there are things that sit on top of this plinth. And if they're art, they can be sculptural and they can be more iconic. And then if it's housing, it's always this thing that's the same. It's this copied and pasted idea across the landscape, but the facade modulates based on the solar gain or whatever.
Yep.
And you can have more of these art type iconic formal buildings, sculptural buildings that are in between each of these monumental things.
Okay.
And you could, sorry, I'm, you know, a very, you know, the thing I shared with you is a plinth building. There's like the beer offices are below, and then atop there is the sculptural form, which helps shape your experience of drinking the beer. And then also there's, you know, the Sydney Opera House, which is a very, you know, well understood plinth building. All of the sort of infrastructural stuff is in the brick slab, and then there's a more sculptural form on top.
Excellent comments. I just want to just make it clear to everyone that I discouraged Lucy from really sinking in too much into this interesting building that she has. She's clearly thought about it and she's very invested in it, and it's a special kind of thing, because it was my impression that, like, you know, chewing on the housing was like more in line with the objective of the studio. That being said, you've given a lot of thought to it, and these are things that you, and actually think Adam just encouraged you to do more of them, so that the kind of things you might kind of continually be working on in your sketchbook in the back of your head and put them in your project anyway, even though someone doesn't want you to, and that's okay. What I think has a lot of potential I want to talk about is this sort of like undulating form of this base or plinth. And please go to Barcelona and visit Park Güell, which has another kind of wonderful mosaic version of this thing. I might make it even more undulating in a way. And what's nice is that this element that you have, just even as a simple form, starts to be of the plinth. It's identifiable as something which is grounded in terms of this thing. And then there's a very sensible orientation for these buildings, which we talked about in the earlier session. It's a northwest site, but it doesn't make, you know, it's really hard to do buildings that way. And this makes much more sense in terms of how it works. And yeah, learn more. You have to learn more than I do in a certain sense. I think we have make openings larger on the north side. Is that correct? Yes. Except in Canada, but
all indirect light.
Yeah,
that's
indirect light. These can get larger, and maybe the rooms are more flush on that side. And on the other side, I think just like you're doing, they start to be you know, more balconies or more recessed openings in them. And I have a notion. It's like maybe a couple of special points to maybe link what happens above with what happens below, and perhaps these are veranda or something which are you know, very kind of gracious. It's on this kind of useless west-facing side, but you know, maybe there's some sunscreen, and you could come out here and watch the concert if you're lucky enough, or just leave your kids out there, and maybe gets pushed out just enough so that it aligns or lines up or starts to be unified just for a moment with the base that's down before, just because it lines up with it in certain sense. So there's a lot of things.
No, go ahead, John. I agree with you.
That's it. Yeah.
I was going to say, maybe it's some grand stair, actually. Maybe that's vertical circulation, or I don't know. But I think those ends, I like your idea, John, of lining them up there, where they're so close, they might as well start to join. And then the plinth breaks away from the, you know, at one point it's part of the housing units, and then it breaks away and peels off.
Yes, I also don't think it's a problem if they get a little bit taller, because remember, this is your neighbor.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, so this actually is a scalable proposal and solution. So yeah.
Maybe that one's the best one to be in. It's the farthest from 24th Street. It's small. It's like all the elite units are in that one.
You know, or these get taller and these get a little bit, you know, shorter.
Yeah.
So they get more light. I think
That's what I mean. That one gets, that end one can get tall. There's a penthouse. Who knows? But that one, there's a lot that could happen. But I agree. I was thinking that too. They could get taller, or some could, and some could stay low.
And I think, I think we all agree that you've spent a lot of time thinking about the facades, which are really interesting. And I think that as they get bigger, I think what I appreciate about it anyways, it has this scalelessness to them. Like I think of like the MIT dorms by Stephen Hull, where you can't quite tell if it's, 3 floor, like, is it a 9-story building or a 3-story building? I think that this has that kind of, like it makes you think, it makes you have to wonder about what's actually inside of it, which I think is a worthwhile endeavor as well. And it's so much better and so much more thoughtful than like the banality of the building that's right behind it, right? That's 2 punched windows for every room, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, guys. Lucy, any other points you'd like to input in? Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you all so much.
Very good, very good.
I appreciated it a lot. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy.
Great. Thank you. So this is the group that gets 3 instead of 4, so it's a little bit on the shorter side, but thank you guys very much. And does the other Joyce want to add anything to the review?
The other one has nothing to say. But I just, guys, it's really nice for me to see these projects. I mean, I'll look at the others online as well, but the 3 that were presented, knowing where you guys started last year, where everybody was, and the scale of project you worked on last year versus what you're working on now. And all 3 of these projects, regardless of the amount of development each of you were able to do, each one has a really strong idea, both formal idea and experiential idea. And, that's something that is not easy. And then to develop those takes more time. I mean, I remember, thinking like, okay, I've got my idea, and they'd say, okay, develop it, keep developing it. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what that means. And so, that comes over time, but the fact that you had everybody had such strong, formal, conceptual, experiential ideas is a great place to be. And everybody was addressing the entire site, which I really commend. You showed us the whole site, you took a stab at it, whether you knew what plants you wanted or what would go where, you had something, and so you had a place to begin. So really, really nice work.
Good. All right, good comment. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, jurors.
Yeah, I was very impressed by the facility with which you all had thought through having a concept and making that clear, especially at an enormous scale like this site. I think it's a lot for any person at any design level to grapple with all of these different programmatic concerns at such a large scale. And I'm just impressed with the level of thinking and the novelty in some of the ideas, and you're all gonna be well prepared for moving forward into the next studios. I think you'll have a great success. So thanks.
I think the next project they do is smaller, I hope. Anyway, my understanding, they changed the curriculum a little bit, but the next one is like of a manageable size. So it's in the 3,000 to 6,000 square foot range, and it has a slightly moderated, slightly complex, but not crazy program, but where they can wrap their head around the whole thing. The thing to remember is all buildings, all projects have some combination of inside forces and outside forces and intentions, and a space that's outside that's as much a part of the space you're making as the space inside, and things to connect. So I think all of the issues that you've dealt with to some degree in this program, you'll get to see again in smaller and maybe larger scales in future projects. Very good. Adam, Joyce, Michael, great to have you guys here.
Thanks, John. Thanks, everybody.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you. It was great. Nice to meet you, Michael.
Very good. Great job, everybody.
So, John, I am leaving, but my other me might still be there, but I'm not listening, so.
Okay, well, just be careful what we say. You
don't have to.
Yeah, right.
I'm not
Why can't you guys
listening.
sign off? Okay. All right.
Congratulations,
Thank you guys very much.
everyone.
Yeah.
Have a good summer.
Okay, let's stick around for just a couple of minutes, guys. We're just gonna, are you guys able to meet for a few minutes tomorrow at 9 o'clock? Or just kind of, we'll just, I don't know, to get some rest, take care of yourself, eat something healthy. Great job, everybody. Nice set of projects, really, really good. We'll just set up a, little brief, snippet, debriefing session, 5 to 10 minutes, not super long, just to kind of see what everybody's doing. We'll set those up tomorrow, and I'll just sprinkle them out throughout the day as we can. In the morning, we'll just talk about, remember to do the course instructor and surveys are really important. Don't do them now when you're tired and cranky. Be sure to eat some food and get some rest and everything. Unless you want to, just be sure and do them. Really, really nice set of projects, really well done, very challenging, and I feel very good about everybody in their position and moving forward with your work. Into the next thing, I look forward to following your stuff in real life and real time in the future. I'll, between now and then, I'll take a look at. Actually, I don't know if I have any information on the preview. Do you have anything on the preview thing next week?
I think there's a mentioning of some kind of board, like concept board, like we use, but it's like another different program, which we were supposed to get more information about. I've yet to see that.
Okay, well, if you get time on your hands between now and tomorrow, look and see if there's any instructions you have. And we'll just talk about those. It's basically a portfolio thing, and we'll talk a little bit about how to, just kind of collect your stuff. I wouldn't obsess over it or worry about it. It's meant to be wholly supportive and, discussing what your trajectory looks like and, checking in with you to see how things go. As I understand it, this is a new version. So we'll see how that goes. Great job, everyone. Good job. Good. Okay. I will miss you until tomorrow morning anyway, and then I'll miss you after that. But it's been very happy with the review. I hope that was good jurors, good comments. I thought everybody had a good level of feedback, and sounds good. Okay, so see you guys in the morning. Sound good? All right. Cheers then. Bye everybody. Bye, Joyce. And the dog's off. All right. Okay. All right. Cheers. Good.